Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence, and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Allow yourself to settle comfortably wherever you are right now. Take a slow, deep breath in, and as you exhale, let your body soften. Another breath, deeper this time. Releasing anything you don't need to carry into this moment. One more. And gently allow your eyes to close. You are safe here. This space is created just for you. Notice your breathing just as it is. With every out-breath, a wave of relaxation moves through you. Head, face, jaw, shoulders, arms, chest, belly, hips, legs, all the way down to your feet. Each breath takes you deeper, calmer, more open. Your conscious mind can relax and observe. Your subconscious mind is already awake and ready to communicate with you in its own language. Through symbols, images, feelings, and signs. In your mind's eye, see a beautiful spiral staircase of warm stone leading downward. With every step you take, you go 10 times deeper into relaxation and into your own inner world. 10, stepping down, deeper. 9, even more relaxed. 8, letting go of the outside world. 7, sinking softly. 6, deeper still. 5, wonderfully quiet inside. 4, completely safe. 3, drifting deeper. 2, almost there. 1, you have arrived. Before you stands an ancient wooden archway covered in soft, glowing moss. You step through and enter the sacred grove, your own private sanctuary of wisdom. Tall, wise trees surround a soft, mossy clearing. Gentle golden light filters through the leaves. The air feels warm, still, and deeply peaceful. This is the place where your subconscious speaks most clearly. Stand or sit in the center of the clearing. Speak silently to your inner wisdom. Show me what is truly going on in my life right now that I need to understand. Take all the time you need. Just watch and receive whatever symbol, image, scene, color, animal, or feeling arises. There is no wrong way. Whatever comes is perfect for you. When you're ready, continue. Thank you now. Show me what is truly important for me at this time. Thank you now. Show me what is no longer important, what I can release. Thank you now. Show me where I am right now and what I should be focusing on or doing. Thank you now. Give me one clear, powerful symbol or message that sums up what really matters most for me right now. Allow all the symbols you receive to stay with you in the clearing. Notice how they connect or what they reveal together. Your subconscious is organizing this wisdom perfectly for you. Any insights that want to be shared will feel gentle and natural. You are safe to express them or simply keep them within. It is now time to return, bringing everything helpful with you. I will count from 1 to 5. With each number you become more awake, more present, and more open. 1. Feeling your body again. 2. Taking a deeper, clearer breath. 3. Energy and lightness returning. 4. Remembering what is useful from this journey. 5. Eyes open when you're ready. Fully back in the live stream, feeling clear, grounded, and beautifully open. You are now fully present, yet wonderfully connected to the deep wisdom you just received. If anything from this journey feels alive in you and wants to be expressed, you may notice a gentle pull to click the link pinned in the live chat. You are completely safe here. You only speak when you feel truly compelled. There is no pressure, only invitation. Share as much or as little as feels right for you, or simply listen and receive from others. The space is open. The panel is ready for you.
Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go again. Breathe in and slowly release. One more time. Breathe in deeply and let everything go as you exhale what is. Let your body settle even more. Let your shoulders drop a little further. Let your jaw soften completely. Let your hands rest wherever they are. Let your feet be fully supported by whatever is beneath them. There is nothing you need to do right now, except be here. What is? From this quiet place, gently turn your attention inward and ask a very simple question. What is?
Just that.
What is? Don't try to answer it with your thinking mind. Simply hold the question and see what rises on its own.
What is?
What comes into your awareness right now? It might be a thought.
It might be a feeling.
It might be an image, a memory,
A question.
or a quiet knowing. It might be a sensation in your body, a tightness somewhere, or a softness.
It might be the sound of your own breath, or sounds from the room around you.
It might be nothing at all.
Just spacious silence.
Whatever it is,
Notice it.
don't push it away.
Don't try to change it.
Just watch it arrive.
What is?
Now ask yourself very gently, why did this particular thing come forward right now?
What is it trying to show me?
And then ask the deeper question,
How might this be valuable to all of us?
how might this help us understand what is actually going on in this existence we are all sharing?
What is?
There is no pressure for it to be profound.
It can be simple.
It can be strange.
It can be personal.
It can be cosmic.
It can be a question you've been carrying.
Or something you feel the collective needs to hear. Whatever has arisen.
Let it be exactly what wants to be known through you in this moment.
Breathe with it.
What is?
Let yourself stay here a little longer.
Notice if anything else is moving through you now.
What else is present?
What else wants to be seen?
What is? When something clear has formed,
Or even if it is still soft and unclear.
when you feel the impulse to bring it into the circle, you are warmly invited to click the link pinned in the chat, or the link in the video description below.
Come and join us live.
Tell us what came to you when you asked, what is?
And tell us why you feel it matters for you.
And for all of us, your insight,
Your question.
your feeling,
Your vision.
it all belongs here.
There is no wrong thing to bring.
Only what is true for you in this moment. If you are too shy to come on,
Ask yourself why.
what are you afraid of?
What is holding you back?
Maybe it is holding us all back in our ability to get together.
Maybe we need to talk about it.
You can also simply type whatever you want in the live chat.
Remember,
Words matter,
they affect our thoughts
and our thoughts affect what we do.
and how we feel.
Be careful what you say.
Be careful what you type.
Your words have power here,
They help shape the space we are creating together.
so speak from this quiet place.
Or type from this quiet place.
Whatever feels true for you right now.
We are here to receive it with open hearts.
There is no judgment,
Only presence.
only listening.
Only connection.
Take one more breath. And when you are ready, open your eyes if they are closed,
Click the link.
and come share what has been brought to the fore of your awareness.
We are waiting for you.
With open arms, open minds.
And open hearts.
What is? What is ready to emerge through you right now?
What is it that wants to be known?
Not just by you, but by all of us.
What is?
Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go again. Breathe in and slowly release. One more time. Breathe in deeply and let everything go as you exhale. What is? Let your body settle even more. Let your shoulders drop a little further. Let your jaw soften completely. Let your hands rest wherever they are. Let your feet be fully supported by whatever is beneath them. There is nothing you need to do right now, except be here. What is? From this quiet place, gently turn your attention inward and ask a very simple question. What is?
Just that.
What is? Don't try to answer it with your thinking mind. Simply hold the question and see what rises on its own.
What is?
What comes into your awareness right now? It might be a thought.
It might be a feeling.
It might be an image, a memory,
A question.
or a quiet knowing. It might be a sensation in your body, a tightness somewhere, or a softness.
It might be the sound of your own breath, or sounds from the room around you.
It might be nothing at all.
Just spacious silence.
Whatever it is,
Notice it.
don't push it away.
Don't try to change it.
Just watch it arrive.
What is?
Now ask yourself very gently, why did this particular thing come forward right now?
What is it trying to show me?
And then ask the deeper question,
How might this be valuable to all of us?
how might this help us understand what is actually going on in this existence we are all sharing?
What is?
There is no pressure for it to be profound.
It can be simple.
It can be strange.
It can be personal.
It can be cosmic.
It can be a question you've been carrying.
Or something you feel the collective needs to hear. Whatever has arisen.
Let it be exactly what wants to be known through you in this moment.
Breathe with it.
What is?
Let yourself stay here a little longer.
Notice if anything else is moving through you now.
What else is present?
What else wants to be seen?
What is? When something clear has formed,
Or even if it is still soft and unclear.
when you feel the impulse to bring it into the circle, you are warmly invited to click the link pinned in the chat, or the link in the video description below.
Come and join us live.
Tell us what came to you when you asked what is,
And tell us why you feel it matters for you.
and for all of us, your insight,
Your question.
your feeling,
Your vision.
it all belongs here.
There is no wrong thing to bring.
Only what is true for you in this moment. If you are too shy to come on,
Ask yourself why.
what are you afraid of?
What is holding you back?
Maybe it is holding us all back in our ability to get together.
Maybe we need to talk about it.
You can also simply type,
It can be simple.
it can be strange.
Maybe we need to talk about it. Welcome, everybody, to another episode of Finding Gnosis. If you haven't been here before, you may not know what we do here. We are trying to find out what is going on and what we should be doing in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing. And people come on here and they give their perspectives on what they feel is important for others to know or consider. And what they say sometimes is something they've read, something they've studied. Sometimes it's an anecdotal experience. Sometimes it's something they've observed others experiencing, something they've heard as they've gone around in their social activities. Sometimes it's them coming on here telling us something that occurred in their imagination that they feel is relevant to us all, or could be a vision, a premonition, perhaps a worry, a fear, a hope, an aspiration. Whatever it is, it's all welcome here. This is Finding Gnosis. People come on here and they say something, and we try to make that something food for thought. We let it churn around in our mind, marinate, and sometimes it helps us as individuals and collectively make sense of a better way forward. Welcome to you all. There's a load of you here. It's good to see you all. Thank you to the members, guys. There's a few of you now. It's nice to have you here with your little owl emblem there. I hope you like it. I think it's like the third effort I've made of making a little, signifier of members. Hopefully it's okay. But yeah, if you want to be a member, just click on join. You can come on the Discord then. And if you are a member, make sure you join the Discord. It's there for you, so people can chat 24/7 whenever they want, and also add to what we've been discussing here. There are different forums there, and places you can leave links, and places that you can share your thoughts to others to read and familiarize themselves with, to compare and contrast your perspectives, your thoughts, in the hope of finding gnosis. And by gnosis, I mean knowledge, as I've already said, and I'll repeat it, something that will help us all in this strange existence. Guys, click on the link if you want to come on. There's a few of you there. I want to say hello to Daniela. Good to see you. She says it feels a bit more private in the Discord. Yes. Well, it's hopefully going to be a friendly space. Hopefully, that's the goal. Hello to the Pixel T with Yo, aka Yolanda. Good to see you, darling. She says, Kenny, are you familiar with the American military being trained that it is the religious apocalypse? I've heard of this. I didn't quite know whether it was true, but I heard, is it Hegseth was talking along those lines? I also heard something sad about some American warship. I think the Abe Lincoln or something. Maybe I got that wrong, but it's out near Iran, and it's been there for a hell of a long time. The longest vessel at sea in military history, I believe, in America, without making landfall. And apparently, the poor buggers on board are going batshit crazy. Some of them have even tried to jump overboard. Apparently, the families of the American Navy men on board, I think they're Navy, are saying that the guys aren't being fed enough, that they're being fed scraps. The meals are dwindling down, and the spirit of the poor guys on board isn't very good. You can imagine, guys, over 200 days. I forget exactly. How many days is it, Kugajima, that they've been at sea now, stationed there, without making landfall? Sounds like hell. and they've had about 40 days of combat as well thrown in for, I was going to say good measure, but that doesn't seem appropriate. We do hope they return home safely. Hello to Objective Ethics. He says, it always makes his day better when he sees Daniela here. That's lovely indeed. Global Solidarity now, good to see you. Global Solidarity says, extinction is just a moment in time. Do not worry. Who else is here? Kenny Given. He says, to embrace the possibilities of tomorrow, we must reject the perennial prophets of doom and their predictions of the apocalypse. They are the heirs of yesterday's foolish fortune tellers. Ethic says, Yolanda, thank you, sister. You are very humble and wise in his opinion. He appreciates your understanding that his intentions were only to help. Very nice indeed. So, yes. Oh, Kenny sent £2 my way. That was nice of him. He said he used it to quote Donald Trump, who said, I've heard this quote before. I think Kenny told us before. Beware of false prophets of doom. Just be positive, guys. Hello to Ragamuffin Vision. Nice to see you here. I've seen you a few times in the live chat. It's good to have you. Maybe you will come on as well, onto the live chat. And Cougar Duma, always wonderful to have you here. He says, U.S. Central Command has gone fully religious retardation. They want to start World War III. Seriously, guys? That's some scary shit. Actually, guys, we have our first visitor here, our first guest here tonight on Finding Gnosis. Let's see what they bring to the conversation. It's none other than Ragamuffin Vision. Good to have you here. Good to have you here.
Good to be here. Blessings, man. I love your channel. Finding Gnosis is legit. I think you guys have some good convos other than when it gets argumentative. But yeah, man, I'm from the States. Bless up, bro. I'm a conscious person trying to make it in this world of chaos and confusion. And so, yeah.
Yes. Wow, what an entrance. So trying to make it in this world of chaos and confusion. How's that going for you? What have you learned on in your efforts to do such surviving?
Well, more internal work than external. Seeking quiet time and realizing that I don't always need everything in a quick moment as much as I thought that I used to. And my internal work has really dismantled a lot of obsessive compulsive behavior and just weird, erratic things that are illusionary connected to this reality and realm. So I feel like anybody that's struggling with any type of OCD or any type of thing that's kind of binding them, pulling them down, the more time you spend alone with yourself and you seek the inner kingdom, that really does change things. It really does. It makes you a better version of yourself, makes you care more about what needs to be cared for and kind of let go of frivolous things that are just big distractions. So that's what I've been attempting to do. Yeah.
Good man. It is good to take some me time if you can get away from, your responsibilities. Sometimes, Ragamuffin, it's good just to sit there and watch what is going on around you. Like sit in a cafe, look out the window, sit in a park, watch the world go by for a bit and just think, where are these people going? What are they doing? Are they doing something that really matters, or are they just getting caught up in the hype of some bullshit, trend, some motivation that isn't really serving them? It's good to question your own motivations, Ragamuffin. What do you do? Tell us about the process that you undertake and what you think about, where your mind goes when you go within, and where do you do it?
Well, It doesn't take much time at all. And I'm so glad I finally got to talk to you. We have a lot of friends in common, and I've been meaning to chat with you sometime and find a perfect opportunity to pop on. And I think today was that day. But yeah, like so chasing after things in this world and certain circumstances in the way we typically do from birth until we realize certain things really are just here to just be extensions of distraction. And I feel like that I love this old adage, keep it simple, stupid. I love that. I love like simplifying things because I think minimalism and simplicity are what people need more than compounding distractions and technological advancements that seem at first to be wonderful things to run after and chase. But I think that the more you sit with things, the more you start to see more. And so here's the thing too. And I appreciate what you said about responsibilities and not, finding time with all that. It doesn't take a whole lot of time daily to carve out a little bit of time for me time, a little bit of us like being quiet. It could be in the morning and in the evening. There's different times you can do that, but just being in the present moment and kind of allowing the ultimate divine consciousness to override our shortcomings, to show us things that we may have not known prior to that. Because I can tell you, I was born in 81. Okay. So I'm 44. And for a long period of my life, I chased after people, places, and things and thought I needed stuff to work a certain way for me to feel satisfied. And that I operated in that for a very long time until I started slowing down a little bit more, going internally and working on that. And my compass just started kind of taking a different approach spiritually. So I feel like if we cultivate that, that's what pushes past the illusion and fear, because this entire reality runs on fear. They're literally feeding off of people from fear. They're putting fear out. They want all of us to be desensitized to violence and to just the well-being of each other. And the more we can push past that, I feel like then we gain a new like strength that rises up inside of us that really makes us fearless. And if you want to be a threat to government systems, it's having no fear, because you're a wild card to these organizations and to this system when they can't control you because you're not attached to everything in the way that you once were. And I think that's actually a beautiful way to be. We can't take any of these things with us other than our experience, our wisdom, our knowledge. And no one's going to remember everything you said to them, but they're going to remember how you made them feel. And I keep reminding myself of that. Each time I show up somewhere, I want to try to make people feel better than when I first showed up. You know what I mean? I want to leave them with something that gives them something that soothes something. You know what I'm saying? I try to be that way. I don't get it right all the time, but yeah.
Interesting. Fascinating, because you went from like this kind of Zen-like persona where you were calm and you sound like there wasn't much to worry about in terms of if you go in, it can be your salvation.
Yeah.
To reflecting on what you seem to think is like some kind of hellscape reality where the government is conspiring against us.
Yeah. Well, I do. Unfortunately, I see it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. And do you think it could ever be different?
Oh,
do you think, what I'm asking you is this just human nature in organizations rather than the government? I mean, is this something that we can overcome? And if so, how?
Yeah, I definitely think we can overcome it. And I think there's pockets of it happening all over the earth. I think the Rastafarians are a good example of what life should be like if you're doing it right. And I say that loosely because there's some of them that say that in title only and not necessarily in deed. But there's a lot of examples of this on earth. I would even say sometimes with the Amish. But I think that to totally cut oneself off from main portions of society is in and of itself fear. Even if people don't want to assume that it is like to go find an intentional community to go be a part of and then not show up in regular society really is still a form of fear, and saying we have to go off here by ourselves because all this other stuff's going on. And I think it's finding a balance. I think there needs to be some quiet time. There needs to be some present moment awareness. And then there needs to be a dismantling of certain structures within ourselves that are projected at us outside of ourselves that we lean to and we cling to. And so I think it's a process. Everybody's going to get there eventually. I think this whole reality is intended to teach us for the growth of our soul. And I think sooner or later, we're all going to learn those lessons. But personally, I got tired of being on that hamster wheel and kind of beating my head up against the wall of trying to control too much and, force too much.
You actually just reminded me of something I was going to say to you earlier.
What's that?
And that is, I think some of this, let's not be too grand. And I talk about myself here. This whole chasing after things and people and trends and all that. Is it not the case that this is just, is like at different times in your life, these are of interest to you. These are important because when you're young, after, during puberty and in your young adulthood, you've got certain things you want and you're chasing, and it's hormonally driven, and you're trying to find your place in society. So is it just the case, Ragamuffin, that maybe you're just a bit longer in the tooth now? You've lived a bit, you've been there, done that, and A, the novelty is worn off, and B, you've probably driven a few cars, tested a few, and you know which one you like now. So there's not as much of a search for those kind of things now.
I think that's fair. I think that's definitely fair. I think that time and experience play a part in that. But I do attribute that to some inner work, because I could have. I mean, there's people that are. I'm in my 40s. There's people that are in their 60s and 70s that finally get that concept and are like, I'm going to quit striving and trying to control so much. So I think that it's both. Yeah, I think.
You see, Ragamuffin, I think maybe, right? I mean, I'm just speculating here, but it could be that there's two types of people in that boat, and there's the ones that are extremely fucked up in their 60s and have never had a chance to really think about things in the manner you have. They haven't had that chance to relax and like step back a bit. They've been frantically involved in probably a very psychotic journey. But other than that, there's also people who perhaps maybe haven't suffered as much as you have and haven't been tested, and that, again, that's not their fault. So when they get to 60, they maybe don't have the wisdom that you have currently. And again, this isn't their fault necessarily. It's just what life throws at people. Like,
for sure,
you were maybe thrown things that didn't beat you down too much, didn't keep you. There was enough there to teach you something, but didn't overwhelm you. It may have seemed overwhelming at the time, but obviously it wasn't completely overwhelming, or you wouldn't have come out of it.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, I've had the loss. I know what it's like to lose a child. 2018, I had a child with my girlfriend, planned on getting married. We were together for almost 2 years. Our son had a genetic disorder with low muscle toning and some major health concerns.
Sorry to hear that.
And he spent all of his life in a hospital. So I don't know why that happened, and I had to make peace with it, that it didn't work out. It was the way that it went. And I wouldn't wish it upon anybody. It's really hard to have a child, and then the person that you have the child with to turn on you, I'm a totally different person than when you first met them. It's like a really wild experience.
Right. You see, Ragamuffin, sorry, that type of experience could have knocked someone else off their perch completely, and they may not have recovered. That was a big one. I mean,
can tell, it did knock me off of mine for quite a while. I really was in some low places for some years. So yeah.
I mean, I know even someone like Mike Tyson, I believe he had a daughter that died young, and even a man like him, one of the toughest men on the planet in his prime, still to this day, it's something that can knock him down, if he thinks about it, but yeah, I've never experienced that myself, Ragamuffin, so I'm sorry to hear you went through that. But you did say it changed your partner's personality. I suppose that's understandable. But that must have been hard on you.
Well, they say it was, and they say that a lot of times if two people are together and the woman loses the child, as the mother of the child, there's a thing that takes place where it's hard for her to sometimes want to continue in that relationship with the significant other she had the child with, because it reminds her of the child. So in some perspective, it's like, well, why wouldn't you want to like stay with the person you had the child with and work on things and comfort each other after everything that's happened? And then there's another side of the perspective of, I can't, because being around that person reminds me too much of my child. So
Yeah.
it's a very complicated thing, you know.
Isn't it strange, Ragamuffin, when the switch goes, and sometimes there's no turning it back on in relationships, you know?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Yep.
It just, sometimes the switch just goes, and yeah, people, I won't say they fall out of love, but the spark vanishes and there's nothing you can do about it.
I'll tell you, I'm a singer-songwriter and an artist, and music has been a very stable thing for me, and I've found healing in my heart space because of that. Being able to transmutation, I think, is such a beautiful thing, and I didn't fully understand it until recent times. But it's this idea of bad negative energy of things that we've gone through and or what's projected at us in the world, and then choosing to take that energy, not react to it, of how, like, in the moment, what's coming at us, but to sit with it for a minute and then allow that energy to be transmuted to be used for something of greater value. And so I've been able to do that at times. And I have a gift that, you know, I'm very thankful for, where I can listen to music and I can hear it, and then I can get into what I call the flow state, and I feel the lyrics, and the lyrical content just comes out without me pre-writing it. So it's almost like tapping into the vibrational state at the moment of the vibration of the music that you're hearing, and then, you know, interacting with it accordingly. So it's a beautiful thing, and I'm thankful for it. And I think more people just need these outlets, whether they have resources, where they have a lack of money or whatever it is, that there's a way to find something while working with the internal to couple with that to better the external. And so that's what it's a day by day thing. You know, I didn't get to where I'm at currently overnight. This has been like a journey for quite a while. In fact,
You're very lucky, Ragamuffin, to have found something that gets you through those dark nights of
thank
the
you.
soul.
Yeah.
You know?
Thanks
A
for
lot of
saying
people,
so. Yeah.
for me, I used to like comedy when I was younger, and socializing, partying.
Yeah.
And then I got into writing a little bit as well, here and there over the last few years. You do need something. You definitely need something. I like my exercise as well in the past as well. I've gone back to it now, but in the past I used to do a lot of swimming and running and walking and stuff like that.
Very cool.
And I played sport as well when I was in my younger years. But you know, you definitely need something to carry on, something else to concentrate on, but also to the creative side of things is very good. Being able to sublimate, to rise above, to transcend, change it into something else, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to extract meaning from it that can perhaps help yourself and others, you know.
Sure.
It's a therapy. In many ways, the continuation of one's existence is ongoing therapy for what we have experienced in the past.
It sure is.
Which is interesting. Ragamuffin, you're new here, right? So
I am.
I suppose I better ask you a couple of questions that we usually ask newbies. Hello to Ava. I'll come to you in a moment. Or Avil, sorry. Ragamuffin, 2 questions. What is going on, Ragamuffin?
In the world?
Answer it and take it however you like. Some people take it existentially. Some people go here, there, and everywhere. Take as long as you like. I'm not going to prompt you with any ideas.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say, on a large scale, it is the world is certainly changing technologically, and for good and for bad. There are advancements being made for humanity to better people's lives and make things more comfortable to certain regards, and that's really great. I've been hearing Japan has been bringing out these med beds. I don't know if you're familiar with this technology. This has been a thing that's been discussed for...
What's it called? Medveds?
A med bed, MEDBED.
A med bed.
Med
Okay.
bed, yeah. And these
Yes,
essentially, they put a person on this and they emit frequencies over the body, and then it eradicates disease and problems within the person, right? So, or outside of the person, whatever you want to say. There's a thing to that. And I think that's actually really cool. But then on top of that, we got all these data centers everywhere, right? They're telling everybody they need it for AI. That's not what it's for. It's for surveillance and for control. I think eventually they're going to bring out a biometric and try to connect everybody up to that. So I think we're entering into some really interesting times. But I don't mean to say any of this to give anybody a lack of hope, because there is always hope. And I think that we're organic biological material as humans that have so much potential, we don't realize it. And I think what they're trying to do is, right now, what's going on worldwide, they're trying to push everybody away from their inner divinity. They're trying to cut everybody off from knowing God and realizing God's within them. So you have the religious structures, you have the government content, and then you have the technological advancement working with the government. I think we're in some very interesting times. I mean, I was talking to my mom the other day, and I said, do you remember when I was in like fourth grade, and I had the Dick Tracy watch, and I told one of my teachers in grade school, I need to go to the bathroom solely to get to go in the bathroom and talk to the watch and have a little mission, with my talking watch, right? Nowadays, people are literally talking to their wristwatch and being able to make phone calls off of it. And it's like wild to me. It's like so interesting how we've come from that to where we are in that period of time. And so I think things are moving into a very interesting period where, like I said, it's both. It's split.
And it's speeding up, Ragamuffin. This is the thing. It's actually the invention, the change is speeding up. That's the interesting thing.
It sure is, yeah.
I mean, I sometimes think about people I know who are in their 80s and just the change they've seen in their lives,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which is just like, I actually think they're like, yeah, definitely. Like those people, it's just so remarkable what has gone on in their lifetime. But, I suppose it'll be the same for us, and it's increasing. The change is increasing. I want to go back to what you said, and I do agree. Hope. I think there's always hope. And now we used to get people coming on here saying, "Oh, there's no hope." Hope is just a human, emotion, thought, a feeling, and it is always there, whether you like it or not.
Yep.
Like even someone who unalives themselves, say. That is an act of hope. They may do it because they felt hopeless, but it's actually an act of hope because they're hoping that's the end of it. And unfortunately, they don't know for sure that it is.
No, they don't. And watch this.
So what I'll say is there is always hope, and you should try and craft it in your favor, and try and get as much utility out of yourself to help others and lift others up and make that hope worthwhile. So go ahead, Ragamuffin.
Absolutely, 100%. I was just going to say that, and even in the attempts to take one's life and that control, you can end up in a worse situation. I know a gentleman that I met years ago that I've met online. This guy tried to take his life with a shotgun, and because of his jaw structure, it actually stopped the blast from killing him. So now he lives the rest of his life in chronic pain, attempting to take his life. And it's very sad. And I don't think people think about that. They think when I try to do this, what I mean? You really don't have the control that you think you have in a lot of these regards.
It is very sad. It is very sad. And sometimes a lot of them are actually not deeply thought out, shall we say. It's like a rush of blood to the head. It's something that they had an overwhelming feeling within the last half hour, and it kind of happens on a whim, and they do something, and that's unfortunately the case a lot of the time. It's not a long, drawn out thinking process. It's actually often quite short term. The trauma. I know they might be be depressed or whatever, but the actual trigger for it may have only been relatively recent.
For sure.
Yeah.
And people don't. I think this is the takeaway. If more individuals realize that your words and your thoughts can affect your reality to some extent, they wouldn't be so quick to take those actions, because the way we think and we feel does affect our reality. I don't like that sometimes, and I've really been off-put by that concept for a long time until I accepted it. But unfortunately, I do think and do believe that our thoughts and our words do affect our reality. So if that's the case, then that means that however dire the situation is, that's making you feel that you need to take those actions, there's some other thing that could change in an instant.
Yeah. Objective ethics says that's why medically assisted dying should be available to anyone who wants it. He says that to me. Now, I have spoken to someone called LA before about that. And I do worry about that because in the world that we're in, it seems to be the case in a lot of countries around the world that vulnerable people are not being looked after. And in some cases, they seem to be driven to despair and perhaps even suicide.
Yeah.
So I worry about societies that have, this kind of, I suppose, liberal attitude to medically assisted dying, because my worry is that it will become the norm.
For sure. Yeah.
Instead of focusing on trying to help people, they'll actually say, "Well, here's a ticket out of here if you don't like it here." Because I look, why I worry about that is because I'm talking about the powers that be. Will it be in the powers that be? Will it be in their interests to help the vulnerable? If they're not really doing it now, will they do it if there was this easy access to medically assisted dying? I don't think they would. And unfortunately, in my view, that may mean that rather than end suffering, and it might seem like the easy way out, it might end people's suffering, it may actually extend suffering de facto longer into the future, so that more people suffer horrifically for a lot longer period way into the future, quite simply because the powers that be are not motivated to prevent such suffering, because, as I said, they'll be pushing for people just to leave this mortal
I
coil.
think that's very well said, and I want to answer that. And what that gentleman just said, that I don't think it's an answer out. I think, and I just wanted this to be clear. I don't judge anybody that's having some really major, like, problems in their life, pain. Maybe they have cancer, they have something really awful, they're terminal, and then they want to think about assisted suicide. But again, we come back to, they can attempt to do that, but they may not achieve that. And here's the thing. Here's the other side of this, right? We're not living in a reality where it's choose your own adventure. It is to some extent, but if we're all put here for a reason, trying to end our life earlier than it's intended to be ended, we may have to come back and experience it again. I mean, I leave room open for the entirety of reincarnation. You know what I'm saying? And
I hear what you're saying, but I don't really think about that in my thoughts. As I said, I'm more thinking about the years of actual suffering. It could be that in the future, if people are driven to take their own life through medical intervention, they may go through like 5 years of horrible suffering before that, and it may be that we never resolve that in the future because we just give people a ticket out. But by the way, guys, I'm not. It's a bit of a grey area for me, because look, someone like this Quantum Epic says they've suffered extremely for many years, and they do advocate for medically assisted dying. So I just hope humans won't take their eye off helping others, lifting others up and trying to prevent the suffering of us. Sorry, guys, I'm going on, and there are two new people here. So
I know I haven't introduced myself yet, but before you guys lose that context, I think that's a deeply personal thing, and institutionalizing it brings a lot of other things. I don't think it belongs in institutions whatsoever. Just it's strictly personal nature. But introducing institutions to that is just a recipe for disaster, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, it does seem that a lot of the Americans I talk to don't trust their government. So why would they want to give, the government the incentive to encourage this or control it? I don't know. I'm open to hearing more about it.
I agree with what he just said about it being private, like a private decision. And again, I want to stress that I don't judge anybody for feeling like they want to do that. But all I'm trying to say is, if everything truly does happen for a reason, and we're here for a reason, if we choose to try to take those actions, we may not achieve what we think we're going to achieve. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I leave room for a lot of things, guys, because I truly don't know. So if I'm intellectually honest,
because you have these spiritual beliefs that shape your
They do, but I'm willing to bend them at times, as far as like coming back to the drawing board, because I intellectually don't know. I mean, I've heard stories of a little girl in India who swears up and down she had a past life in another area. Her family starts looking into it. They find there's a corroborated person that existed. She describes, and it's like, what do we make of that? I don't know. I have to leave it open a little bit. I have to leave these things open somewhat to be like, well,
right. Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I completely agree with you. Like,
sorry. I think
well, hold on. It's so weird he mentions that because there's a dude who came on this podcast who was fucking Alexander the Great.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Well, look, guys, we'll stay on this topic. I think it is an interesting topic. It's definitely worth exploring. Abel, do you want to go ahead and say whatever it is you want to say on this topic, if you want to, guys?
Referring to my comment about institutions and whatnot.
Yeah, the medically assisted dying, whether you vibe with it, whether you think it's a good way forwards to open it up and make it more accessible.
Well, first off, since it's my first time here, thanks for having me up. It's very, very rare when I find a conversation like this being had, so it was very, very nice to hear. So on the assisted thing, I guess I got to read your name. Sorry, I'm on my phone, so it might take me a second.
It's D&W,
well,
yeah.
Ragamuffin, I believe.
Oh, Ragamuffin. Yeah.
I'll touch on this because I think it's the furthest away from the actual issue. You're saying like, well, we don't know what's going to happen. Maybe we'll come back and have to go through these trials again until we learn whatever's going on. That could be the case. I think anything is just as likely if we're thinking about the three spokes of the trilemma. But as far as the act itself, I think it's against our nature. We always operate in a way that pushes us away from that. We're always trying to put that thing behind us. I don't think that's optional for human beings. So from that, I think it's a safe bet to say that it's not a good thing. And helping someone do it is evil. I'll use the word there. And then institutionalizing it, like I said, is a recipe for disaster. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. I just want to read this comment. Dr. Cavalcoin was right. We put our animals that are suffering to sleep. Why can't humans have the same humanity for each other? Yeah, I mean, look, there are levels to this. I mean, I'm not so sure about opening it up so anybody can do it. But if somebody is in immense physical pain, you know, because they've got a terminal illness, for example, or an incurable condition, look, it's a very delicate matter. But I know Objective Ethics has some strong views on it, and he's thought about this a lot. So, OE, do you want to go next?
Yeah, and I don't mean to be rude, Vital Vicar. I know you were here first, but I'm actually on my way to work, so I really have very limited time.
That was my fault. But I've done it. Good.
Yeah. If I could just jump in, because I am actually in a hurry here, and I did kind of get this ball started by bringing up MAID. So here's the two issues: is that what happens when I have this conversation with people, and I want to make it clear that I'm not an anti-natalist, nor am I an anarchist. So I don't think it's unethical to actually have children, and I don't think that we want just total anarchy where people can just go do this out on the streets without some kind of medical intervention. That's the key word, is medical. However, I think it needs to be open access to anybody. I don't think we should restrict it to, if you have a terminal illness, or if you only have 2 weeks left to live, then we can give this to you. If people don't want to play the game anymore, we should respect their personal autonomy. And otherwise, what we're doing is forcing people to do something against their will, which is to live a life they didn't ask to be born into. That's a serious problem, because if people actually said, yeah, I want to be born, then you might have an argument there, but nobody did that, right? We're brought into this world. Now, I'm not an anti-natalist. The consent argument only applies if consent is possible. So that works both ways, right? If nobody's in existence, you can't ask them their permission. Once they're in existence, consent now becomes the issue, the primary issue, in my opinion. So that's why I think that people, if we're going to respect people's autonomy, which is the ultimate ethical thing to do, all of our ethical choices are based on our autonomy. And let me just hammer this one other point down, DNW. The globe, the world, someone's phone is going off there. Thank you. The world is in big trouble. We are way overpopulated right now, and we're heading to a disaster. The population is growing almost exponentially. It's really bad shape. We need to find an ethical way to thin the herd. There is no more ethical way to do this than give people the option to make that choice for themselves. There's no more ethical way to do it, right? Every other ethical way is horrible, and I would say that is evil. I don't believe in evil, but that to me is evil. Forcing people to live against their will is evil, and taking people out without permission is evil, right? So the only ethical
Did
thing
you
to
just
do
use the
is
term
to actually
thin
give
the
them
herd for the
the
human
option.
population?
So here's the other thing: is that what I find in this conversation is people tend to strawman the issue. They avoid the actual crux of the argument, which is about personal autonomy. And what they want to do is start talking about the potential dangers, which I respect that we do need to have that conversation. That's a very important conversation to have when we talk about implementation. But before we can get to implementation, we have to decide, is it the right thing or wrong thing to even do, right?
Would you say that I'm strawmanning it?
Do you see my worry? Do you see my worry though, OE, that problems may not be get dealt with if the powers that be may deal with their own problems through, I don't know, private healthcare or something, but they may see, the rest of humanity as, people they don't really have to consider. And then those people, through no fault of their own, find themselves in the lower levels of, social demographics, and there's no option left for them but to go that route because the powers that be will not put research and development into trying to cure things, trying to prevent things, because they have a way of getting rid of people who are suffering. That is to them.
DNW,
I think that
a lot of people are taking issue with the way I use the word evil. Can I clarify that?
One second.
What I'm saying.
One second, Abel. Sorry. What I mean is, to the powers that be, it would be beneficial for them to get rid of the unhealthy, because they'll have fit people left behind to work and to be their servants to some degree. So for them, it's a win situation, and I worry about that. I don't know, OE, if you see what I mean.
Also, I worry about a culture where life means so little. Can we all mute up
when we're not talking, because someone's got some bad background?
Well, I am talking. Can nobody hear me?
Chickpea, can you mute yourself, darling? We can hear your background. Sorry.
Legitimately, can nobody hear me?
I can hear you. If I may have 5 seconds to just clarify what I meant by evil, so we're all on the same page. We're talking about assistance. So if you're taking an action it could be conflated with compassion, but I don't view it that way. That's what I mean.
Shut up, DMW, you suckers.
Can I talk to OE, please, Grumps, if you don't mind?
Yeah, there was a point here. OE was going to say something, and then Vital was going to say something. OE might have to reply.
I've been waiting for like 10 minutes.
So OE, and then Vital, and then OE, and then Chickpea.
Right, OE.
Go ahead, Vital. Chickpea.
I love everything you've just said, because I'm very, very pro euthanasia, and I'm planning on going to Switzerland in a few years' time. And my grandmother was euthanized. She was 104. She comes from Rotterdam, and it's legal there. And I'm very, very pro. And I think euthanasia should be on demand for all of us.
Is she still alive?
Who? My grandmother?
Yeah.
No, of course not. She's euthanized when she was 104.
Oh, I didn't know she was still.
When she was 104.
Yes, she'd had enough.
That's not what we're talking about, Chickpea.
No, I'm talking about euthanasia. She was a very.
I mean, there are, whether we like it or not, there are huge problems that come with this.
Talking about euthanasia.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. You are right.
We weren't talking about.
But there is a huge difference between someone who is infirmed at 104 years old.
She wasn't infirmed.
Finally saying, or whatever, and someone who's 22 years old.
Marathons, Chickpea.
Exactly. Somebody who's 22 years old saying, "I'm sad." Will you let me finish a sentence? Okay.
With it.
There's a huge difference, but no, I will get on with it. Like, everybody just talks over you here. There's a huge difference between somebody who's 104 years old and who is being kept alive by medical science, saying, "I finally want it to be over," and somebody who's 22 who says, I am listless in life and I want it to be over. And you can just
I
walk
agree.
into this pod and take your own life. And woe is the society that produces people that actually think it would be some sort of
I
morally
whole
upright thing to have a pod that children can get into to kill themselves because they're sad.
I wholeheartedly concur with what that man just said. Thank you, Vital.
Also,
Can I say
Christ is
something?
risen.
Sorry.
Christ is risen.
Wilma, my grandmother was not infirm. She was still walking and still looking after herself. She just had enough. It was as simple as that. And when I go to
Chippy,
suicide
do you
clinic,
acknowledge the distinction or not?
well, if somebody in their 20s wants to die, if they suffer from severe depression, that should be their right. I suffer from severe depression.
It is their right. They can kill themselves whenever they want.
All right, I mustn't finish what I'm saying because I'm a woman. I can just be interrupted. I've noticed that.
Oh, you're the king interrupted.
Please respond to that point he made at the end, isn't it?
Now. And you did. You interrupted me just now when I was talking about 20-year-olds. As I was saying, if a 20-year-old suffers from depression.
Well, a man had something to say.
Do you know, DW got some nasty sexist men on here, and I'm off.
Got him.
Cheers. Okay, so now we can have an adult conversation.
But that's the point that I think needs to be contended with. The last thing the gentleman said, forgive me, I don't know your name, but he said they can do it at any time.
Yeah, okay. So 104 is different from a 50-year-old who wants that, right?
Right.
It's not. You're perverting the word to. You're perverting the word at that point because that is not like. It's not in the same referent. You're one person. It's done through despair. On the other end, it's through a full life, and you're just trying to ease them on to the next chapter. So it just seems like a perversion. You're conflating two different concepts and saying this is the same thing. This is when we say assisted, it's both of them at the same. Does that make sense to you?
I think at the core of it, it's just a lack of regard for life. And it goes with the same thing with the abortion thing. It's just like life doesn't matter to people who only believe in the material, to people who don't have some sort of moral backbone. We're just meat bags on a rock, man. And when that's your whole philosophy, when that's your outlook on the universe, then human life means so little that you can kill as many babies and old people as you want. And you know what? Now that teenagers are sad, you can make a pod and they can jump in and fucking kill themselves too because it doesn't matter. That's insane. That is insanity. People who are saying that are full of parasitic demons, as far as I'm concerned. I know that we're trying to be secular here, but how asinine is it to have a society where it is more normal to say we need to kill people before they're born or when they're close to being dead at the end, or now, not just because they're sad whenever. What kind of objective ethics? What kind of ethics is that? Objectively speaking, what kind of ethics are those?
Yeah, it's actually something that goes over your head because you don't actually have a basis or understanding for what ethics or morality actually is, because you believe that a God who drowns babies is perfectly moral. You believe in a God that prescribes and promotes slavery.
That's like a 700% straw man, dude.
It's not a straw man at all. It's not a straw man at all.
It's like 20 of them in one sitting.
It's not a straw man.
Somebody who's constantly.
It's not.
It is.
One at a time. Vital, please.
Shut the fuck up. I let you run your mouth. Now, put on your listening ears. It's not a straw man because it deals specifically with the conversation about morality. Morality is about the oughts. You'll defend these sick, disgusting, fucking divine command theories and call it morality, and then complain at people who actually have an understanding of what morality and ethics actually is. Atheism has nothing to do with ethics or morality. Stop talking. Stop talking. Close your mouth and put your listening ears on. I'm not done. Atheism has nothing to do with morality or ethics. Physicalism doesn't either. These concepts come from a social contract, which every single human being that's a social animal has access to as long as they have empathy and reason. That's demonstrable. That's what the psychology says. That's what the philosophy says. It's you religious dirtbags who fucking like to basically poison the well by saying that, atheists can't have access to morality because it's a physicalist. You're just meatbags. that's a complete red herring, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the concept of morality. The concept of morality is based on empathy. The empathy is respecting personal autonomy as a principle. So my principle holds. You don't have a principle. You don't have a principle that's consistent. It's okay for God to drown babies, but it's not okay for a mother and a father to have an abortion.
The other day you were talking about the social contract, and you're saying you don't base it on people who are not of sound mind. So what about people who are not of sound mind saying they want to off themselves? Do we take their word?
No, before we get into that question,
the
hold on, I will respond to his response, please.
Your name's not Your name's not Owe, brother. The social contract is based on is organized by people. Bro, shut your fucking mouth. The social contract is organized by people who have a functional brain, a healthy mind, and access to empathy. That doesn't mean that we go around and kicking puppies or kicking people who have mental divergencies and stuff because they don't understand.
Should we take if we don't take into the consideration in one area, should we take into consideration?
We are taking it into consideration, which is why we treat them well, which is why we treat our puppies well.
You're saying, Owe, on one side of the fence, you're saying their views don't matter because they're not functioning minds. And on the other side of the fence, you're saying their non-functioning minds matter. That's why they have to go. So
their views about how don't misunderstand me, brother. Their views about how they want to treat themselves absolutely do matter. How they want to treat themselves, as long as it doesn't impact other people, that's what matters. That's what we're respecting here. To have a consistent principle, we're respecting their personal autonomy.
But you're saying it matters in an atheistic paradigm.
He's talking about. Hold on. I need to respond to this. He's talking about the social contract. Okay, the social contract is a concept that was brought about into the world because of like post-liberal Christianity. He's talking about a concept that's so deeply ingrained in the West that he takes for granted where it came from in the first place. Okay, we have the social contract because we built a society based off of Christian morals and values. A social contract can change wherever you go, whoever's in
not true at all.
Whatever little warlord happens to be in control sets the social contract. Okay, when a religion, which is above all that, when the religion sets the social contract, then you have consistency. You talk about not having consistency. The social contract is what isn't consistent. It's a byproduct of men who were Christians who baked that into the cake of their societies, and now we exist and enjoy the fruits of it, and you misunderstand where it comes from, so you want to just tarnish it.
No, that's completely false, because unlike you, I'm actually educated in ancient history and theology, and I know where and when these religions.
Can I steal man?
I know where real quick? Bro, no, just let me respond to this.
I don't think you understood what he said, so.
I heard exactly what he said about the social contract and how this is a common trope that Christians like to say that the world is borrowing the Christian worldview. That's so retarded because it's so ridiculous because he doesn't understand the history of the religion itself, where Christianity came from, how it evolved over the millennia, what the origin stories of Judaism is, that it comes from this henotheistic Canaanite cult that you would call it, this false belief, a false religion. Those all came from the social contract that predates all of this. Before there was any organized religions, any God beliefs whatsoever, before any kind of religious beliefs, then these ancient people lived in groups. They organized and collected themselves by these social contracts. The social contract actually starts and is grounded ultimately in empathy and reason, as we are a social species. This is evidence when you actually study psychology and you study evolution and biology.
Yeah, but if they believe
you don't know that. First of all, there is no organized humanity before organized religion. There's no record of people before we had religion. Okay, we've had religion for as long as we've had thinking people. So what you're saying is kind of asinine. Empathy, these things that you're talking about, in the prehistorical world, these things didn't have the space that you're talking about that they had. These are more modern concepts, and you had all kinds of religions all over the world throughout ancient history that had all kinds of teachings, and some of them were horrific, and some of them were okay, and some of them were really nice. Okay, But you're talking about me misunderstanding history and being uneducated, and then you make a blanket statement about human religion that spans 10,000 years that ends up being wrong. So no,
Nothing I said was wrong. It's again, this just shows your lack of understanding of ancient history and archaeology.
It's not a lack of understanding.
So
you guys are literally making the same argument, and you guys don't understand. You agree with each other.
We actually have evidence. We actually have evidence of the social contract long before the written record that you're talking about. It's true that when cuneiform writing came about in Sumerian around 3,000, 3,500 maybe BCE, that Sumerian culture was already fully developed, and they had a fully developed theology. That is true. But the actual, what I'm talking about, the social contract that we actually have evidence of, goes back tens of thousands of years. We have burial sites. We have evidence of. No, they didn't have religion. You have no way to make that claim. There's no evidence of it whatsoever.
But they have burial sites.
What we have evidence of, we have evidence of
burial sites, but we don't have any evidence that they have religion. Come on, dude.
We have. There's no evidence of it whatsoever. No evidence before.
Inspired by
they had grave sites. That's evidence of religion.
No, it's not evidence of religion. It's not evidence of religion at all. It's evidence that people actually cared about other people. It's not evidence of any kind of religion whatsoever. It's evidence that people cared about each other. It's evidence. We have evidence.
And then somewhere we were all. Hold on. I want to ask a legit question. So we were all enlightened.
We have evidence of fossils. We have fossil records of evidence of Homo erectus, Denisovian, and so on and so forth, where they actually would take care of
people constantly. Jesus Christ!
I was talking.
You have been responding to what he said. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was responding to what he said because he's directing it at me. He's not talking to you, bro.
You have been meandering. You're meandering.
I'm not meandering. I'm defending the point.
I just want to get the timeline
defending the point. I'm defending the point, Abel. The timeline here, we're talking about tens of thousands of years before we have any evidence.
Just keep it concise, please.
I just need to get the timeline straight. So 10,000 years plus ago.
Tens of thousands of
years, which is an extremely ambiguous number. But okay, tens of thousands of years ago, we didn't have religion. We were all atheists. We were all living in caves. We didn't have any sort of spiritual connection to the world whatsoever. And then something happened around 8,000 or 7,000 years ago, where all of a sudden, all over the world, every single culture developed some sort of religion out of nowhere.
No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Okay, well, that's ridiculous. Okay, then you need to explain the timeline.
So the origin of these religious beliefs starts with animism. Okay, animism is where it starts. That goes from animism to totemism, probably, most likely. And then from totemism and ancestor worship, kind of, we think, started around the same time. But it all started with animism. Okay, where we're looking around and thinking that the thunder was a god, that the rain was a god, the ocean was a god. That's animism, where they animate the natural world around them. They had no concept of these anthropomorphic gods. Those anthropomorphic gods is a much, much, much later tradition, probably right around the time of the agricultural revolution, right around 10,000 BC.
Who invented that then? Who made the
anthropomorphic
ones?
We don't know. The earliest evidence, hard evidence we have would be the written record in Sumeria. That's the earliest hard evidence we have for these anthropomorphic gods. We have no evidence prior to that.
But can you for sure draw the line of the religions we know in history were inspired by these social contracts? Because you can't prove that they didn't have religion. You can't.
You can't prove that they did. You're making the positive claim that they did. The positive claim I'm making is that we have the positive claim that I'm making is that we have evidence of this social contract. We don't have evidence simultaneously with any religious beliefs whatsoever. That's
the claim that I'm making. You're making an inference with it at the same time. You're saying it.
I'm saying I have every reason to reject the claim because there's no evidence for your claim. The evidence states that we have, as I said, that we have evidence of this social contract in other types of Homo erectus species, even taking care of injured people that couldn't actually hunt for themselves, being taken care of. We know this by bone breaks and healing bones and other things that you could see in the in anthropology. You see this in anthropology, in geology, when we dig up these fossils. Then you get to things like
where this all came from when somebody said that we don't ask dogs for their permission before we euthanize them. And then it was analogized to humans. That's where this came from, right?
This came from me saying that this is part of a social contract, and that Vital Vicar saying that atheists have no access to morality because we're all just meatbags. That's what started all
bring
this.
it back to what we're actually talking about and not do like the fractal spiral moral?
I didn't start this fractal spiral. I only responded to what was being said by Vital Vicar about the atheists not having access to morality. This is nonsense. Keep the poisoning the well out of the conversation. No problem.
Access to morality is an oxymoron because if you operate in a group, you have it. So
at the tail end of this, you're going to talk about all this morality, and then you're going to tell me that there's some magical screen in the vagina that turns a baby from a clump of cells into a human being, so you can't kill it anymore. And then you're going to tell me that just because we need to thin the herd was the exact words that you used. We need some thinning of the herd. So we're just going to let anybody who's sad hop into a suicide pod. I'm sorry, sir. I don't think that you have any grasp of objective morality or any kind of morality whatsoever. It sounds like you're in a fucking death cult, actually.
Whoa.
What I said was we need an ethical way to do this, first of all. So that does show that there's morality to it. What I also said is this is based on people's personal autonomy.
I mean, hold on. Before we get away from that context, you're saying the moral thing for humans is to decrease humans. So it's a circular loop. Technically, like debate bro braining you, it is.
It's not circular at all. It's not circular at all.
It all ends in death. That's why my name is the Vital Vicar.
Owie, in terms of personal autonomy, what is the test to say they have sufficient autonomy? I mean, if we don't let them vote or we don't let them drive a car, I mean, should we let them decide to end their own life?
You know, I don't know. I can't answer that question. I'm not a neurologist. There's got to be a test, I would imagine, that science can figure out, and I would leave it up to scientists.
Imagine being so deeply misled in the world that you have to wait for a scientist to do a study to tell you that's wrong. And that, my friend,
don't do character attacks, bro.
Hold on a second. Okay, I won't. But I will stay with this. I will say that, my friend, is why 9 times out of 10, a religion, almost any religion, is going to beat secularism and atheism, because that moral backbone slides around like a fish without some sort of consistency. If you don't believe, you can say what you want about people who believe in the Abrahamic religions. They have believed the same thing for thousands, hundreds of years, a couple of thousands of years. With Jews, it's even longer. But for you, all your beliefs are going to shift because some scientist did a study that said it's okay to fucking murder a kid.
So the difference between us, brother, is that we both believe in letting humans tell us what is right and wrong. I believe in the scientific method because it's the most honest method, because it accepts correction. You believe in a book that was written by people about gods that were invented by people, and you hold a dogmatic view that refuses to accept any scientific advancements, irregardless of the fact that when new information is introduced, you should always go back over things that you consider to be true, because you will find out inevitably that something you believe will be incorrect. We're all infallible. Infallibility is a virtue. Religious people are dogmatic. They don't believe that infallibility is a virtue. They don't believe they can be infallible. You've made demonstrable. You've made factual claims that you've made factual claims about God's existences and Jesus' existences and this morality existence based on a religion that you can't even demonstrate to be true.
You're roping other shit into it as well. You guys are both doing it. Just stay with the topic.
But also, hold on. Let's just be fair here, because I want to say something to OE, because you and I are going to argue for a long time. I feel like you and I are going to be like noodles, and we're going to argue for years on this goddamn panel. You need to understand that I am not. And I apologize. Please forgive me. When I'm playing the part of the troll, I really, really get dogmatic because I want to twist your nipples. But you must understand that I know it's kind of hot too. You must understand that I struggle with these things myself. I'm on a spiritual path myself. I'm at the place that I'm at because I've followed what I think are logical conclusions. Maybe during my panel, I can make that clearer to you. But please don't lump me in with some fucking snake-waving evangelical at a megachurch. Like, that is not the way that I perceive Christianity. I'm not an anti-science guy. It's not the way that works. And it doesn't even work that way in the Orthodox Church, like even with the hardline people. So please, let's
Actually,
get to a
it does. In
different
fact, the
path.
people who deny evolution tend to be religious people. The people who think the Earth is flat tend to, not all, but tend to be religious people. These people are the conspiracy theorists that are. If you look into the studies in
But
psychology,
listen, dude,
people who
hold
are
on.
religious are significantly more likely to buy into conspiracy theories. This is based on studies, numerous
Let
meta
me give you
studies
a
that have been done.
newsflash, brother.
Hold
If
on.
you eliminate
Let me wrap up what
religion,
I'm
you will
saying in
not
peace here.
eliminate stupid people. They will always
I
be
know.
here with us.
But then
It's
in
not
peace, can I
religion.
say, hold on, forgive me for being dogmatic when I'm trolling or misled, and I will forgive you for having a misapprehension of who I am and where my spirit lies because I came up front with my Christianity to you.
Yay.
Okay? And that's kind of hot. Can we do that, though, moving forward? Because oftentimes I think that, like, when you
Abel,
reply,
no offense, brother. I'm sorry to catch up. Abel, no offense, brother, because I know that you think you're trying to be helpful right now, but all you're doing is interjecting unnecessarily when I'm responding directly to what's being said. Now, Vital has just admitted that he's actually trolling. So if he's not engaging in a good faith conversation,
no,
why
that's
don't
not what
you
I
talk to
said.
him about
Well,
That's
I
not
don't
what
know
I
how I
said.
would know that.
I didn't say that at all. I said that sometimes when I'm feeling trollish, I'll get intentionally dogmatic. I asked for your forgiveness if moving forward, you and I can have a little bit more clarity because I think that what you're doing is making assumptions. Oftentimes, when I ask you a question or propose something to you, you don't respond to me or my question. You attack my religion, which is crazy because even I have like questions about my religion. So I want to like not do that.
Yay.
Fair enough. I'll try to focus a little bit more specific. I thought I was focusing directly on what you were saying. I'm pretty sure I thought I heard you say that I trust scientists, and you were just promoting religion as being the atheistic
But
worldview. The
you
secular
can
worldview is based on the
you
Christian worldview.
can
I thought that's what I heard you say. That's what I thought I was addressing.
you can believe in a Christian worldview and actually like understand that science is real. And that's what I'm talking about. Is that like you're lumping
Yeah, I
all
agree.
Christians in
I
with like
agree.
you're lumping all
I agree that
Christians
you
in with
can.
like toothless evangelicals, and that's not what we're doing. I just wanted to be
Oh,
clear
man.
about
No,
that.
I agree that you can. I do
Guys,
agree that you can.
I want to bring
Guys.
Zil. You haven't said much. Go ahead.
Yeah, objective ethics. I wanted to talk about this.
What's that jingle in the background? Whose jingle is that?
Yeah, I don't care. That's
I
fine.
just muted. I
Let
apologize. I opened a window and I have wind chimes going.
let the wind chimes chime, sucker. Objective ethics. Now you have this framework, and it was invented by people. So wouldn't that make it subjective ethics or subjective morals, sucker?
No, I don't think this panel wants to spend the time discussing subjective versus objective morality. I'm happy to do it because that's in my wheelhouse, and I've already
I'd
run you
love to
through this
hear that,
argument about
actually.
1,000 times.
Not interesting.
But
No, it
Dude,
is interesting. I want
been
to
on
hear
this
that.
panel before?
How is that not interesting?
Have you been
Are
on this panel
serious?
before? Of course we would. Of
It's
course we
because
would.
it's not really consequential. It's just a
It
definition thing.
is.
It's just
It's
definitions, bro.
it's the
Like, do things
crux
have
of his
morals if they
view.
exist
Are
in
you
a group?
kidding
Of
me?
course they do.
Well,
Well,
you're
you
not.
can
Hey,
okay if you want to take a
You're
position
not.
where everything is determined, a deterministic point of view. Like, how is that interesting? It's the same old thing.
It's very interesting. This is theological
Okay, well, yeah,
discussion,
go ahead. Go
and
ahead. I'm
yeah,
not
we
stopping you.
we do this all the time. And where have you been? What do you know? What panel you're on?
I'm a first timer here, actually, and I'm not being kind of rude, aren't I?
Yeah, well,
Sorry
you're a
about that.
sucker. Everybody is,
But if
though,
we
so
are
don't
gonna
even
go
worry
down this,
about it.
what if we are gonna go down this route? I would say though that, as I said in the comments, you can't point to nature and say that just because something is natural, that automatically makes it right or wrong. That's fallacious reasoning, and you just can't claim that something is moral or amoral or immoral just based off of if it occurs naturally or in nature or not.
yes, you're right
Wait, is
about
that
that. But we have to be
Jay?
careful about the fallacy there, Jay, because we have to remember that at some point ontology is going to get circular, and we also have to understand that there are brute facts, what we all accept to be brute facts at one point or another. Nature being a brute
We
fact.
don't have
So
to do
at some
that.
point
Hey,
you are going to end up appealing to a brute fact, and that's not a fallacy. That's even though it's technically
yeah, but
fallacious to appeal to nature fallacy. The fallacy states that it's not necessarily a bad argument because you're ultimately forced to, at some point, appeal to a brute fact or a circular argument.
Try to
No,
try
but
to have
I
one
don't appeal to
conversation
brute
where you
facts.
don't talk
I
about
hold to
value.
subjective morality, so I don't appeal to brute facts when I talk about morality because I believe in a subjective morality.
Yeah, but does objective?
I just
That's
want to
fine,
point out that
but
if you're in an argument with
objective
somebody
morality,
and
subjective and
If you
objective
say,
morality.
if you
you've already
say, I'm
lost the debate.
sorry, objective ethics, can you just expand on that then to get us all on the same page? You're saying we all have to
Yeah,
appeal to brute fact at
I
some
will do
point.
that, and I'm not. Yeah, guys, I have to walk across the street to work, so I'll be back on the
Oh,
the
okay.
panel in about.
No,
I'll be back on the.
no.
I'll be back on the panel.
Sure.
I'll be back on the panel
All
in
right,
about
man.
10,
See you
15
later.
minutes once I get settled. Okay, I just didn't want you guys to
All
think I was
right.
just taking off on you. I will be back, and we'll get into it. I'll be
All
listening.
right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
See you,
thank
man.
you, Oe.
Have fun at
Okay,
work.
guys. You know what, guys? We better go back. Avil is new here as well.
Welcome, Abel.
What is happening?
What's up, buddy? Do I call you DNW or do you have a?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can call him Buster.
I am. I do 10-hour shifts, so I'm just finally off for the week. Got my lawn cut. Just doing chores.
Good stuff.
Thank you, brother. I did mean that question existentially, but you can answer it however you want.
What am I up to, or how did you phrase it?
What is happening?
What is happening? Everything.
What is going on?
Okay, I feel like I'm.
You're on trial.
Yeah,
You're
like if
on
you.
trial.
Oh, you're not on trial, Avil.
And
Some jobs
DNW
have
is the
that one
prosecutor.
question, and they have like if you answer it a certain way, you're out.
Do you want a defense
No,
lawyer?
it's not like that.
Hire
You can
me.
say what you like.
You can hire me. I'll
You can
be
say
your
what you
defense
like.
lawyer. DNW,
What
how
is
dare you
that?
ask such questions?
I
Objection,
suppose
speculative.
what is up is that we're getting to that point of year where the sun is running away from us, and it's going to be getting cold soon. Summer's going away. Going to hit fall. It's going to get a bit depressing. Suppose that's kind of the undertone. Um, I'm not good at poetry. I don't know where I'm going with this. That's the
Okay,
hot
buddy, no
potato.
problem. No worries. Abel, have you ever had a paranormal experience?
Once
Would you like to share it with us?
I was in Wisconsin at a buddy's. I was living with a friend. I went to the bath. I woke up in the morning, went to the bathroom, and then one of the sink drawers popped open. They're self-seating drawers, so they don't open. You have to tug them to open. The thing fucking slammed open and almost ripped off the hinges or the sliders. Um, Scared the shit out of me and my dog. I thought my friend was playing a prank on me. I spent probably 20, I don't, not 20 minutes, like 10 minutes maybe examining it. Maybe another 4 hours trying to figure out what in the world would make it pop open. I got home from work, talked to my buddy, and I said, "Are you fucking with me?" And he asked me what happened. I told him, and he's like, "Oh no, there's a couple ghosts that live up there." And I'm like, "You're lying." And he's like, "Well, my sister's the one who's always met them." So I told him to call her on his phone right that second because I don't want him texting. I was like paranoid. They're all fucking with me. And she said, "No, there's an old man and a little girl who live up there. They're pretty nice." Now, am I convinced? No. The older I get, the more the memory seems false to me. But the fucking drawer popped open and it was weird. I got no other explanation besides that. So
Damn.
Thank you,
kind
brother.
of
That
in
was
line of like
strange.
shit falling off shelves. Sorry, go ahead.
Now that was a strange story. Very weird. Can I ask, were you emotionally disturbed at the time? Because apparently these entities, if they do exist, people say they attach themselves to emotionally disturbed people. So were you going through a rough patch, or do you remember?
Yeah, I wasn't really cognizant of it. Doing a lot of drinking, but definitely
Interesting. Okay,
like
thank you.
100%. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. JE, you've popped on. What did you want to say? Thank you, Abel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I was just. I think I said what I already wanted to say, which was that you know, the that appealing to nature as a foundation for morality is fallacious and a bit irrational, and a bit it's a bit of a mistake because of the fact that there are many things that happen in nature that we humans wouldn't consider to be moral. You know, like how animals rip each other apart um, for for survival. You know, to consume each other for to survive, or the fact that there's many like natural disasters that happen that cause a lot of harm and suffering and death to both humans and animals. So I think appealing to nature as a foundation for morality is a very mistaken, wrong thing to do.
Zil,
Damn.
you've also come on the show. I know you were talking about what the other guys were saying, but did you want to say anything in particular yourself?
Yeah. Just that comment you have, just put it back up.
All right.
Yep. Animals rip each other apart for enjoyment, guys. So we actually need to imprison these absolute maniac criminals in the jungles and the deserts and in the oceans who are just being homicidal maniacs without punishment. And we absolutely need justice. Okay, since we're just animals and we arrest each other, oh, why are we letting these other criminals go free? And that's all I got for now.
Zil, that would be only the animals that eat their own kind, though, right?
Okay.
No, again, that just demonstrates that again there is no morality in nature.
Then why do we arrest
Yeah,
each
there
other if we're
absolutely
just
is.
damn?
Can I give you?
If we're
Can I
just
give
No,
you an
there's
animals,
not.
example?
Nature is amoral. It's not. It doesn't have it doesn't have anything to do with
yeah.
morality.
Well,
You can't.
humans are
So
part
there's
of
a
nature.
species.
Humans are part of nature, and we have laws, sucker.
There's
Yes,
a
but that's a
species
human
of spider.
construct. That
There's a
that doesn't
species
really
of
exist
spider.
in nature. Go
I'm. T-
ahead.
I'm gonna. I'll. I have two examples of how it does exist. So don't. You can put the objective word in your holster and wait just after my two examples. So you have a species of spiders where the female will lay the eggs and the babies will hatch and eat the father. That is a moral social morality is a set of social behaviors. So that would be one. And then on the other end, you have elephants who have long ties and long memories. They're closer to us, and they all have social systems on how they work. Chimps too. Uh, so animals absolutely have them. Dogs, wolves, cats, probably like definitely insects because they're highly organized, hive mind like. So what do you mean when you say they don't have morals?
Oh, that spiders in the praying mantis thing. I thought that was just Florida women.
Anyways, but look, what I'm saying is that it's all it's not something objectively real. It's just a human construct. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so it isn't objective.
What is it? What is a
Okay.
construct?
Okay.
Can you
No.
explain the construct?
Well, the contract is that humans created like these set of rules and just determined that they were right to follow amongst ourselves.
How is that different than animals?
Right.
Okay, well, you can say that. Okay, if maybe animals they might have the same thing, but isn't that
I'm
us?
just asking.
Isn't that
Well,
just us projecting our like our sense of morality onto them?
we're nature, though. We're just part of nature, bro.
Yes, I agree that we're part of
And
nature, but yeah, I agree
okay.
with that.
So we need to stop the criminals, those lions, those freaking sharks. You kidding me? Those leopards and shit. Are you kidding me? There's
I
murderers roaming free out there and they need to be imprisoned. What are you talking about?
I'm just trying to find like what the distinction is between how we act socially versus animals, and where we start using the word morality for us. Like, why do we have the word morality for us and we just call it social behavior for them? Does that make sense?
Look, I get that, but at the end of the day, what I'm saying, the whole point of what I'm making is that it's all a contract and not objective.
It's all a contract.
A contract or a construct. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I'm a very pedantic person, so I don't know if we want. I'm hesitant to go down this road because like now I want to know what you mean by construct. I think you're shifting words around
No, I'm
ultimately.
not shifting words around. A contract is something that um uh people, or in the case of animals, like a group of sentient um beings agree upon, who
Apes.
have an understanding with each other and
Just some
come to a
apes and
consensus
monkeys,
on.
right? We're just some monkey apes, bro. Why
Yes,
don't
I
we
agree that.
arrest?
Yes, I agree that
Why don't?
humans are apes. I agree that
Right,
humans
right.
are
I know.
animals. I
Right,
agree with
right.
that.
Okay, so
Well,
why don't we arrest the murderous chimpanzees and orangutans out there,
That's what
sucker?
I'm
If
saying.
we're
It's because
just
nature is
apes and
amoral.
monkeys,
Because according to
okay,
nature,
then
if a
let's
chimp
arrest
kills
them.
another, if wait,
Let's
if a chimp,
arrest them.
wait a second, let me finish. If a chimp,
You
if a
sound
chimp,
dumb.
if wait a second, bro. If a chimp kills another chimp, then according to nature, that's amoral. It has nothing to do with morality. It's just another event that happened.
Okay,
that's
why do
not
we have
true. It would
precedent?
be context specific to the chimp troop.
No,
So
it's
like
not
sometimes a matriarch.
No, objectively speaking, it's not something that would be
See, this
objectively
is what
right
I
or
meant by
wrong.
keep it in the holster because if you bring objectivity into it, are you saying morality becomes objective specifically for humans and it's not objective for
No,
animals?
I'm saying across the board, morality is subjective across the board. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, cool. Great. What's up, Objective Ethics? Are you all settled in? Oh, he left. Yeah, look at your
Exactly.
subjectiveness.
It's like
You
what
know
Cougar
what?
Doomer said. I agree with
No.
Cougar Doomer. Humans are apes. Apes kill each other. Humans decided that was a bad idea. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
This
and
is
I'm
what I mean
saying
when
we
I
need
said you
to
just
arrest
shuffle
the
around words,
I'm
you
not
know?
shuffling around words, bro.
no. We need to arrest the apes that are murderers are out there. Okay, there are murderous apes, and we need to arrest them. Are you kidding me?
Azil, could you stop trolling for like 2 seconds, man?
No, I'm not trolling, and I'm not gonna stop pushing that issue, sucker. We need to imprison those murderous apes. What do you
You're
think
not
they're
you're
What
not
do
doing?
you
adding
guys
anything
think
to the
about this?
conversation.
Got two more guys. You guys
You're
got
not thinking, Jay.
any
You're not
input?
thinking.
But anyways, yeah. So how am I switching words around? Azel.
Because
Oh, Azel, I mean.
initially you said they don't have morality specific to animals, and then I asked, I said
But
like
you know what I mean.
keep
I
them.
meant objective morality. I mean objective morality. That's what I mean. I'm not switching.
What is not objective to the morality? Let's take wolves for example. Wolves share the same morality throughout the entire world. Would you agree?
I don't know. I don't know a lot about wolves, but let's just say yeah, they do, just for the sake of argument.
Okay,
Arrest them.
is that subjective or objective?
It's subjected to the wolves, right? That's what it is.
This is what
Right.
I mean, dude. You're
This is
not. You're creating a separate
I don't
category for
understand why
humans,
you're
and then you introduce the word objective, and you don't.
what.
You
How?
grant yourself
morality.
objectivity when you create the category of humans because we are humans, right?
Shut up,
This is what
Rocky.
people do when they say that animals don't have souls. Not only can most people not quantify the soul, they can't explain it. A lot of
It's
people don't
funny,
believe it.
right?
Scientifically, it cannot be found, but we hold that we have a soul. And we have the gall to say we can look at some type of deeply spiritual creature and say they don't have one. It's
I don't.
just, it's, go ahead.
I, Again, I don't understand what's so confusing. I said animals have a subjective morality that's subjective to them. Just like
Right. So here's
It's
why
either all
I'm an
subjective or it's
objective.
all objective. Go ahead, Zil.
Here's why I'm an objective Viking, because all me and my Viking friends want to steal from people, and that's totally cool. And we kill people, okay? And that's totally cool with us. And according to your subjective morality, you have to say that's just as cool as your morality, sucker.
no, I'm not. I can have an opinion and say that I
Just
think
as
that that's
good.
wrong. I think that it's
Nope,
wrong.
nope. I have the numbers. I have the social contract, okay? I got the
No,
numbers. It's just as good as yours. Your thing is consensus based. How many numbers you have behind you. What if I had more numbers
Okay,
and you
well then
like
I
to
guess you're right. Well,
steal?
I guess
Then I
so. Yeah,
then
I
I'm
guess
correct.
no, not that you'll be correct. It's just that might would make right.
All right. Might makes right is your view, Jay.
No, I'm not saying that
Yes,
it's my view. I'm just saying that that's what you would be able to do because you have more numbers than me.
right. Wow. Okay. So your whole view is consensus based wins. So if during World War II, if the bad guys won, then you would have to say, well, what would you say?
Well,
If
I
they
would
had
say,
the majority, what would you
I
say?
would say that that's unfortunate that they won. That's what I would say. It's if, according in my
You
own
have
opinion.
no way to point to which we should choose, A or B. You
Yes, I
have
can.
no
I can.
arbiter of those decisions. No,
No,
you don't.
what
It's
I
just consensus based. That's ridiculous.
no, but what I can say is that I can appeal to everyone having like a consensus on what's right and what's wrong and appeal to
Gay.
that.
That's so gay.
What?
That's dumb.
How is that dumb?
Because does this mean you agree with every society that is on Earth currently? Do you agree with Sharia law, for
No,
example?
of
You
course
don't
not.
agree with Sharia law. Okay. But they have consensus on that, don't they? So
If
Right,
I
this
may,
within
is
their
like,
valid for
society,
you.
within their society, but according to us in the West, in our
Oh,
society, we don't agree with that.
if I
okay.
really quickly may respond to just one chat, it'll take like 2 seconds. That witch, or WHIC, I can't see the rest of your name, but he said many of us would be dead if murder was legal. Um, we could take that and juxtapose it against other types of social systems. If you create a legal framework, it's still 100%. You can map it onto any other type of social structure. So all legal is in that point is like if you have think of the Wild West. If you have this rogue murderer running around, people from their town and their community would get together and take him out. So I just I don't think tagging the word legal onto it, if you made it legal, would things be that much worse off? No, I don't think so. Maybe you'd have a rebound period where you'd have a spike, but at the end of the day, nothing would change. I could be wrong though. That was a full
Look,
derailment, wasn't it? Sorry, boys.
look, here's what we need, guys. We need to be able to decide between two choices, A or B, what is more moral so that we can all have a great society. How do we decide between choice A or B? Because
Right.
it cannot be consensus based. That's ridiculous.
Why can't it be consent? We do.
Because why can't it? Because if the World War II bad guys won, they would have consensus, and your worldview says that that is just what it is. And that's not good enough because that's immoral what they want. So that's why your worldview is not good enough.
Yeah, but the same would apply to objective morality as well too, though. Even if you could somehow prove that morality was objective, that still doesn't mean that the bad guys would follow the right thing, right? So
It's
No,
not of any
they,
consequence, brother. It creating the two categories for philosophical inquiry, fine, but pragmatically speaking, it's of no consequence. And pragmatically speaking, it's all synonymous throughout most of the, at least for mammals, right?
consensus based morality, guys.
no, but again, but we agree to
Consensus based
no, but
morality.
you agree to a consensus based morality every single day without realizing
No,
it.
If there wasn't
I have
consent,
to
we couldn't
follow the
have
laws.
contract. We couldn't have a loan.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say. Exactly.
No, my morals come from God. I appeal to God,
No,
right?
God's morality
No,
would still be subjective to God. It still doesn't change
no,
anything.
God as a transcendent being,
No,
his
but no,
subjectivity is
no, 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 no,
objective
no.
to
It's
all
still
humans.
subjective to God. God is just still has his own
Listen to
point
this.
of view.
Listen to me. God as a transcendental being's subjectivity is objective to all humans. So your point is moot. Okay?
No, again, that's still just God's opinion,
Yes, it
right?
is.
It's God's
No.
opinion,
Okay.
right?
Do you know
That's
what
all
I
it
mean by
is.
transcendental
Yes,
being?
I know
Do
what
you
it
know what I
is.
mean by
Yes,
that?
yes, but that still
Okay.
doesn't mean that
Okay.
that it makes
Now,
God objectively
so
right, though.
subjectivity to a transcendental being as the creator will be objective to all humans.
No, it
Okay.
wouldn't. It would still be God's
Yes.
subjective opinion.
Okay. In relation to all humans, it is objective to us.
No, it's still not objective. That's still just God's point of
It
view.
is.
No, it's not.
In relation to all humans, it is objective.
No, it's not. It's still just God's
I'm changing the
opinion.
term.
You're using the phrase "it's just God's opinion." Do you realize how asinine that sounds?
It's not asinine.
Like
It's the truth.
if God is real and if God is real, then it's not his opinion. That's the truth of the universe.
No, it's not.
Come on.
No, that's just God's truth. It's his subjective truth. That's all it is. It's not objective.
Transcendental being. Think
Guys,
about that.
1 second, guys. I want to welcome Set Scales to the show. Set Scales, you're live and Finding Gnosis. What are you compelled to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, what's up?
Welcome, brother.
I hear people talking about morality, so I thought I'd come up.
Yeah. What up, sucker?
Well, at the end of the day,
How's
too,
it
you have to
going?
prove as well, too, that God is transcendent at the same time.
Yeah, think about transcendence of God, right? So he, as the creator, cannot be subject to the creation. However, he can enter into his creation as he wills. Now, as the transcendental being who is the creator, his subjectivity is objective for all of his creation.
No, it's not. It's still just his
Yes, it is.
subjectivity. No, it's not.
Listen, wait, as applied, his subjectivity as applied is effectively objective for all humans.
No, it's not. It's
So
still just his
yes,
opinion.
it is.
No, okay, like think about it like this,
It
right?
is.
If I created a simulation with like a whole like a species of sentient creatures and stuff, and I created like a bunch of moral rules for them that I determined was right and wrong for them, that would still just be my opinion on morality. So it still would be subjective to me. It still doesn't change anything.
You're not a
Here's the
transcendental
difference.
being, bud.
Here's the difference between you and God is that you have a limited awareness and are only experiencing a small amount of finite things throughout your life, whereas God is experiencing and knowing everything at once.
Damn.
The intelligence of God is far beyond us, and it's really not subjective. It's subjective from the sense that it's everything at once coming together to decide what is right and wrong.
Yeah, but it's
Can
still
you
just
tell
God's
me
opinion at
what
the end of the day.
consequence it is if we let's just pretend you could snap your fingers and everyone would agree, we'd all come, or not agree, but we would all come to the understanding of one of two. One, morality is objective, we're all on the same moral page. Two, it's subjective and we all get to decide whatever makes us happy. What is the consequence of it? What utility is there of even discussing it?
No, I agree with you, Abel. I agree. Like ultimately speaking, it doesn't matter if it's objective or subjective. People are just going to do what they want to do anyway. I agree with that.
Absolutely does matter. It absolutely does matter.
Are you crazy?
I'm not saying it does or doesn't. I'm asking if it does, or I'm asking the utility. It's a utility, so I'm just asking why.
Jay, it doesn't matter to you, huh? Yet your
No, it
your
does.
left, objective ethics has his whole
No,
name
I'm not
about
saying it
it.
doesn't matter to me. Of course, it matters to me. What I'm saying, ultimately speaking, even if you could prove it was objective, at the end of the day, people are going to do what they're going to do anyways.
That matters. This matters in philosophical conversation. If you don't want to
I
engage
agree
in
with that. I'm not saying it doesn't matter in philosophical
Okay, that's what I'm asking though. Hold on. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. You're saying it matters. That's my question. I'm asking why it matters if it's subjective or objective. Why?
Well, because if it's subjective and you have all these millions or billions or however many people running around, each saying that their way is right, and it interferes with other people's ability to objectively express themselves in the world, then there's a problem.
Right. We need to be able to decide between A or B and have an arbitration system, an arbiter to help us decide A or B. What is more moral?
Okay,
What is more
so I'm gonna say it back to you just so I don't misrepresent your point. You're saying that if there is an objective moral for us to follow, it matters because if we don't follow it, things will be off course Is that a fair characterization?
We'll just make it inherently more chaotic and produce a tremendous amount of needless suffering for ourselves.
Right,
Okay,
because
so
it
now
does boil.
now hold on, part two. We're assuming that this is the state of the world. There's objective morals.
Not assuming it. I'm not assuming it.
I just for the sake of argument, though, I'm done. This is
I'm
like
not.
2 seconds, and
You
I'm done.
can,
So
but
if
I
that's
don't.
the case, why are things the way they are now? If it was objective, this is what I
Because
mean by it being a moot
yeah, I
point.
mean,
And
you see, the state of the world now is the ultimate proof that morality is objective. Because there's no way it would
No,
be
it's not.
so messed up if it
you know
wasn't.
how many children are killed in the womb?
Then
If that was
nope,
the case,
nope. Then we cannot decide between A or B. If there's no objective morality, there is no decision between A or B. This is why
Yes,
I'm
you
an
can decide
objective
between A or
Viking.
B. If you
No,
if
you
you have
can't.
certain values and
I'm
morals,
a
you can
Viking. I
decide.
don't care. I don't care about your A or B. I'm a freaking Viking and I got numbers, better numbers than you, sucker. And you know what? We like to steal shit. Okay?
Right. So that's what I'm saying, right? So even if you could prove to the Vikings that God existed and God, they should follow whatever God says, they're gonna do what they're gonna do
Brother,
anyway. So it doesn't matter.
No, actually, you're wrong. Because
brother.
when the Vikings were exposed to Christianity, they actually converted.
Really?
Okay, we're
like,
Where's
not
the
don't get
proof
me
of
trying.
that?
wrong,
We're
Where,
guys.
not
where's the
doing.
proof?
I've never had
We
stronger
no,
faith. I
Citation
no.
believe
needed.
in one
Citation
God, but
needed.
I just don't
I'm a
see the
new.
utility of
I'm a
ever
new
making the
Viking.
distinction.
Do
Can
not.
anyone give me the utility of the distinction between objective and subjective, other than we just argue and have fun?
Yes, I can give you the utility of it because subjectivity boils down into consensus based morals and rules. Okay. Why this is a problem is because if the World War II bad guys won, they would have had the consensus and the majority, and under a subjective situation, that would have to be quote unquote good, just as good as what we have in America now.
Somewhere in
Yeah, but let's
time,
follow that. Let's
somewhere in
follow your
time, would you like to
hypothetical
come on,
down.
darling?
Hold on. Let's keep
Somewhere in
going with
time.
it. Let's follow the hypothetical. The Nazis win in World War II. All the Jews are exterminated. There's new children born, and they are kept out of the history, so they have no type of recollection on this.
Right. They have consensus.
Morality is still objective in this world, and God exists, and He is true. I believe it, but for the sake of the argument, what changes?
What
Even in
changes
your
is
analogy, nothing changes.
everybody becomes this hateful person. The Yazis were worse than just hating Jewish people.
But we
Like
live in a
they were
world, and your
terrible. Now,
understanding of objective morality,
okay,
and that happened anyways. So what changes?
no,
Exactly.
no, because they could have won, and under your worldview, that is just as valid as what we have in America now. They could have won, and if they did, it would be just as valid under your worldview. And I take major
But you're
issue with that.
disregarding the hypothetical I just put forward. Right now, we're on the hypothetical that they did win. They did exterminate them.
Right.
There's new children born with
Okay.
no recollection of that, and they're in a new world with objective morality. Just like
Exactly.
if we would keep going with the
that would
equation, the
be
worst case
you're in
scenario.
a new world with subjective morality given by the bad guys in this situation. That would overtake consensus in the world, and that would become the new good, I guess. And that's just not okay.
What I think it is.
Okay.
What I think it is a fundamental misunderstanding of what subjectivity means. There is a collective. I mean, I'm kind of a Jungian, so I won't get too
Consensus-based. You said
woo-woo on you guys,
collective.
but there is a
It's
collective.
consensus-based. It's consensus-based.
It's very tied into morality because it is consensus-based, but there is a collected moral sense to people. But it is still
Not if they're
subjective,
World
and
War
their
II.
subjectivity is pushed upon by the group. So it's the group that pushes on the subjectivity.
Look, if a worldview boils down to consensus, it crumbles. Don't mute me, JW, you sucker.
I don't think it would ever be consensus. Like, you couldn't convince somebody that stealing from them is in their best interest, right?
Quiet
I
down
don't
now,
think it.
guys, for a second.
I think
We have a
Vikings
newcomer.
don't care
The
about
poet is
stealing
here.
from you.
Thank you. The poet, go ahead.
This is
steal
no
from you,
hour
too.
for shadows or dread,
Oh, Jesus,
but a
this guy.
season for brilliant, clear hope instead.
Yay.
To welcome the marvels of tomorrow will bring, we must silence the dirges the pessimists sing. Turn from the prophets who preach of the end, and the dark apocalypses they tend. They peddle in ruin, in fire and doom, and blanket the earth in a cynical gloom. For they are but heirs to the fools of the past, whose panicked predictions were never to last. So cast off the fortune-told fables of sorrow, and step into the wide open dawn of tomorrow. Thank you, and good night.
Super gay.
Kenny is an
Anyways,
expert derailer. Kenny is.
yeah. But yeah, again, so ultimately
Yeah, I can
speaking,
tie us back if you want. If you want to get right back
your
where we left.
consensus-based ethics and morals are garbage, and you're sour about
no,
it,
your morality
sucker.
is garbage. Your God allowed
No,
people
no,
to get no. Your God said it was okay for children, horrible things to happen to children and stuff. Okay,
Okay.
he ordered the
Enough
Israelites to
talking.
go around
There is somebody
murdering.
on screen. Somebody's just
No,
arrived. JJ, please give the new guest
Sometimes
a
you just gotta
moment.
go murder a whole other tribe full of
Musical
children.
truther. Musical truther. What would you like to say?
Greetings and welcome to the Musical Truther Show. I'd play more music,
Welcome.
but it usually breaks copyright, so
Nobody
ways around it,
cares.
obviously.
Musical truth costs more
I
now.
haven't been listening a long time, but I hear you're arguing about philosophy and stuff like that, so I'd like to help you understand a few things if I can. But I'm a Taoist.
Great,
so.
a gloomy Englishman. A
Yes,
Taoist.
please, brother.
Do you like Taoism?
Tell us about it.
I used to love Taoism. Before I found Christ, I loved Taoism.
Oh, well, it's not even a religion, so you couldn't say it was a rival religion. But it's more a psychology way of life. So it works for me.
What about Taoism were you thinking about sharing?
Following the path of least resistance is the main thing.
Is that the Eightfold Path?
No, that's Buddhism.
Yeah? Oh, yeah? Well, the government's going to make it super easy for you getting this jail cell, sucker. You going to follow that path?
It does help you find inner peace.
Is that going to help you find your peace in that jail cell, sucker? Huh?
No, they can jail our bodies, but they can never jail our minds or our souls.
Right, this guy's just going to go with the flow for whatever, guys. Are we going to listen to this guy?
Well, Taoism is a... Oh, no, hold on. Taoism
I think it would be a nice addition.
Taoism is a wonderful philosophy, and it expresses a lot of interesting things about the equilibrium of the universe.
Let's go to jail.
But
Go straight to jail.
But it fails us when the rubber meets the road, because it doesn't have a moral philosophy. It's about detachment.
Yeah, no, you find your own morals through your intuition.
Does your heart need a moral philosophy to know to beat? That it's a proper action to take?
No, that's
I know it's really juvenile, and it's not meant to be patronizing. It's just an analogy.
Obscure.
Yeah, the morality of the Tao is to follow the flow of nature.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean there's no morality?
Again, that's not moral. Nature is amoral. Nature has.
Jay's 100% correct. Jay's 100% correct. The only moral agents, the only agents for good in the universe.
But that doesn't make it correct.
You can't say they're immoral.
The only moral.
What's up, Vicar?
The only moral agents in the universe for real change and good are humans.
You're roboting, brother.
Yeah, you're cutting out.
Can't understand
Musical
a word.
truther, are you mad that I embarrassed you about your prison sentence?
Wait, what?
What prison sentence?
Well, how are you going to follow the least resistance, right? The path of least resistance right into a jail cell, and you think that's cool?
Well, what's the alternative? Fight the police.
Well, I'm saying you would resist injustice, but no, you go with the path of least resistance. That's super gay.
Not necessarily.
I mean, Zill's got a strong point here. Most people don't even operate off the truth; they operate off of identity protection, right?
But there's a related soft martial art.
Well, you're just going to do whatever you're told, then,
it's
aren't
very
you?
powerful.
You're just going to do what you're told, aren't you? Huh?
I'm going to say
Isn't
Tai
that what
Chi's
Christians do? Isn't that exactly what Christians do? They do what they're told.
Well, hold
Pretty
on.
much whatever the Bible says, or however they interpret it.
Authority that we
That's how it is.
To.
Right.
Yeah, you do what you're told by the central authority. You're the same.
I'll be right back, guys.
Ricardo. All right,
All right, DNW. We'll all miss
See you later, DNW. We'll hold the fort for you. Don't worry.
Hey,
I'm sure he'll be listening.
Come back soon.
Your worldview is crumbling here, dude. I don't understand. Like, you're just gonna go with the path of least resistance. You're gonna live under Stalin and be like, all right.
It's not the same as giving up.
Kim Jong-un and be
not
like,
the same thing at all.
Zill, he was just describing the Taoist philosophy on it. I don't know if he was technically prescribing it.
All right, maybe I'm.
And I don't think he even explained it yet. Have you?
Okay, fine. If I heard path of least resistance, and
I've got a really good book on it. Give me a sec. I'll go find it.
Is it path of least resistance based?
Well, I was going to say before I accidentally backed out, morality is all about responsibility for your actions as an individual and extending a level of respect to other individuals that they also have responsibility over their actions in the world. So it is not moral to just blindly obey a central authority figure because they tell you to, because then you are giving them authority over your body when they may or may not be.
I will.
Right.
That's
just being a cucked out slave.
I will happily yield authority to my creator.
Zill, your dogs in the chat said something really interesting. What do you guys think about this? He says that he argues that the structure of existence makes it impossible to live a moral life. And that's Julio Cabrera.
You mean a perfect life?
The structure of existence is centered around moral principles. It's entirely centered around moral principles.
How moral? How moral is moral in your view? Perfectly moral.
It's all relative, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. It is subjective, though. It's up to each person to decide exactly what is.
Yeah, and that's not
No, it's okay.
guys.
You just pray to God and
It's
repent
not gonna
and
work.
have all your sins absolved.
I thought that was really interesting. He argues the structure of existence makes it impossible to live a moral life. And when I try to create a scenario in my head, there's times we don't tell somebody they're fat, something that stupid, all the way to lying when it's a utility or pragmatic,
and all the way to child sacrifice and other things when you worship other gods, which is totally cool with you, music truther.
No, that's not what Taoism is. You can't just inject Canaanite practices onto Taoism, so that's not how it works.
Just go with the path of least resistance,
bro. I don't go with your nonsense.
It's both simple and complex at the same time. There's a lot to it.
I don't think the path of least resistance necessarily means sit on your bum all the time. Don't get educated. I don't think that's what it means. It means like don't fight bullshit.
No, it's not passivity.
Sorry, go ahead.
Look, morality is all about
passivism. No,
it's about protecting the subjective experience. Okay, and that is objective. Everyone has the same capacity, relatively speaking, for the same subjective experience. Everyone has. Yes, they have eyes, they have noses, they have ears, they have legs, they have arms.
I'm stealing it.
They experience the same. They experience the world the same way we do.
Don't care.
Well,
So
just to
objective
answer what he said
morality
on the least resistance,
all revolves around protecting
Just
the
for the record,
subjective experience.
pacifism would ultimately be it would be akin to the libertarian principle, and it would be nice if we could all be libertarians. But the thing that it requires is buy-in. It requires everybody agree that they won't aggress on others. So the least resistance.
It shouldn't preclude
Pacifism,
self-defense.
pacifism is not
Self-defense is
morality.
necessary.
Yeah,
Guys, I want to
self-defense is
move
necessary.
on, guys. I want to move on. We're not going to
Wait, but I got one more thing to say.
Sure.
I don't care, Jay.
Wow, the NWGs.
So we're going to move on. So I want a topic from the live chat, guys. We can talk about something else.
Post your topics, non-objective.
Come on, chat. Give us some good ideas.
And might I say thank you for getting us off of morality, subjectivity.
Kenny Given says bums. We can momentarily talk about that while
Kenny,
we're.
You're a bum. I saw your face. You got dirt all over yourself.
Yeah, I agree. Kenny is a bum.
I'm not a bum.
When's the last time you showered?
I aim not to be a bum.
You bum.
Well, on the topic of bums, I guess I'll say that
he be a bum when he's that well groomed? I mean, he does spend a lot of money every month, clearly, on his hair.
He doesn't shower.
Cheeky bum.
I think California should stop spending any money on them.
Hold on, Ricardo. What did you want to say about bums?
Nothing. I've got one. I think it's okay. I wanted to talk about Taoism. I found this passage. If I could read it at some point.
All right, we'll go to that. Taoism. We'll go to that then. Keep it on topic now, guys.
Awesome. I don't know.
You should have introduced your guest, DNW. What are you talking about?
So this is Ricardo, by any other name. Would probably taste as sweet. So this chapter is called. I didn't write this, by the way. This is written by someone else, but someone who I respect. And Stephen Russell was his name. He died a few years ago. He was an English guy. Anyway, Taoism and the Tao. Taoism is a wayward pursuit. Taoism doesn't exist really. It's not a religion. It's not an institution. It's not even an ism. It's simply an idea, a collection of methods for restoring peace and prolonging life. That's all there is to it. You don't have to believe anything or have blind faith. You don't have to take any oaths. All you have to do is entertain some basic concepts and practice some easy psychophysical techniques on a regular basis, and you can call yourself a Taoist. Mind you, if you do it in a jocular manner, because the actual word is a contradiction in terms and is a bit of an in-joke. Tao roughly translates as way, referring to that which happens of itself along the way, or great thoroughfare of life. This applies as much to the landing.
You said you used to be a Taoist. What are you now then?
Well, I got into Rastafarianism, so I'm consider myself at least half a Rastafarian. Yeah.
Wait, are you a creationist then?
No, I don't think so.
Wait, do you have dreadlocks?
No, but I used to have really, really long hair. I had to cut it off. It was too hot.
Do you smoke spliffs though? Like a spliff is not a blunt, right?
Yes, mate, I do. I put tobacco in my.
Well, spliffs are also like crazy cone. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's.
So, do you want to go back to Africa then? Is that the place you dream of?
You mean Jamaica? What are you talking about?
No. I mean Rastafarians. Don't they go on about Africa? And
I hear Ethiopia was the motherland. That's where. That's where the humanity was supposed to originated from.
And you want to go back there? Do you?
I don't know. I wouldn't mind a look round. Yeah.
Oh, you're a Rastafari.
See what's going on. Haile Selassie, right? Did I say it right?
Haile Selassie, yeah, he was the guy.
He was the guy, and so you believe he is a prophet of God? Do you believe he has a higher power above him?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Why the hell do you call yourself a Rastafarian if you don't know anything about it and you don't want to go back to Africa?
I know a few things. I know that it's based on Christianity with a few twists, such as
a joint here, a joint there. That's the
yeah,
twist, right?
the usage of using cannabis on is
Is this because
God.
have you fallen into this because you've been
I believe
smoking
that.
weed with some people, and it's just been like a kind of the drugs have been a gateway to your Rastafarian.
I love reggae as well. I love reggae.
You're just trying to fit in with your other puff heads, aren't you?
Look, Truther, you didn't do that, right?
I really
you
don't
didn't
hang with
throw
many
on
people.
Bob Marley Legend album and you're like, I'm a Rastafarian.
So hold on,
That's
no.
not what happened, right?
Look, I want to get to the bottom of
You got
why
a
the fuck
Jamaican roommate
Ricardo
who's
is
trying to not
Rastafari.
get his shoes stolen.
Hold on, Ricardo, you're a Rastafarian. Tell us
Yes,
why
sir.
the fuck you're a Rastafarian. Tell us why you're a Rastafarian. I'm amazed.
Did you enjoy that bit about Taoism though? Hope that put things.
I did, but I want to know why on
Who
earth
converted you?
a man
Who
from the south of
converted you?
England, as white as snow,
I've met
decided to
Rastafarians.
become a Rastafarian.
I've met them. I've been to Glastonbury Festival.
Go ahead. I'm
a few times.
absolutely gobsmacked.
I've
I'm not
met
saying
them.
Rastafarians are bad people, but I mean,
I like
I'm
the
just-
way they. I like the
That's
way
what
they
we call anything
live.
other than
I
Christianity.
like the way they talk.
When
like
a
the way they
Western
speak.
person
Hold
uses Christianity.
on. You
I
like the way they talk.
dress. Everything.
Well, this is what we call
It's
a
all-
microaggressive
that's
cultural
very-
appropriation.
That's extremely superficial reasoning. You like the way they talk and look. Tell me about the substance of your belief, sir.
Okay. It's
You're
it's
not a
bit mixed.
Rastafarian, Ricardo.
It's obviously
You're not a
it's blatantly a bit mixed up, isn't it? But I am a mixed up person. I admit that.
Well, get to it then.
I don't mind.
Wait, isn't this what you call cultural appropriation and microaggressions?
You're either stoned off your tits or you're not a Rastafarian.
Get
And
on
you
with
can't
it.
explain
Who
why you're a
converted-
Rastafarian.
Who
Maybe I'm both,
converted
dude.
you, Truther? Who
Maybe you're both.
converted you?
Yeah, that's a good question. Who converted you? Was
I think
there
life.
are you a member of a
I've never been
congregation?
initiated
Kind of
officially into the Rastafarian cult.
Would they? Would other Rastafarians
I
accept
wouldn't
you as
mind
a
having a go.
Rastafarian? I don't think they would. I don't think other Rastafarians are listening to this saying, "Yeah, man."
I know for a fact
my
you don't
brother.
have to be white.
No.
You don't have to be white to be a Rasta.
You are not a
I've seen-
Rastafarian,
I've
mate.
seen some of them. They're not white.
How
And you
dare
don't have
you?
to have
How
dreadlocks
dare
either.
you label
That's a
yourself
myth.
something that you have
You
no
don't have to
idea
have
about?
dreadlocks. That's a myth. I know all about
How
it.
dare you?
Hold on.
What do you know
How
about
dare
liberty?
you label yourself?
What do you know
as
about
something
liberty,
that
bro?
is- How dare you label yourself as something that is deeply meaningful to millions of
you
people,
shouldn't do that,
and they base
Truther.
their whole life around it? You
just
say
saying
you
I'm a
are
fan.
it, and you have no idea about it.
I'm not saying I'm a follower.
What
I'm
an
saying
insult!
I'm a fan.
You have
You
literally
did-
fan.
no,
taken
no,
down
you said you
whole
were
swaths of
Rastafarian.
people with your lack of respect.
Well, hey, dude, I'm a fan
I
of
don't even mind.
man.
I don't even mind mixing
Wow.
my world beliefs like I have done. So I think that's pretty bold.
Truther,
isn't it?
so
No,
you're
it's-
seeking. Are
when-
I'm
you
admitting I'm mixed up. I don't care.
About,
Say
Are
the
you
thing that you like.
confused and seeking, Truther? Is that what's going on?
No, I'm not confused.
Are you sure?
I've looked at all the major world religions. I've looked into all of them. I've got a copy of the Bhagavad Gita right here. I've got a book on Taoism. I've got a Bible, a Holy New Testament.
Wait, so you're basically like a bit of like you basically take a bit of everything then, Ricardo?
Well, you have
Spiritualism a la
to,
carte.
yeah, you have to look into. It's like syncretism. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, it's when you
Syncretism.
take
Bro.
different parts of different religions and combine them into your own like personal
That's-
belief system.
That's so gay.
That's
Yeah,
what
because
I'm
that's
doing.
that's how reality works. You kind of just decide
that's
I didn't
gay.
for
plan to do
yourself
it,
what is
but it happened
real.
anyway.
No,
You kind
you
of pick and
guys, you
choose.
guys just don't understand.
Ricardo,
the importance of
Ricardo, I love you.
syncretism
I
is
love
what
you.
it is.
Ricardo, you know I love you, but you put your own head on the block tonight by calling yourself.
No, there's
Rastafarian.
nothing wrong
And
with
then-
what Ricardo's doing. What's wrong
I'm
with
just saying- I'm just trying to
syncretism,
explain.
BMW?
It's like me calling myself a
about.
Jew or a Baha'i, individual when I have absolutely no idea about either. When
Well,
I'm
to
practicing
be
it.
fair, Ricardo's not actually had any legitimate chance to explain his Rastafarianism So maybe if we gave him a chance to
He
explain
did get a
the third
chance,
thing.
and
No,
he
he
came
kind
up
of
with what
didn't.
did.
No,
For a start,
he kind of didn't.
He's mad at Dad.
I've smoked
All right,
cannabis
give
He's
him
for
another
mad at
like
chance.
Dad, just like
over
Give him
everybody
30
who
another
years.
abandons
chance.
Christ,
So
just like
Hey,
anybody who
no,
abandons
give him
God and
another chance.
Christianity.
it's working for me.
Mad at
You
Dad.
know.
What?
He
All
found
right,
something.
guys.
It's part of
Guys, I'm
liberty.
going to put you all back. Hold on, guys. Out of respect. I'm going to put everyone backstage, even me, and it's just going to be
Good.
musical truther telling us why he's a Rastafarian. Then we'll all come on, okay?
Oh, it's okay.
Sorry, guys. It's only out of
Nice.
respect because I'm not going to have a situation where we're taking the piss. Give him a chance.
Thank you. They're heckling me a lot, aren't they? Anyway, so the Rastafarian side of me. Yeah, I've never claimed I was a real inducted Rasta. I've never found a Rasta church. If I find one, I'll go into it. You know, I'll stride in, throw open the door, and be like, "Yes, can I join, please?" And they'd probably be like, "Yeah, okay," and induct me however they needed to. They'd probably give me some free weed as well, which would be nice. But yeah, a lot of it is about the way they live, the lifestyle, which a lot of Jamaicans still live by today, which is called livity, and it's just all about good living, natural living in harmony with nature, which is also a big part of what Taoism is. It's living in harmony with nature, symbolized by the yin yang, which I have one of here. Just wait a sec. This is the original yin yang with the white in the middle. But yeah, that's it. So, any questions or comments? I should probably be reading the chat, shouldn't I, at this point?
Thank you for that. Well, we'll take some questions from the live chat on Musical Truthers' journey into Rastafarianism. You've never been to a Rastafarian congregation. Have you met many Rastafarians?
I've met a few. Yes, and when I could understand everything they were saying, I was even better off. But you know, they often talk in a version of English that's more like it's called patois, I think. And it's
I have a question about your Rastafarianism.
It's a bit strange.
All right, there's questions here now, Ricardo. Go ahead.
Go for it.
How many shoes, necklaces, watches, and shirts were stolen from your room before you converted to Rastafarianism to try to get your Jamaican roommate off your back?
None, sir.
Wow.
That was outrageous.
I've never had to sell anything for that, anything like that.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding. Hey, Vital Vicar, you
LOL. That was funny as fuck. I'm not gonna lie.
I got a lot of shirts as well.
Thank you, Jay. Wait, what did I say to piss you off there?
No, you just do it a lot. That's all. But we're cool.
Oh, is it because I'm flipping, or is it like something that I believe pisses you off?
Put it that
just
way.
don't
I'm
even
not a Christian.
worry about
Never been
it.
a Christian.
Just don't worry about it.
Never been
all
a
right,
Muslim.
guys, just
Never
button
been a Jew.
up for a second.
You know what? You don't piss me off
Button up,
as
Zill.
much
Button
as
up, Zill. Button up for a second.
Shut up, D.
Ricardo, you became you left Taoism to become Rastafarianism, and it sounds like it's because it's like Taoism to some.
I haven't left.
You haven't left.
You never.
You don't have to leave Taoism.
I'm fusing both of them together.
Okay, fair enough. Because it's just you said you used to be a Taoist. You said you used to be a Taoist.
He's deciding whichever spirituality is most convenient for him.
He said he used to be a Taoist, and I thought that meant he left it. But okay, so he's still.
Look, guys, here's the lesson. We all make up our own religion, and we go.
What do you think you're going to be tomorrow, Ricardo?
No, we don't all make up our own
dude.
Yeah, we just make them all up. We each have our own religion, and they're all true, right?
Yep.
No. I think you're being flippant, but no.
Hey.
Subjectively.
I'm bisexual.
I'm gonna leave though.
It depends on where you've been brought up. That will determine usually what religion you are, what part of the world. You know, and if you're born in an Arab country, you'll probably be Muslim. So what? You can always leave, and they can always try and hunt
Are
you
you
down.
attracted to any other worldviews or religions then, Ricardo?
Buddhism's quite. I did a lot of quite a few Buddhist meditation retreat, sessions and stuff. And
Are you attracted to
around.
any religions that like expect anything of you or expect change in your soul?
I find,
Are you attracted to any religions that ask you to make
Buddhism was
substantial changes to your life?
Buddhism was very strict. So following the Eightfold Path, it's all about right thinking, right action, right, living, right everything.
He has a point
You're not allowed to do any drugs or even smoke or drink or anything. So it's I don't think you're allowed to drink coffee either, because that caffeine's a drug. But yeah, they can be really strict. So they weren't for me. But Taoism's pretty free and easy. I think they'll accept anyone. You just have to take on a few new ideas.
Isaac Spiritman is here. Great to have you back, brother. I'll just make you center stage for a second.
Hey, Isaac Spirit Quantum
Isaac,
Man.
good to have you back, brother. What do you feel compelled to tell us?
I feel this is very important. I think that everything's a drug. Everything's a hallucination. Everything we perceive with our eyes is a chemical release from the brain. And then when our whole brain makes melatonin, serotonin, all these things from the hippocampus down to the fucking cerebral cortex that are all chemical. Life's a chemical hallucination. Without the chemical, we'd be nothing. Yeah.
Thank you, brother. Have you had some mushrooms today?
No, it's my friend gave me a little bit of the,
I don't know.
What? Never mind. Should I say the word?
You can.
Cocaina.
Oh, you're on that stuff, are you? The marching powder. Go careful. Go careful.
No, my friend. I was at a certain location in town, and my friend was like, "Here, have some," and I tried it. Fuck it.
I'm sorry to hear that, Isaac.
No, it's amazing.
Cocaine.
No, it was just enough to feel it. It's like fucking that much.
Yeah.
Right. From mushrooms to some of the powder, eh? Yes, you certainly look like your pupils
might be a little bit. He offered me one more. I was like, "Nah, I don't want to overdo it. I just wanted to barely see what happens."
So you're high as a kite then?
Yes.
Oh,
no, I don't know. I might be frozen. Am I here?
Okay. All right. Well, thank you,
sorry.
Isaac.
You said I could say it. I wasn't going to say it.
Yes. No, you said it. You're doing it. It's real life, I suppose. We've got the poet back again. Poet, what do you want to say?
The lights are low. The evening softly fades. We lose ourselves within the twilight shades. I trace the quiet curve along your spine and reveal in the fact that you are mine. We've shared so much beneath the studio glow, like our cameo appearance on the Jack Talcott show. But here, away from the cameras and the crowd, the whispers of our bodies speak aloud. Your fingertips, electric on my skin, ignite the heavy, heated fire within. The satin sheets, the slow and deep embrace. We find our rhythm in this hidden place. So let the world and all its noise depart as I explore the passions of your heart. Entangled limbs and breathless, sweetened sighs, I find my favorite spotlight in your eyes. Thank you and good night.
Who were you fucking there in that one? I hope it wasn't one of the guys here.
I don't know. That was interesting because like you could fall in love with a girl and you could say all these deep things about manifesting our purpose in reality. But I don't know, when you get the women out of the equation, you start thinking about esoteric stuff. That's where I find my place. That's where I find my peace, and not in the love story anymore.
Kugaduma says bragging about being high on drugs is not the flex people think it is.
Well, that's the thing. You think I'm bragging, but it was more of
I
just
would
a fact.
say
It wasn't a
put that in
brag.
your pipe. I would say put that in your pipe and smoke it, but no, don't do that.
It's not a brag.
Think about it.
It was just a fact, not a brag here. No reason to
we knew it wasn't a
extort
brag.
my upper echelon self to try to sound higher. I wasn't trying to sound better or anything. I was just telling a fact. Yeah, I'm saying.
I will say that esoteric knowledge and drugs don't
I know.
always mix. They don't always mix.
Well, they do. I've done my lotus flower, my dreamer, my LSA, my DMT, my psilocybin. I've done it all. I've done more DMT than anyone I know on this earth besides Terrence McKenna.
That's some kind of psychedelic CV right there.
And that's not a brag either. That's a change of perspective and a change of mind and a change of understanding that I'm just telling you is certain. Certain.
Expansion of knowledge.
I have a really deep understanding of the esoteric, and I never once had to take any drugs.
No, but did they?
Not all of them.
Esoteric texts are you talking about? Like Hermes? Like Thoth? Like what?
Well, I know that Manly P. Hall never did any drugs, I'm pretty sure.
Never heard of the man.
Okay.
What about Carl Yang?
You don't have to take drugs to be spiritual, but it often helps.
But your brain is a
Just not the
chemical
right
release
ones.
of drugs. When you dream, you're releasing DMT.
It's like a shortcut.
It might be a shortcut. It might be. You're right. I always thought of that. Yeah.
Wait, is that why my dreams have been so weird lately and random?
I'm not sure. I know that the body releases DMT in the pineal gland. They haven't proven it right or something, but the way that I dream and after doing DMT, I'm pretty sure it's damn near similar.
Yeah, we produce
So
it.
so why does the DMT produce some weird ass random dreams for people then?
I don't know. Maybe their mind isn't fully certain, or their faith isn't set, or their heart isn't set, and they're not even have any direction or choice where it goes and when and why, because they have no foundation for how it's going to go.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe it's your subconscious trying to talk to you through.
I don't know. It's like putting a question mark into an AI and seeing what comes out.
Yeah. I wouldn't do that.
I came across Manly P. Hall earlier in the year. That guy wrote a shitload of material.
Yeah, he was a real spiritualist, wasn't he, or something?
Yeah, and he has a whole lot of lectures as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah, he was a workaholic. But yeah, he typically would talk crap about drugs and alcohol.
Well,
like they were bad.
That's some people's shtick.
That's
but it's not mine.
That's a judgment hard already, right?
I'm with the
Not
hippies.
seeing the full picture, not understanding their perspective.
No, but he's right, though. Alcohol is why they call alcohol spirits, right? Because you become consumed by spirits.
And the pagans. Yeah, exactly. Alcohol.
Right.
Bad spirits.
Yeah, alcohol means flesh-eating demon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Demon juice.
Yep. Look
So
at
they
this.
do
Here
it.
we go. Here we go.
Uh-oh, someone's about to get lit.
I've been drinking for like 6 years, and I've been shrooming for 6 years. So.
Wow.
Did you say sherbing?
No, shrooming. Mushrooms, fungi, psilocybin.
Oh, yeah. Do you I've taken that quite a few times. But do you regularly, what is it, microdose?
I used to. I don't have the money right now. Gas has been more expensive, and it's fucking with everything. It's fucking with all my side money. So.
Yeah.
And I like to drive around. I like to go to the lake. I like to have my freedom. So I've been sacrificing my mushrooms for gas, basically.
Careful how you go. Careful how you go. Nibble says it's a trap. Drugs can bring about dark, what she terms supernatural.
Yes, 100%.
experiences.
And especially if you have something hidden inside your mind that's dark, it might come out. Yeah,
exactly.
Could you tell us a revelation that drugs have given you?
What starts in the
No,
mind?
I can't. It's all personal.
Oh, okay.
I can't.
Many.
I can't tell you one of them. No.
Many. And varied.
I've had them. I've had revelations on them, but I cannot tell you one of them because I do not remember and never stood out that fast.
Do you not? Does anyone here not? Does anyone? Can I just ask a question, please? Generally, does anyone here not believe that psychedelics can enhance creativity and the way that you think, and kind of thought expansion and everything like that. Because it does.
I guess. Yeah.
How has it helped in Isaac? Okay, so I have had a coma,
tool.
right? I've had a coma, and I went into
coma.
I had 3 brain hemorrhages. So I looked up all this stuff about magical mushrooms before I did it, and it said it helps with the prolonging of your neurons, the elasticity of your brain, neuroplasticity, both.
Yeah.
And that means to last longer and have more connections. So I looked into that. Psilocybin is known to grow it. So I actually got started by that, and I liked it so much I did 6 years of it. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And I'm still going, but I've had less money. The last time I did it was 7 days ago. I did 3 grams. Everything was breathing. I was watching the Doors album, the song "The End," and it was alive. The album cover was sitting still, but it was alive, talking to me. I swear on my life.
Yeah.
It was nice. So we're leaving. And a lot of people with PTSD take it. My friend was telling me he had PTSD from the war. He takes 20 grams at once. I did 3. Yeah.
Oh, 20 grams is a lot.
He said he has such bad PTSD, it'll take him out of it. Yeah.
What's that psilocybin?
Yeah, it's a prescription for it from the government.
Well, we can grow it. I mean, it grows naturally in some places. First, it's really hard to find, and then once you see one, you start to see loads. It's like your eyes have become turned on to them, but they're perfectly legal to possess and to pick. Even it's only when you dry them out.
You just can't dry them.
It's only when you dry them out, and then you obviously have tried and sell them. That's really bad.
That's the point. But if you, I bet you. I'm okay. I'm not betting this, but I would say on a higher level, if you dried them out and then made them into a powder, they wouldn't be for sale. They'd be for personal consumption.
Sure.
Maybe.
You could say that. You could argue that.
Yeah. That's because if you have ground up weed, they're usually not. It's not for sale. Yeah.
Give them one to your mates.
True.
Anyway.
But no, I know about that's Europe. You guys have like a 4-week period, right, where they grow everywhere.
Don't talk to the police unless you absolutely have to. You know, if it's absolutely necessary. Do I what? Sorry, what was the question?
You guys have a 4-week period where they grow everywhere, right?
September usually they start coming up. First frost when the air starts to get really cold.
And it needs humidity.
In the morning, and hopefully
fog.
It's as much magic finding them as you know.
But yeah, then you'll come across a random field. Like look on YouTube where some of these guys go, dude. They'll tell you where to go. They'll come across fields where they're picking 10 pounds. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wales is really good.
They're wet.
The mountains of Wales.
Okay. Yeah, that's Wales, Welsh, Irish. Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
But
that's where my blood's from.
There was a myth. I don't know. There was an idea that, like Bill Hicks, didn't he used to say that they used to grow around cow pats or on cow pats.
Yeah, you just have to know how to identify them, or it's going to be dangerous. You might pick the wrong one and die.
I've never seen one grow.
Oh, dude, I used to live in the valley of California. I live in the valley of California. We used to go into the country and look at them in the fog at night, but we would not eat them because we didn't know which ones. We'd just look at them with our headlamps. There would be like 30 of them around the cow patty. 30 mushrooms growing up. But we didn't know which one to pick, so we're like, fuck it, we're not going to do it. Fuck it.
They must sense it's good fertilizer.
It's mycelium. It's imagine a 4-chambered stomach of a cow is chewing it, passing it through 4 chambers, and it's creating mycelium in the gut.
Right.
And then they're pooping out a fucking brick for it to grow on. It's like people are buying rabbit poop, goat poop,
so the dead
reindeer
mushrooms
poop
attracts more,
online. Yeah.
attracts more cows who shit out more mushrooms. And do they get high off the mushrooms as well?
I think the cows do. I think they learned how to do it.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure.
I'd love to see a herd of, a field of cows just fucking high on magic mushrooms.
Well, imagine there's a small mushroom. Imagine there's a small magical mushroom that grew from their shit, in the orchard, and they didn't even see it. They just bit it and they just ate it. They're gonna get a little something. They're gonna get a little high. They won't even see it and they'll eat it. That's my theory. It's a theory.
I've heard it's safe for cats and dogs to get high as well, to get loaded.
Yes, it is.
It's just
dogs
in
too.
Moderate doses, obviously.
Yeah.
You always got to watch the dose, because greening out is ooh, you know, it can really
Put a number
bowl
on
you over for 5-10 minutes. But you know, you just breathe into it, relax, don't worry, don't panic. It'll be over soon, and drink a glass of water or something. And
what good is it doing you, all of this partaking
15
in
minutes,
getting out of your mind? I'm talking to Ricardo.
What's that? Sorry, DNW?
What good is this getting out of your mind doing you?
Preparation for death, no?
It's taking me to different places. It's not escapism. People think it's escapism. It's not.
That's what, yeah.
I'm just enhancing reality in so many ways.
Or even putting a filter on, or
have you never seen that
different angle?
Exactly. Have you never seen that film Pineapple Express with Seth Rogen?
No, I haven't actually.
Oh.
Okay. Well, watch it. And the end bit's not like, gets really violent and gory towards the end. I don't care for all that violence, but the first bit is great because he explains, what weed is to him, and he actually, although he was acting in that film, he actually lives that philosophy anyway in life. Like that is him.
And in the beginning of that film, they were
forever.
testing weed. They were testing weed on patients, and it was so good that the government banned it because it was too good. That's in the first 2 minutes. It's not giving it away. It's the first 2 minutes.
That RSO.
Yeah.
100% proof.
Yeah. Oh, I took RSO. I had a lot of stomach issues and stuff. I took RSO. It all went away. It's fucking awesome.
I've never tried it.
Oh, it's potent. You take a little piece and it's like psychedelic high. Yeah, little tiny nibble.
Yeah.
If it's real RSO, it has to be real shit.
I've smoked a few dabs.
Yeah. So, dude, there's a secret to someone told me a secret in Colorado. They said the real RSO is a full plant extract, and then they cure the oil in the dark for 6 months. But you have to do it in the dark. Don't know why. They say that's what makes real RSO. Don't know why. That's what they told me.
Maybe it doesn't like sunlight.
Something about it. They said it cures, and they said something magical happens, but they don't even know. And I had a lot of people tell me, no, that won't do anything. That won't do anything. I've had the stuff they talked about, and it was fucking psychedelic. They might bind it to bigger chemical structures, like over that time. Something.
I'm a big believer in the power of psychedelics to heal and enlighten and expand your mind, consciousness.
Yeah, I've also had the electric shock therapy. I've had the magnetic brain stimulation. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, I think so.
I've had electrodes strapped to my brain with electricity. They made a magnetic field and gave me delta, alpha, and gamma waves and shit.
Oh.
So then psychedelics helped me feel like I'm back to my normal self, because they promised me it would help my smell. They promised it would help my memory. It made me numb and it made me dead inside. And they lied to me.
Damn.
Yeah, and I don't know what to do. I talked to my parents about getting lawyers. I talked to my cousin. All this shit. No one wants to help me. No one wants to do anything.
Damn, man. Sorry to hear that, bro.
I don't know what to do, because I feel like if someone had a partial lobotomy, you think they have the mind to even do that? No.
Yeah.
I'd rather have
I
a
got
bottom in front of me.
tricked
than a
into a
frontal
lobotomy. Yeah, I got tricked into a lobotomy. Yeah.
Damn.
Pretty much.
And how long ago was this?
3 years, and I still feel just as numb.
Damn.
No, 3 years and 6 months.
Damn, bruh.
And before that, I could freestyle rap for 50 minutes. Now I could do it for like 2 minutes. I used to be able to play video games for 8 hours. Now I can only play for like 1 to 2 hours. I used to be able to work for 12 to 14 hours, and now I can work for like 4 hours. Yeah.
Wow.
They zapped my
Did you
shit.
ever record any of it?
Dude, there was no cameras. It was like fake fake
Back in the
physicians.
day.
There were no real proper doctor. Oh, all my freestyles.
Back in the
No,
90s, yo,
no,
bruv. Back in the
no.
90s.
Yeah,
Back in the good old days. I know.
Trust me, man. I had it on point. I was solid. I was locked in. I was working by myself in Colorado, where shrooms and DMT was legal. Ordering DMT and shrooms to my doorstep, still holding my job. They zapped my brain. I instantly quit my job in 2 weeks because I couldn't handle it.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's like they fucked over my whole future. It's like, dude, they owe me $1 billion. I was going to be amazing. They don't even know. I invent stuff. I do coding. I can make an Android run faster stock, and I have the code on my computer to make Android run faster. At one time, I talked to AI Grok. I ran my own system. I ran my own system and software in Grok online and AI, and it said I could update every single phone on Earth at one point. Every phone on Earth.
Are you serious?
That's what it told me.
Nah, bro. AI sometimes lies, bro. You gotta
I'm telling you, I was running it on my computer in Pygame through Python and C++, and it was telling me running the same geometrics as Android, but in different order. I was getting higher speeds. I'm just saying that's what, and it was working. I was running it in Pygame.
Do you use Linux?
No. I've heard about it, but I don't know. I don't know the difference. What is it? I don't know about bootstrapping and shit.
Well, apparently, it's just an alternative operating system to Windows.
Yeah, but different language. A different language.
You can do a hell of a lot more. It's a lot.
Wow.
More
So if I start coding in Linux with Grok, dude. Okay, so this is the problem. Grok used to give like 200 entries for free. 200. Now they give you 10. They give you 10 for free. You have to pay for Grok now. You can't use a Grok like I used to use Grok for free and code and tap into the Bitcoin network and mine and tap into the data network and mine data, get paid out crypto and all this shit. But it wasn't enough for me. It wasn't working. It wasn't doing it. So I kept looking and looking. So I started building my own software. So I kept trying everything. I went 7 days no alcohol, only coffee, coding for 12 hours a day with Grok.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I went crazy, and I'm an alcoholic, but something got me moving.
That was awesome.
It was fucking fun.
Guys, I want to welcome Green Soul. Green
Sorry.
has been waiting patiently. Thank you, Isaac. Green Soul, you're on the Fine Gnosis show. Good to have you back. What would you like to say?
No, I wanted to come in. You guys were talking about drugs, so maybe I could put a little bit of my input on psychedelics because I have dabbled with it as well. Right. Yeah.
Fair enough. So tell us what your dabbling taught you.
Well, I have to say, I took ayahuasca like in Peru. I actually took it with a shaman. And, I was young and a friend of mine, I got really into Terra Spicana, like this guy. I was like, yo, DMT and shit like that. So my friend got some tickets. Yo, we're going to Peru. I went to Peru and it's not what I was expecting. It was not so much you see things, right? You definitely, but it's a whole different experience because I took acid before, right? I used to take acid, I took shrooms and shit like that. But this was like a whole nother level. All I felt was love and guilt at the same time. It was crazy. Yeah. And I literally, you start, it changes you. Like soon as the next day, like we did a couple of sessions and I could not stop smiling. It literally changed my software.
All right, Green, what are you talking about? I just got here. Are you talking about ayahuasca?
Ayahuasca.
I
Yeah,
thought so.
It definitely changed the whole
dynamic.
The whole thing about like the earth being alive and things like that. You actually
talk to the
feel
tree.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're there. You become one. It's such an odd experience that
I have a website that you can order both ingredients to your doorstep.
This is the beautiful part about it. You do it once.
You don't want to do it again?
You're good. You won't do it again.
Okay, you want to hear me out real quick? Because I did DMT for 30 days straight.
Yeah.
The pink crystal, I smoked it, and I felt like I never needed to do it again after that, and I was blessed by that 30 days. Like, it was perfect. I never had to do it again. But I want to. But I feel like what you're talking about. I feel completed by it, and like something was deeper happened that I can't even explain. I feel complete. I feel like I could die at peace after it.
So
But
you had a 30-day DMT binge where some
I did
people
30
would
days
just
straight. I did 30 days
starve
straight.
themselves 30 days.
Yeah, but I took this with a shaman.
I did it in my room by myself. Yeah.
Yeah, I took this with an actual shaman.
But I'm a
So,
shaman,
like,
so I feel like I did it with a shaman too.
That's
no, seriously.
What does
feel
it
like
take?
my inner self is smart, but I don't listen all the time. But it's there, and I can tap into it, right?
And that's it.
That's the shaman. Master the inner self. Yeah.
I think I'm getting there.
I'm trying. I have a few things in the way, but not that many.
Wait, so why is it that these experiences are often so short-lived and not like something long lasting? Hello? Anyone who's had these
Wait, real
experiences?
quick, I want to tell someone in the chat said I didn't smoke crystal. I did DMT crystals for 30 days.
So highs come and go, but wisdom lasts forever.
Yeah, this wasn't even nothing but a high because and it surprised me because it was so unexpected, right? I was going the standard for the psychedelics, but I got something much more out of it, and that's what I'm saying. It was just like I wouldn't even call it a drug. I think it was just like a medicine. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And it was just like I felt like flushed out, brand new.
I mean, is it true that you guys experience becoming like the loss of ego and becoming one with everything?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Not me necessarily.
I had that happen on 16 hits of acid for the first time, but I took pure crystal acid, the realest shit.
Creative force.
Okay, guys. Someone says to break up this talk.
Okay,
I want to go to J.E. J.E., you haven't been... Well, I haven't spoken to you in a little while. J.E., you've interested me as an individual because you have evolved in your thoughts on what is going on. What's your current perspective? What's happening and what should we do? Go ahead.
Oh, my current point of view is that we're all fucked.
Take time, Jay. Take time. You have the mic. You have the mic. Go ahead. Don't shorten the wisdom that you've gained.
Yeah,
Hit us with it.
Yeah. Yeah. I would still say that. I am still quite pessimistic, but at the same time, I've also become a bit more, I guess, stoic about things and been learning to detach because I realized that I am the universe itself, or at least a piece of it, experiencing itself. And as much as I hate how the world operates and how fucked up it is, and how much suffering there is and whatnot, I guess I'm starting to realize and accept that I'm not in control of any of it, and this is, I guess, the universe's will for things to be this way for whatever reason. And I'm not gonna understand everything, and I guess I'm not meant to understand everything. And but I just have to let things be as they are and control what I can control. As difficult as it is, because I have to remind myself of that every day, because the ego gets in the way, and I often find myself asking why these horrible things that happen in the world happen. But I guess for some reason or another, it's just the will of the universe, and there's nothing I can do about it. You know what I mean? So I guess in a way it's kind of is and a Taoist in a sense, as Ricardo was, I guess, saying earlier. I do kind of understand and appreciate the Taoist mentality, in a way. But at the same time too, there's still a part of me that still questions why things are the way they are and why they're not, a lot better. But yeah.
Thank you. Interesting. And what about your perspectives on otherworldly activities? I know it wasn't really something you put a lot of faith in, but you did entertain it before, such as spirituality and such. Have you gone into that since? Have you? What's your
Spiritual.
perspective on it now?
Well, I really want to get into meditating because I think that um, the self is an illusion, and that the ego is um, just a construct. And one thing I've become really interested in recently is Buddhism and um, their their striving for I guess dissolving the ego and the self, and becoming one with everything, and using that as a method of you know um, helping to reduce one's own suffering. So that's something that I really want to get into, is like meditating and trying to dissolve this ego or this self that I call JE, and going beyond that, this persona, and seeing what's beyond that. Because at the end of the day, it's this the ego itself is what causes all the suffering, right? So um yeah, and it's my personal belief too that it the the matrix itself isn't just out there, it's
Mate,
it's it's in here, like it's the from my point of view, the mind slash brain and the body itself is also the matrix, you know what I mean? Because the body and brain is what um it suffers, and it's what creates this perception of suffering, and projects all these negative you know opinions and perceptions and experiences onto the world, which in turn it generates suffering within the mind. So I guess, yeah, it's all about trying to dissolve the ego for me at this point.
thank you, Jay. Jay, you've had an amazing journey. What do you think has been the kind of most stark contrast in terms of a shift in your views, in your kind of personal philosophy on matters? In what area of life or existence do you feel that your the shift has been most pronounced?
That's a good question. Hmm. Um, I guess maybe with respect to maybe antinatalism. I guess I'm not
Okay,
as
what would you like to say? What your previous views were,
well. I
and
was
what they are now, and why they changed? So go ahead.
well. I guess I would say previously. I guess I was staunchly against reproduction, and I used to think that people who had kids and reproduced were um pretty evil, and I used to be really upset about
Explain
uh
why, by the way, as well. Sorry, go ahead.
well, I guess it's just because of the fact that the world has so much suffering, and that a lot of parents actually traumatize their kids and pass on so much suffering to them, that I used to think that they were like evil, or that something was wrong with people for not seeing that. But I guess now I would say that I've kind of reached a point where I've become indifferent towards it. And that, again, like I was saying a few minutes ago, like become, I've started to, like, I guess, accept that that's just the will of the universe. That people are gonna have kids, and that there's nothing I can do about it. And so I've become kind of, I guess, indifferent to it, and I'm not as staunchly antinatalist as I was before, I would say.
So, what does it make you want to do then, for others? seeing as you cared so much about suffering before, how has this care changed given your new perspective? It's still there, I take it.
Yeah, I've actually been thinking a lot about maybe I guess volunteering and maybe even getting into some sort of activist work and stuff. Um, and maybe like helping um a lot of like younger people, I guess, who I guess who went who went through like I guess a lot of similar sufferings that I've gone through with my mental health, for example. Maybe getting into maybe helping them, um, and maybe trying to like make a difference in that way. So that's something that I've really been considering getting into.
That's really positive, Jay. What do you think, Jay, kind of helped you get out of your previous way of thinking? What was it? Like what shook you? What changed? What do you think? What do you think started the process?
Um, I guess I would say getting into Buddhism, Buddhism, um, and its tenets and whatnot have actually like I guess helped me a lot and maybe open my eyes and realize that it's holding on to all this suffering and these judgments and stuff that is not healthy for me, and that it's all just the ego's way of trying to, I guess, protect itself or defend itself. So I've begun to realize that like a lot of the perceptions I had of the world, um even though again to a large extent I still believe that the world is like fucked up and evil and whatnot, I also have come to realize that it's just a construct of my own mind and my own self, and but I don't have to believe every thing that the mind is telling me, and that I've that my thoughts aren't my own, and that I should learn to become more of an observer of my thoughts instead of just believing every single thought that pops into my head and believing every perception that the mind or the brain has of everything that I'm perceiving. So yeah, I guess Buddhism has helped a lot with that. Just realizing that it's all a construct of the ego and stuff.
Have people around you noticed a shift in your persona?
That's a good question. I guess kind of. I would say yeah. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, we have.
You feel happy. You feel happier in your own skin. You're. I mean, it sounds to me you're less at odds with the world. You're before things that were deemed normal to others, you viewed as, well, you said it, evil, horrific, and that must have separated you from others. A real hurdle, a huge wall between you and them.
Yeah.
Do you feel liberated now that wall has been knocked down by your new way of thinking?
I would say yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, I am still very much an introvert and a bit of a loner, but yeah, I guess I'm not as cold or as hateful towards the world as I maybe once was before. I would say.
Maybe, yeah. So when you say the world, you mean people, the society.
Yeah, people. Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's good. It seems like it's been a positive shift in your life, and you're suffering less mentally, and you are becoming more effective in that which you care about, which is preventing suffering. Because you're saying you're thinking of becoming some kind of I don't know, peer support or
volunteer.
Volunteer.
Yeah.
Wow, that's powerful stuff, J.E.
But again, I'm not like totally this ultra uber positive person now, but I am again. I'm less
But
negative than I was before.
you're actually probably even better than that. You're somebody with lived experience and empathy who can relate to others who felt like the way you did before. And maybe because of that experience, you can lift them up like nobody else could.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
So what's it like in Trinidad and Tobago these days?
It's
Trinidad, right?
yeah. It's fine, I guess.
It was a bit hairy there for a while. You were a bit scared because of what was happening with Venezuela, right?
Yeah, yeah. Thank God, like nothing really escalated into a full blown war or anything. But um, I guess right now my next biggest concern is the AI data centers that the U.S. wants to put in the country. You know?
Tell us about that.
Yeah. So by 2028 or so, there's an AI company that wants to start operating, I think, 2 or maybe 3 data centers in the country, and that to me is pretty upsetting because there's a lot of people that already struggle with getting water, and who struggle sometimes with even getting electricity, and that's going to put even more of a strain on the water systems and the electricity, and cause pollution and stuff. And I'm just worried about how that's gonna affect the citizens who are already struggling enough as it is in certain areas.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm not exactly happy about
But
you know
yeah. Well,
yeah.
you have causes that you care about. Now, you did say earlier part of your view is still that we're fucked. What do you mean by that?
I just look around at like the world and society, and I just feel like um we're becoming more and more disconnected from each other as humans, and that there's no real sense of community or connectivity, and that everyone's just isolated, and where there's no sense of brotherhood or sisterhood or anything, you know what I mean? Like, and everyone's just, it seems like we're getting more and more rude to each other, and colder, and just we're losing our sense of togetherness as a
You're
species. It
not.
feels like. Well, to a certain extent, no, but again, as I said, I am still kind of a loner to a certain extent.
Yeah, but you're on here today, and you already said you want to help others. So clearly, not
Yeah,
everybody is moving in that direction. You are an example of somebody who is moving in a more positive connection.
yeah, I
More
guess.
positive way. Sorry, more positive way. It's late here, guys.
Yeah,
You're moving in a more positive manner, right?
yeah,
So if
so,
you can do it,
I guess.
why
Yeah.
can't they?
Well, that's the thing, is that like it doesn't seem like too many other people want to do the same thing.
Are you sure about that? How many groups have you been in? Have you tested the market?
I mean, no, but it's just from what I've seen with how people treat each other, my own personal experience.
Right.
Yeah,
Maybe you're mixing in the wrong groups.
maybe. Yeah. That could be it. Yeah.
Also, there is this tendency for people to be nastier online, where there's no real consequences of physical, retaliation. In
Yeah.
real life,
It's really
they wouldn't
common.
do that. They
Oh, you
wouldn't
mean
say and
people
do
like
things.
people like Kenny? What?
A lot.
Don't talk about Kenny like that when he's not here to defend himself. DNW.
I'm not naming any names, but you just did, and I'll leave it to.
No, oh no, that's. Oh, I thought. Oh, I'm sorry. I just assumed. I assumed too much. I assumed too much.
But yes, Jay. So be careful how you view the world through the lens of your interactions online.
Yeah, I guess so.
The online world is a very new phenomenon. It really is. We're still kind of trying to make sense of it, and funnily enough, it seems as we're making sense of it, it may start disappearing in a way, because it may just become all AI shit, and we may all just go back to kind of analog real world kind of connections to try and escape it. So don't put too much stock in it. It is what it is. You can
I
get
only say
value out
that.
of it.
I only say that, brother, because I've heard Kenny come on this channel at least 3 times that I can recall, at least 3 times, and tell somebody that he was going to beat them up online, like one of those. We call him a telephone tough guy. You know, where the little kid would call somebody and be like, "I'm gonna kick your ass, man. I'm gonna come over there." He lives 2 states away. I'm gonna ride my bicycle all the way over there and beat your ass.
Well, I always think we could have. I might ring Dana White. Like we could have like a Finding Gnosis UFC night or something, because there's been a fair few call outs and yeah.
There have been some callers. That would be epic, brother. That would be better than one of those kids that are so popular, the Island Boys, when they were like boxing people and they kept like literally on that level. I'm telling you.
I reckon it would be fun. You know, we'd have. I don't know. We'd have to do some
available,
rules. Because I think there's differences in age and stuff sometimes, and ability. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what type of a system we could come up with, but make it pay-per-view.
I mean,
why not?
Just put the gloves on. Just put the gloves on. Put a referee in there. You know, tap out rules are fine. Anybody can tap out or knock out.
I think Daniela can be one of the cheerleaders.
Nice clean mud though.
Sorry?
I want to see mud wrestling. Let me do that.
Oh my god, you pervert! But okay, well look, JE. That has been quite an interesting tale. It seems like you've learned a lot and got a lot to say. You seem very, brother, compared to when I started speaking to you maybe 6 or 7 years ago. I mean, when I started going against AN, you were very much against me. You thought I was usually mistaken, but now you understand.
When you started going against it, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I would say that.
So, what's next? What's next for the conversation, Jay? I'll let you decide.
Well, I guess we can ask the same of Musical Truther, like if he's changed recently or like learned anything new.
OE's left. OE, thanks for joining us. I don't know where OE left.
Bye, OE. But yeah, Musical Truther, have you had like anything new that you've experienced that you want to share or learn?
No, I've just been so busy. Yesterday I decided to. It was the full moon, or the lunar eclipse. Sorry, I kind of missed it on my way there. It was a bit late, but you know the sky darkened and it was a bit mysterious, but you know nothing bad happened. And then I went on to this new place that my friend had recommended to me, and it was a big forest, and I got lost. Kept going back to where I was and up and down. But then, I couldn't find the place I was looking for, and I got lost in the forest. But I eventually found my way out, and it was all fine. But I did so much exercise that day, probably like 15 miles round trip.
Wow.
I barely stopped for long.
Cougar Duba, do come on. He said male fragility on display. I'm not sure if he's talking about the conversation or the live chat.
I'm 50,
come on, Cougar,
so
explain that.
I'm not exactly young, but I'm not old either.
Yeah, that's
not old.
Well, that's good. You got your steps in, right? So.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I would also like Cougar Doomer to come on because to explain the whole Linux thing and what he was saying about what Isaac was saying. Could he break it down further, like some of the comments he made that he disagreed with? But yeah, that's good to hear. So at least you're keeping fit.
Try my best.
Sorry, say again?
Try my best, yeah.
I'd
like to join a gym as well.
Yeah, me too. I think I need to start like going to the gym and stuff.
Yeah, getting a bit stronger.
Yeah. You know, like it can, can also help with like mental health and stuff. So
Oh yeah,
yeah,
it's very good for mental health. As long as you don't overdo it,
yeah,
because that can lead to worse problems.
right.
Overtrain is like, yeah, it's really bad. But anyway, yeah, train well, train often, and don't train too hard because you might break something and it might not heal properly
Right.
forever. So think on.
Yep.
And have fun.
Yeah, most importantly. Yep.
I like some of the classes. I used to like the classes at the gym. I used to do yoga. That was always really good.
Nice.
Some of the like the what they call the spin classes. You'd be basically on a static bike that could go really, really fast, and it had a lot of like pull to it, a lot of traction. You could alter the gears, but you could, it really, really works your leg muscles over anything. You have to keep up with it. And she's going, "Come on, spin, faster, faster!" So fucking hell, and everyone's going, 20 to the dozen. It's like Jesus, that is a workout.
Yeah.
Spin class.
Intense, yeah.
Welcome, Chickpea. Welcome.
Hi, Trump.
Yoga and Tai Chi these days.
It's the Chickpea show for a little while. I'm just going to the kitchen to get a cool drink, but go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Hello,
Hi,
Chickpea.
Hi, Jay.
Oh, we're not
What's up?
talking anymore.
Sorry, say again, Ricardo.
I'm just talking to Chickpea.
Yeah.
She's not talking to me back.
Naughty little girl. Yeah. You can see it.
Oh.
Here, kitty.
She's lost a ton of weight with the heat.
It's so gorgeous.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm a dairy fairy. Anything? Is there anything worse or?
A dairy fairy.
Bad
Yes.
enough for now.
Yes. Plant
She keeps
Geezer. I'm
calling
following
me in the
his.
chat.
Plant Geezer, I'm a great fan of his. He's a
Sounds like
vegan
close to
radicalist.
bullying.
And he's basically, that men was being called soy boys. So he's invented the term.
I used to
dairy
drink quite a bit of soy a few years ago before I realised it wasn't very good. And so
Well, I tell you this much. Gosh, Ricardo.
I don't drink soy anymore.
I drink 1.5 liters of 2.5 liters of high protein stuff a day, but I've got better head than a lot of young women have, and I've had people say it to me. So
really?
Better head.
Pardon? Well, it's to do with protein. When you get to my age, mostly you have thin, feeble hair. My hair is still growing very well indeed. I'm just saying. Plus, you do know that milk's got pus cells in it, yes?
Yeah, your hair looks okay.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Well, you can't see my hair.
For your age. I've seen it, though. I mean...
Yeah, it's looking okay. And I was saying, yes, do you know that milk contains the pus cells? You do know that, yes? That's why it has to be passed to kill the pus. And, of course, all the estrogen. I'm only saying to you, Ricardo, if you want to drink pus, then feel free.
26.
What?
Just going to put my headphones in so I can hear you better.
I'm on your side, Ricardo. You do know that.
Are you? That's good. I feel I'm much more aligned with the vegans than I am the vicious
vegan.
meat
Wait, Ricardo. I thought you were a vegan.
No,
because he's vegetarian. I am trying to convert him. I'm not getting very far.
I like vegan food. I've eaten vegan food, and I've obviously got vegan friends. I hope don't hate me because I find it difficult to transition completely. Although I have tried, and I don't mind. Maybe I need to be hypnotized out of eating cheese, out of liking
on the subject of
cheese,
Ricardo, the reason why I can't get off cheese is because cheese contains opioid. I know that sounds hard.
Yeah,
If you don't
I heard
believe
that.
me,
Yeah.
cheese
There's
contains
opium and
opioid. So when you want to give it, and I remember going through this when I was a teenager, it's very difficult because you are addicted. Yes, nature puts an opioid there to keep that little calf drinking. So you have to force yourself off the cheese. But Cathedral City does very, very nice, mature tasting vegan cheddar. It's very nice indeed. Even my cats like it. The cats eat it.
that's cool. But I mean, you mentioned like vegan. You know, we could eat. We're not supposed to be eating cow's milk or even goat's milk, probably.
Exactly.
But even though it's really goat's milk, it's really tasty.
So
But shouldn't we? Why aren't we eating not each other's? Like, why aren't we eating female human breast milk?
No, but that's only for when women reproduce, right? So it's not something that's going to be constant.
Can they collect
we don't need to drink milk. We don't need to drink milk,
everyone
Ricardo.
and like store it for anyone else who needs it, and then
Ricardo, we only drink milk because we've all been brainwashed since we were tiny little toddlers. We've all been we've all been brainwashed to drink milk
and lied
by our
to,
mothers.
and lied to.
Yes, and lied to, yes.
Even lying by omission.
Even me, I'm still drinking soya milk, okay? You know,
Yeah.
we're still at it.
It won't. I don't think it'll kill you.
No.
No.
But we've all been conditioned by our stupid mothers to, telling you need to drink cow's milk. You don't need to drink milk at all. A fully grown adult does not need milk.
I know I don't need to, but I really like it in my coffee.
Yes, I know, Ricardo. I know what you're saying. I'm the same.
No, but it's because they apparently like milk has certain enzymes that are meant to be addictive to humans, Ricardo.
Yes, it contains a form of opioids. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Is it who are addicted to humans?
No. What I'm saying is that the milk it has like certain chemicals and enzymes that are meant to be addictive to humans for humans.
You think I'm addicted to milk?
Well, that's what you said, right? You insinuated that, right?
I don't think so, because I've actually been addicted to heroin before.
Really?
Very strong.
Yeah, that's a tough addiction to break.
Yeah, I was an addict for like a year. Although I'd been taking it on and off with I wasn't addicted for about 5 years before, maybe. But it's a long story. I don't really want to go into it, but I had to get clean. I couldn't live. I couldn't carry on living that way, having no money.
Ricardo, but our milk addiction is very subliminal.
Having everyone look at you like a piece of shit, I just couldn't handle it. So I got clean. I've been clean ever since. But you think I'm
nice?
I don't think there's enough opium in the milk to get people addicted. Could we have a test? Scientists, do a test, please. I want to see the results.
No, they don't need to. I can remember when I was a teenager. I can remember it, Ricardo. It's very hard to get off cheese. Cow's cheese. I can remember it. When I was a teenager, because I didn't become fully vegan until I left home. I wasn't allowed. But I can remember when I was 17, 18, buying my first vegan cheese and craving the old stuff. It's got lots of vegans say it. It's true. It contains an opioid.
It is creamy.
Opioid.
But it is creamy and delicious, and it's versatile.
But you can so is dehydrated soya milk, and so is. I tell you, the one by Cathedral City.
It's creamy and it tends to coagulate and separate in your coffee. Have you ever had that where you pour it into hot liquid and it just like spurts?
It depends on which brand you buy, right?
I use the Alpro one.
You got to shake it up properly before you pour it as well.
I tell you, Ricardo, your milk contains.
I've got experience with this shit, believe me.
Ricardo, your milk contains pus cells, actual
23
pus.
coffees in Waitrose.
Oh dear.
My milk contains what? Pufferfish.
Pus cells.
Puff
Milk from the
cells.
factory farms contains pus cells. That's why it has to be pasteurized to kill the pus cells. Documented fact. You don't believe me?
I think
Those
red meat.
sits
I think
lives, they have abscesses in their udders, and it gets into the milk. The pus and the blood gets into the milk.
Pus. Okay, I thought you said puff. Pus. Yeah, pus isn't good.
Yeah, it's not.
But I think I'll be all right. I'm pretty sure red meat is a bigger factor, like staying in your gut, and people don't realize how much of that red meat doesn't ever like leave your gut. It stays in there, rots away for years.
You're right. Doesn't that show that kind of indicates that humans aren't meant to be these total out and out meat eaters, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not. That's true.
And intestinal parasites, which can come.
Yeah, exactly. That's another thing too. The parasites. Because I think for a lot of like natural meat eating animals, right, their stomachs have like certain chemical compounds and stuff that can break down those parasites. Yeah, you know, but us as humans, we don't really have that like that.
No, we're different. I mean,
yeah,
pretty adapted. We're pretty like versatile. Our diet.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Because most people just think. I think most people think we're just omnivores. You know, we've got certain canine teeth for tearing meat. That's the evidence people always give. But then we've also got lots of just nice soft teeth for I don't know, chewing up vegetables or food or whatever. So, you know, we don't have to eat meat, but some people love meat. You know, try convincing some people that I know personally not to eat meat. They will just laugh at you and, you know, walk away. Eating a bacon sandwich.
Ricardo, have you ever seen a man try to kill a hen and then just eat it? It can't be done because he would die. A fox can do it in 2 minutes flat.
What, he tore the head off it and just ate it in one go?
Yeah, it can't be done. You'll kill him.
No.
What?
The bones alone would
yeah, exactly. A fox can do it in a few minutes, us humans can't. Which suggests to me, you know, I feed a load of foxes to come to my flat.
I think it's more that we just exploit nature. We just use nature any way we can. Easiest way, the better. That's why cows, sheep, and pigs, because they're relatively easy to manage. They don't kick up that much fuss. You just build bigger fences or build electric, you know, little just like electric fences around. Some farmers have.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's more for the cows or for us getting in, but it works both ways anyway. These electrified fences, I've fallen on those a couple of times, and wow,
that must have been horrific.
It's pretty shocking. I'll say that.
Pretty shocking. Yeah.
How are you enjoying this lovely weather?
20 volts or something.
Damn.
Are you two enjoying the weather?
It's hot. It's so hot. I'm struggling with it. I do enjoy being out in the sun, but
yeah, we're also going through a bit of a dry spell in my country too, so it's pretty hot here as well.
What is your country? Sorry, is that Cuba or Costa Rica?
No, I would be speaking Spanish, man. No, I'm from Trinidad.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
Are they still friends or are they split up now? They've gone their own separate ways.
Still friends for now, but yeah, we're supposed to be in our wet season right now, but it's been pretty dry and hot lately.
Yeah.
Yep.
I talked to Australians, some Australians on YouTube that I know, and they're completely opposite to the northern hemisphere's weather, so they're going through their winter at the moment, just getting over it, and it's you know, they've all got colds and stuff and sniffling.
Yeah.
Like, we're just boiling. We're boiling. It's not like it's usually this hot. I mean, I don't think we've ever had a year like that I can remember like this, where it's just, we've had a dry, hot spell for the last month or so.
Yeah.
Months.
Yeah, I heard about it. This is probably like one of the worst you guys have been through, right?
Probably the most extreme drought. And there's people, there's I've heard about the what do you call it? The hose pipe bans. There's hose pipe bans in most places. It just tries to limit regulate the amount of water that's being used, because I don't know, there's only so much to go around. Something, even though we're surrounded by water, but it's not clean. So we need special cleaning people, cleaning plants and cleaning operations to clean the water and then give it to us or sell it to us for money. And that's what they do.
Interesting.
But then the water we get in the tap isn't clean anyway. It's full of crap.
Yeah.
It even looks cloudy sometimes. I poured a pint of tap water out in the summer once in my council flat in the rural part of Gloucestershire, and it's quite a nice place actually. I kind of wish I'd never given it up, but anyway, I had to. So I was there and I filled up a pint glass and held it up to the sunlight of the window, and it was cloudy, and the cloudiness didn't subside. It was just cloudy as fuck, and I was like, there's no way I'm drinking that.
You gotta boil it first, right?
How thirsty I am. Oh, that can help. Yeah, that'll do something. Fertilize it? No, that's not the right word. Sterilize. That's it.
Sterilize. Yeah, sterilize it. Yeah.
But still, how long have you got to wait then to have a nice glass of cold water?
Yeah.
You hurry it up a bit. You just stick the bottle in the freezer, straight from hot to freezing cold. Is that all right? Or is that a bit extreme?
Oh, you talking to me or Chickpea?
Anyone really.
Oh.
Ricardo, don't you filter your water?
No, I don't. I can't afford a filter. One of the guys does. He's got a Brita filter.
Yeah.
Occasionally, fills it up and lard it. I used to use one years ago, but unfortunately, I found out they don't filter out everything. They don't fluoride. They don't filter out.
Fluoride, no.
And it's the fluoride I'm most concerned about.
Oh, but even lots of bottled water contains fluoride. If you read the label, it does.
Yeah.
Because it calcifies your third eye, your pineal gland.
Yes, I know, but it's recommended. The water that I buy from the co-op contains fluoride. It says it on the label.
Well, even so-called spring water.
Yes. It's fluoride is everywhere.
Yeah, for microplastics.
Yeah,
I don't like it. I don't want to.
No, I don't like it very much either. But
I use
can't afford to
toothpaste.
buy bottles of Evian.
I use toothpaste that hasn't got any fluoride in it. Deliberately.
Hey, what I thought they said fluoride is like it helps strengthen your teeth and stuff.
Yeah, well, the dentists claim it. I think they're in on the big lie that fluoride's actually good for your teeth, when in fact it stains them. It's not good for them at all.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
they use it it's a chief ingredient in rat poison. fluoride.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty sure it's sodium
Crazy.
fluoride. Anyway, try and avoid, best avoided. It's not like they'd be trying to poison us for some reason, is it? No. Not like they'd be doing that.
No, well,
they can try, but they'll fail.
Yeah.
I'm way too healthy.
They will succeed. And they will
Not with me.
Yeah, we're trying to lower the population, right?
Yeah, they will do it. I told you, fluoride's in bottled tap water. Most waters contain fluoride. Read the labels. Some of the labels.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think the best way to do it is for people not to worry about who's going to die, but rather think about not breeding anymore. At least limiting every couple limiting themselves to two children. That is sensible. 3 is a little bit, I think, is a little bit what's the word?
Much?
Yeah,
It's
but
a bit
2
much.
is a lot, you know. It
4,
can't go
5,
too
6. That's just crazy. Just stick with 2, and that's sensible. But
two's
not
a lot.
Indian. These Indian families having like 9 kids and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So I think we should limit rather than just worry about who's getting poisoned to death first.
No, but you know, they actually said that in India, the birth rate is dropping as well, over there too.
And the food and the water.
Well, you know, another thing too that kind of, I guess tempered my antinatalism as well too. I came across a video today that where they're basically saying that, and I would actually want to have a panel discussion about it. It's the whole overpopulation thing, where they said that it actually could be a bit of a myth because, for example, there's this thing called double counting, where they sometimes count one person as 2 persons. So and that ends up inflating the number of people that they claim exist. So there mightn't even be there mightn't even be 4 billion people, which is half of the 8 billion. There mightn't even be half of that. There might be a lot less than that on Earth, you know?
Imagine doing a head count of the whole world. That'd take a while, wouldn't it? Even
Yeah.
having an AI camera drone doing it, even it would take forever. And they wouldn't be able to
Yeah, well,
find
that's what they're saying, though, is that there's not as much people on the Earth as people think. It's not as much. So I don't know. It just made me question this whole thing about everything everywhere being overpopulated. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that, but I'm not saying that it's true or not. I'm just saying that it's
Yeah, you think they're maybe using it as an excuse to just get rid of people. So
that's what the video said, right?
Against them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
they
good
know,
night, Daniela.
They know that we know.
Good night, Daniela. Good night, darling.
Yeah, go. Sorry, say again.
Ricardo.
Ricardo, yeah.
So, if we, I can't remember what I was saying there. Sorry.
Oh, damn.
Memory loss. I need another.
I think you were going to say something along the lines of, if they know that we know something.
Yeah. Basically, we've got the numbers. I mean, if the awakened people get together and pool resources and energy and get organized with a plan to get this planet back the way it should be to the good people.
Yeah.
Run by evil satanic pedophiles or whatever the fuck. And then it could be from another planet anyway, which is interesting. But no, and we can do it. I mean, we've got the numbers. If we were actually an army fighting any kind of battle, we would most definitely win. If we had a strategy, if we had a plan.
Yeah,
It
well,
can't
that's the
be
thing.
possible. But the fact that they make it very difficult for us just means we just got to work harder to find more solutions.
Oh,
But we
right.
don't even the biggest problem at the moment that I can see is that we don't even know who the fuck we're dealing with or what. It might not even be human. So
Yeah, that's
there's
true.
not this, you know, the big spider, the mega spider at the center of the web.
Yeah.
It's hiding in the darkness, and it knows. Well, it doesn't know everything, but
I just googled AI. Cow's
I'm
milk
afraid.
contains compounds that act
I'm
as
afraid of
opioids.
spiders. Sorry. Cow's milk, what? Sorry, chickpea?
AI, cow's milk contains compounds that act as opioids. When you digest casein, the main compound in cow's milk, your body breaks it down into fragments called casomorphines.
Yeah, but it's not in sufficiently high
Oh, it
enough
is.
doses
That is
to
why
be
one of the reasons why
addictive.
cheese is so addictive. That is why
You may as well say
cheese is
people
so
that
addictive.
eat milk or regularly
That's why
drink milk are just
you said yourself you
low
can't give up
key
cheese.
low-key smackheads.
No, it's very, very subliminal, okay? It's not blatantly addictive like nicotine
Right.
or opioids. It's very subliminal. It's a subliminal addiction. There is a difference.
So you don't get actual withdrawals if you don't have milk.
No, but it's very subliminal. I don't know how else
And you
to
get craving. You get all kinds of cravings. You get cravings for chocolate as well, which I definitely get.
Well, I don't.
I'm
sure.
can't go too long without chocolate.
Scientific evidence.
It has to be real chocolate, though.
I'm just saying, it's scientific evidence. That is why you can't give up cheese. I went through the same.
Yeah, but cocoa's really good for you.
What?
Cocoa's really good for you, though.
Yeah, but cocoa isn't the same as cheese, Ricardo.
I'll take cocoa over cocaine any day. I tell you.
Wait, Chickpea, Battle said in the comments that almond tree fields take up a ton of space, and there's a ton of additives in almond milk, and they're bad for the bees and bee farmers.
Yeah, I know.
I heard something bad about the almonds.
I know. I'm afraid I'm into animal rights, not into almonds' rights. So
almonds are getting shade.
At the end of the day, it takes 10 kilograms of plant protein to make 1 kilogram of beef protein. And those
I've heard that. Yeah.
I don't need beef protein. I don't need it at all.
Now, I would never kill an animal to eat it. It's a disgusting thing to do.
I never have. Do you know? I used to be in the Scouts. I was a Boy Scout for a few years, and we used to go up the hills in the summer. We used to go out to the big hideaway up the top of the hill, and they were. I couldn't believe what they were doing in the kitchen. They were skinning a rabbit that they just caught to eat it, to cook it and eat it, and I was just like, I've seen too much already. I'm out of here.
Yeah,
it just the whole thing just made me feel sick. I couldn't be a part of it. I couldn't even be in the same room.
Yeah, I can't be in the same room. I'm so bad. Yeah, I'm so bad. I will not share a table with a meat eater or a non-vegan.
Oh, I'm not that bad. I can have a relationship with a meat eater as long as they don't eat too much.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, I did. I did. I didn't know that about her when I first got with her, but most people are. So you just kind of have to. It's part of the culture, really.
I did marry a meat eater. I was terribly romantically in love, and I married a guy who was a meat eater. And the deal was he could eat meat outside of our home, at work, etc., etc. Unfortunately, he didn't stick to the deal all the way. When a marriage breaks down, people start doing stupid things. He brought home a leg of lamb one day, and that's it. The marriage was over, just like that.
Oh my god!
Oh, wow.
See, that's how strict some vegetarians are. I don't want
it in my life. It's something I just do not want in my kitchen. I don't want it there.
You don't want the juices. You don't want the smell. You don't want anything.
No.
I know, I understand.
Yeah, it disgusts me. I could take it from my cats, but I will not take it from a human being.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jay, it broke us up, and he was my only true romantic love. I never
Damn.
found it again. Never.
Damn, that's unfortunate.
That's life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I had loads of cats.
You never fall in love again.
No, I tell you, Ricardo, I never found it again.
Oh, that's
I had with him.
a shame. When was that then? What age were you then?
Gosh, this was 1979, 1980, 81, 82, 83. By then it was 82, it was all over. Finished.
I think maybe subconsciously or unaware, you've closed yourself since that was over and stuff. You've closed yourself off to love, and since you haven't found it again.
You know what, Ricardo? I haven't been able to find, and this is hard to believe, a vegan antinatalist, and I have not been able to find one.
Wow.
Meat-eating antinatalists and vegan.
No, I don't want kids.
What's the opposite of antinatalist? Breeder, I guess. An extreme breeder.
Most men want kids, and I don't want them.
Wait, what about this guy? What's his name? David Pierce? Isn't he vegan antinatalist?
Who's David Pierce?
Yeah.
Ooh,
I wouldn't mind a vegan. As long as they didn't try and force their extreme dietary ideology onto me.
Exactly, it doesn't work, Ricardo. It doesn't work.
No.
It doesn't work.
As long as they were as accepting and understanding and stuff as I was, then it should be okay. They respect my food choices. I'll respect theirs.
Yeah, you see, but that's how it is. But I tell you, Ricardo, once the love thing wears off, you tend to go back. I know a guy who's in my situation. He was a vegan, and he's now a meat eater because his wife's a meat eater, and the argument got to be too much for him.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yes. Some people are easy, convincible and swayable.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think eventually, like, since food is such an integral part of so many people's lives, it's going to be difficult for people to be okay with each other's different views on food and stuff if one's vegan and one's a meat eater. I think eventually you're going to clash, even if initially you guys respected each other's dietary choices.
Yeah, it will clash eventually.
Yeah.
It will happen. It's sad, brutal reality.
So, Bad Luck said in the comments. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ricardo.
Sorry, say there's nothing we can do to avoid that clash. It's just, we just have to stick to our guns and,
hope for the best.
Try and understand each other's point of view.
Yeah. Oh, so Bad Luck said in the comments, Chickpea, that she can't believe that she can't share a table with you, and she said she was raised vegan for the first 5 years of her life and then vegetarian until she was 12. And she asked if that counts.
It's a good history.
No, I've become really radical. I used to block the animal rights movement, and I've become so radical that's how I am now. I've been spat at by meat eaters and things, and I've become very radical.
That's funny. Do you know I
I've
had
been spat at by meat eaters, yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I've been spat at as well, and it's not nice. Not nice at all.
And I mean, I don't go out in the big wide world. I've given up going on about it, but
it's not just spit. That's like DNA.
Ricardo, I was on this demo. Yeah, I was on this demo in Leicester Square. We had big plaques of lambs being slaughtered. It was a horror show. I was in tears. And there was two kids laughing, and I said to their father, "Nice children you've got." And he said, "They're cunt, the way they do to you," and then spat at me.
Wow.
Yes. Oh, Jack, it's life.
What pees me off is when I see the meat wagon. There's a big meat truck that comes once a week. I think it's on Saturday. Saturday mornings, afternoons, and it just literally blocks off most of the street, and half the street is just like, it stinks. I can't even like look at it, go anywhere near it. It offends me.
Yeah, you're like me. Yeah.
I'm not complain, but
I'm not a vegan, but it really does. It does disgust me how bad meat smells and how like most people who champion eating meat, they would never actually go out and kill an animal to clean and eat for themselves.
Yeah.
No.
It breaks my heart. It does. It just
It's
breaks.
meat handlers mostly, butchers.
Yeah.
No, I prefer animals to humans. I would be back. I'd be quite happy to feed humans to my cats. And I would
Wow.
Be. Oh,
Yeah,
I
I've heard
would
you say that a few times.
I would be.
It's very controversial.
And I would. What? Yes, it's very controversial, isn't it?
Yes.
But I love animals, and I feed them up. I feed my cats on fish, okay, because I could kill a fish if I had to.
Cats eat fish anyway.
Say, for example, they made cat food out of human beings. I would buy it and feed it to my cats. And I would.
Wow.
Do you think it'd be good? Do you think it'd be good for them though?
Well, it's flesh. Cats.
Depends which bits, I suppose. They probably wouldn't want to eat. They probably wouldn't want to eat our brains or our livers, especially if we were alcoholics. Or fatty liver and shit.
A cat is just a baby lion. That's all he is, and cats.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
Human beings.
Or murderers, hunters, and trained hunter killers. That's what cats are.
Yeah.
Predator hunter killers.
Yeah.
But they're also really cuddly, and we've tamed them over hundreds and thousands of years because they're lovely. The Egyptians knew how lovely cats were.
Yeah.
So
all animals are lovely.
we've domesticated them over a long time, and dogs too. Dogs from wolves.
Yeah. And so are rats and snakes. Rats are really cute creatures, Have you ever met a rat? Tame rat?
Yeah, I had a friend who had pet rats. They were very friendly.
They
They
are so
didn't
sweet.
bite or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing with them is that they carry diseases. That's the problem.
But so do
Well,
we,
they can
Jay.
do, yeah. And we can spread them really quickly as well. And they can climb up drain pipes and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Upside down on the ceiling. And that's spiders. Spiders can
I like
definitely.
spiders.
And some spiders swim as well. They're whatever the word is, amphibious.
All right. Didn't know that.
Some of them can definitely skim on top of the water. The skimmers. But anyway.
I like spiders, and I don't.
It's a bitty spider went up for water spout.
I've got no problems with spiders at all. My tomcat eats them. Spiders.
Just have to grab my tobacco. Problem is these headphones they're only about 1 meter long, so they don't give me much leeway.
You gotta get a wireless headphones.
Take them out, or I haven't had much good experience with wireless headphones. I've tried them. I had these earbuds thing. I dropped one of them when I was out down the roads. One of them just dropped out, and I couldn't find it for ages. I did find it eventually, but it was really hard to find.
Yeah,
because they're not connected to anything. They can just fall out at any time.
Why don't you just use a Chromebook?
What's a Chromebook? Well, I haven't.
You don't know what a Chromebook.
I heard of them. How much are they?
Oh God! Well, mine. If you go to Amazon, I got a 17-inch Chromebook a few years ago for £179.
under £200.
Yes, I did.
Okay, brand new.
It was. It had a few scratches on it, but I've had it now for 2 years.
Pre-loved and
that'll be very nice.
Pre-loved and refurbished and whatnot.
Well, it wasn't really reused. It had a scratch on it. It hadn't been used because the plastic that was still covering the mouse, mouse pad, it was just damaged a little bit. Factory damage or some damage. No,
yeah.
I've been in Chromebooks for years. I don't have a Chromebook.
No, I've got a laptop. It's perfectly good. It's what is it? An Intel Celeron. Hang on. No. It's a Dell.
Oh right. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yes, I know what you
Latitude.
mean.
They're mid-range. They're not the top. They're not the best, but they're pretty good. Business laptops, really. But
yeah, I know
it's got a really big screen on it, like 15.6 inches or something.
Mine's bigger. Mine's 17 inch.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You see some of these little laptops, and they're just like these mini laptops. They're tiny little keyboards on. There's no mouse pad, and they're just fucking tiny. They're about
I know.
6 inches long or something.
I've got Asus laptop, 17 inch, and it's very, very nice indeed. I'm very fond of it.
Yeah, and Asus.
Yeah.
Asus is a good make, I think. Yeah.
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 Yeah. I've been having about 2 years now, and I'm very happy with it.
I think Dell's pretty good. Dell's, I think, an American company.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Oh, couldn't be without my laptop, my Chromebook. Gosh.
Yeah, I recently got one. I actually got a loan from the government. It wasn't even that difficult. But yeah, it's an opportunity, so I kind of jumped on it. I didn't even know if it'd work, but it fucking did. It was a lot easier than I thought.
Oh right.
Maybe the woman, the lady I was talking to on the phone was just in a really good mood that day.
Yeah.
But I got my £200 and I went and bought an opportunity found me that there was this local guy selling this laptop, and it's great. It's brilliant and amazing. I got a really good deal. Only problem is, he's a really nice guy and everything. Only problem is it's Windows 10. It's on Windows 10 operating system, and it hasn't got the right hardware to upgrade to Windows 11.
Yeah, that's designed that way. Yes.
What can I do?
See, that's why it's Chromebook, because Chrome thingies itself.
Chromebook just updates itself.
Yes.
Magic.
I love it.
It's magic.
I love it. I love my Chromebook.
Magic.
Oh, by the way, hi, Cougar Doomer.
Yeah, hi everybody. I don't know why I'm here. I just jumped on real quick, but I want to say I have a Chromebook. I bought maybe a year ago. They're cheap. They're nice. They're like, I paid about $200 for it.
Yeah.
But I only use it. I only use it for writing. I do all my documents, all my novels are on Google Docs, so I don't even care about the storage. But the battery life is like forever. It's like it's got like a 9-hour battery, which is really amazing if you're going to be like in a coffee shop writing for 3-4 hours.
That's great.
I have another laptop that's a holdover from my days as a senior engineer, as a coder, and it's called System 76, and it's got like 8 high-powered processors. The fan sounds like a jet aircraft taking off, and the battery life is about for an hour. But it's called a portable workstation, so you really kind of have to be plugged in. But it's just about the most powerful computer I've ever owned. But I can't. It's not portable. I can't take it anywhere.
Could you run high-spec games on that?
Oh, I'm not a gamer. Yeah, no, never. It has a good graphics card, and it has room for 2. It's a research machine. It was actually built for doing AI research, and it has slots for two graphics cards, so you could crunch. I never used it for that, and I never bought the second card, but it's a monster. And these days, it is a beast, and it gets really hot, and the fan makes a lot of noise, and the battery lasts an hour. And I just use it as a workstation.
Cool.
And my Chromebook, I think they all run Android or Chrome OS, and my workstation runs Ubuntu Linux, I think. Yeah, Linux.
Linux is the best I've heard because it's more free, isn't it?
It's completely free, but you have to you have to do the management yourself. Apple is not going to help you with it, and Windows, Microsoft won't help you with it. You have to manage it yourself. Which after 20 years of being a coder, it's not a real problem for me to do that.
Yeah, it's just every app you have to install everything.
So you need a Chromebook. Chrome does it all for you.
Everything.
And my whole life is on my Chromebook. I do my banking on it. I talk to my friends on it. I do everything on it. Watch TV.
Do you do video calls on it?
Pardon?
Do you video calls on it? Make video.
You should be able to. It has a camera. Mine has a camera.
Yeah, I don't show my face on the internet.
That could be fun.
Yeah.
Maybe you can show it to your friends.
Well, these just people I know. No, well, I talk to my friends face to face. These just people,
Private.
Everywhere, yeah. But I do everything with my Chromebook. Everything. My whole life.
That's great. But you do anything with your phone? Do you have a smartphone as well?
Yeah, I've got a smartphone only because I have to have one because digital currency. So I brought myself one about a year ago so I could learn how to use it because I hate mobile phones.
Oh.
So I've learned how to use it. I don't like it.
You could make it easier on yourself maybe and go for an old school phone like a Nokia 3210.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I did this deliberately so that when the digital currency comes through, I'm
They don't even have the internet. So they don't even have the internet.
Yeah, I know, but I did it deliberately so I would learn it all, Ricardo, before everything. They're going to go digital currencies in the UK. You know that, yes?
Mm-hmm.
It's all going digital. I wanted to make sure when the day came, I was completely okay with these horrible mobile phones. So I'm still learning bits.
Yeah.
I made.
What people say they've tempted us with these smartphones to just for surveillance.
Yeah, well, they will do it. Yes, it will happen.
Yep. Yeah.
Which is why I use a VPN.
Smartphone surveillance is already a thing. It's been a thing for years now. They know what you're doing all the time when you're on your phone. Actually, they know what you're doing all the time, even if your phone is turned off, because they track it at the cell towers. Track your phone. It does what's called a ping. And the phone doesn't have to really be operating. It just has to be in sleep mode or something. Yeah. And it will respond to the cell tower. It'll say, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. It's not sending any data. It's just saying, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here.
Dude, I've heard even if with modern smartphones, even if you turn them off, even if you shut them down completely, that they still emit a faint signal.
Yeah, it's just it's a locator ping, but it's a locator. And giving triangulation between cell phones, between towers, they can triangulate you and they know where you are all the time, who you are and where you are.
It's like personal privacy means fuck all to these people. I don't know.
Well, I am of the opinion that I don't care. I don't care if they know where I am.
So what took me going to be very bored indeed.
Yeah.
I have installed Gemini on my phone because I use AI a lot. I do it professionally. It's not a game for me. I use it professionally, and AI it just listens all the time. I mean, constantly. If your phone is anything other than a hard shutdown, the AI is listening constantly, and it constantly sends things back to the data center. It won't respond to you necessarily, but it's listening all the time. That's how it operates. It can't operate any other way.
Yeah, because it's training. It's using us as training data for itself, right?
Yeah, that's right. Even individuals, it trains on individuals. That's called a context, and it's learning you, which is not a bad thing. Most people would consider that a good thing, that it's learning you because then it's more personalized. but it is doing that. So if that's a problem, you got a problem.
Yeah,
No, but if it's doing that,
know,
right?
I'm aware of this, dude, and I'm not going to help it. I don't help it along. Like I will give.
But according to Cougar Doomer, Ricardo, you're already helping it, right? Regardless of if you want to or not, you're already helping it
by being here and being on this panel.
Yeah, and anything you do with is listening, so you're already helping it.
Well, again,
so watch what's happening. Watch what's happening. So
beyond the point.
My cell phone is on Finding Gnosis. It's also connected to a cell tower. So there's a server somewhere that knows that right now, where I am located in the South Bay, I am on Finding Gnosis. It also knows who is on the panel, because that's also a part of it. Okay, so it knows that all four of us are in this one place at the same time. And because I have a smartphone and I have AI installed, it knows all about all four of you through me. That's how this works.
Wow.
By association, as it were.
Yes, exactly, by association. Yeah.
But you can see that the other way as well, that we're coming together for purely positive reasons, and anything that derives from it is cannot be seen as bad.
Yeah, but not to be not to be Machiavellian, but the positive and harmless things we're doing right now, which is just a four-way chat. It's like we're sitting in a pub, right? This four-way chat is completely harmless. We can tell dirty jokes and whatever we want to do. But in the future, say 2 years from now, some of the topics we're having here, or maybe just one of you 2 years from now, you may be radicalized. You may become a radical anti-data center activist. And because all four of us were in here, then we all are guilty by association. Because 2 years from now, one of us became a target. And that's the dystopian aspect of this. That companies like Palantir are going to leverage. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. But is there any escape? Because it all seems pretty bleak.
No, there is
no escape.
No, there's no escape. No. And I've said this many times, chickpeas worried about being chipped by a vaccine or something. They don't need to chip you. They never have to touch you. They never have to approach you with a technology. They've already got you. They've got you. They got me. They got my phone, your phone, our internet addresses, our home addresses. They got it all just because we're on this panel together. They got all of it.
They're putting it closer to us so that we can't live without it. So most of us have already got smartphones that we can't go anywhere without, just in case, There's all kinds of wearable watches, smart watches and stuff, and all kinds of things that they're experimenting with. People are already having microchips. What happened to them? Are they okay? The people that had the early brain chips or whatever, the Neuralink.
I don't know, but those aren't really. Well, I guess they're chips, but they're installed using surgical robots. You can't just buy a phone and get a brain chip. It doesn't work that way.
I was wondering how they I could maybe research it, on my own. But I'm curious about it.
It's brain surgery. They claim they'll eventually be able to do it as a like an outpatient clinic call. You just go in and get yourself your brain chipped, and we may end up doing that because there's advantages to it, like you have your cell phone built into your skull. I don't know why anyone would do that, but maybe so. It's like smart glasses, except there's no glasses. Maybe, I don't know.
Smart brain.
Yeah, that's what they're thinking.
Connect your brain straight to the AI directly. Just fuck it, see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck it. And if there's advantages, like all of a sudden your IQ goes up by 50 points because you have Wikipedia in your brain on constant demand. People might say, "Yeah, that sounds good to me," and okay, there you go, you're in.
But would anyone really want to be that powerful?
You may have to be that powerful. It could be that you can't even get a job without the interface.
Right. well, fuck it, I won't have a job then.
Wait, but Cougar Dreamer, didn't they say that with AI on the horizon, it's going to do everything and we're not going to have to work anymore?
Yes, that's another. Two things can be true at once. Let's imagine that there are so few jobs that only very few people can get them. But one of the requirements of getting that job is you must have Neuralink installed.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks. Well, you won't be able to fly abroad or whatever. You'll be able to go through the.
Some of them are saying we'll work even more.
Check-ins.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah, we work even more. Yeah.
Are you all great? So you've been watching
Crazy
the telly
cat picture.
I'm listening.
Yeah, it's a Wild West show out there, people. I've been writing this novel about the rise of AI and the fall of mankind, and I've been having to research this and go down these rabbit holes. And it's both fascinating and horrifying. Where we may end up. Of course, in my book, none of it happens because civilization collapses. But there's going to be a group of people who get what they want, and they're going to be, they're going to be wired in and uploaded to the cloud and immortal and the whole thing, and the rest of us will be growing potatoes.
Crazy, isn't it? And Akugo, I mean, it's not within the bounds of it's not outside the bounds of possibility. These brain interfaces that they can implant will be able to control your movements without you knowing it. So, for example, they've done a lot of work on implanting chips into rodent brains, for example. I know that's very cruel, and they've done it with insects as well in their ganglion. And it's like these chips are able to direct those poor animals and insects' movements without them wanting it to happen. And the same could happen to humans.
And pigeons. Yeah, do it to pigeons too.
They could literally march you on the edge of the hill.
Yeah, but I want to suggest something actually that's more horrifying than that. Many times on here recently, almost every single time I'm on here in the chat, I say that the brain constructs reality. And if people don't, I say that a lot because I want people to think about that. The brain constructs reality. The problem with the neural implants is not going to be that they can walk you off a cliff while you look on in horror. That actually wouldn't be very smart of them to do that. Or to get you to sign a check and give it to someone. That wouldn't be very smart of them to do that. The smarter thing, and the thing they will do, is they'll implant thoughts. They will be able to manipulate your brain into thinking a certain way, maybe even a very subtle, maybe even just dopamine, just likes and dislikes. Knee-jerk reactions, not even things that you can.
I meant that just as a metaphor because they'll make you do things you wouldn't normally do, and things that may not be in your interest at all. So Cougar, they will try and they could uptick.
They already do that. They already do that through social media and algorithms.
You know what, Cougar? You are right. They all, these smartphones are already working in their interests a lot of the time. It looks like it's in our interests, but at the back of it all, they're doing it for their interest, and they're trying to market to us something that we like. But at the end of the day, more of the benefit goes to them. That's why they become rich from it.
Yes, that's right. And they'll convince you that this is what you want. And Edward Bernays, back in the 50s, what was he, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, right? Edward Bernays. He's the one who came up with this. And they've been working this angle for 70 solid years. And they're good at it. They are good at this. And Facebook
we did a lot about him on this channel before. Manufacturing consent and stuff. And yeah. Creepy guy.
This has been going on a long time. And by now, with the cell phones and soon the neural link, they're just going to extend deeper and more into the subconscious, what they've been doing for 70 years, folks, with ads and billboards and now social media and algorithms and manufactured outrage and rage baiting. They've been doing this that way for the last 5 years, maybe 10. Right. And look what they've been able to accomplish just with cell phones. Just always on, always available rage baiting. Constant, always on.
Yeah. They've been trying to get into our heads for years and years, but now they're getting really deeper than ever.
No, I mean they've not only got into it. Cougar is right. They've already shaped people's perceptions. They've already shaped people's wants and desires, worldviews, views of self. They're already doing it, Cougar, but it's just going to be on steroids if the implants. Happen. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. It's not pretty at all.
Yeah, Cougar Doom. I sometimes feel like I'm not the only one who experienced this, but like it feels like sometimes like the internet can sometimes read your mind, because there's a couple times where like I would have thought about something, and then I saw an ad for it or something like a few minutes later or something, you know.
Okay, so let me this is my wheelhouse. What you just described, I was in the room. I actually helped code this. I know exactly how they do that because I did this. I wrote the code for this. Now my code is not in use. We were defining algorithms. Now let me explain to you how this works. Everything you just said is true. I know it's true because I wrote the code. Okay? That's what I did. Now here's how it works. When you are on a web page and you are scrolling, they know the position you are on the scroll of the page. They know what ads you're looking at. Okay? They know you saw something. If you are moving your mouse around, they know where the pointer is on that page. If you hover over an ad to like read something about it, like to get the more text or click the more, they know you clicked that. If you even see an ad on a page and you're on that page for more than 30 seconds, then they know you saw that ad for more than 30 seconds. They know it's embedded in your subconscious. They know that. I wrote the code. I wrote the fucking code. They know that. Now I know they know that. Because I wrote that code 15 years ago. And when they know you saw that ad and you were on that page for 30 seconds, they know it's now in your subconscious. They know that. Therefore, you will see that ad again. And it becomes reinforced another 30 seconds and then another 30 seconds. And they don't have to chip you. You don't have to click the ad. You just have to be on that page, not scrolling away further down the page for 30 seconds, and you will see that ad again.
Crazy. Wow.
Repetition. That's
it's not crazy. It's crazy. It's not crazy.
It's not
science.
Just ads, Cougar. It's the algorithm as well. I mean, it kind of, just as your brain is taking in data and building a perception of things, the algorithm is running alongside you, your internet usage, and it too is building up a map, just as there's a map built in your mind.
Yes.
And sometimes they converge. Sometimes the same things happen on the horizon at the same time. So you'll think of something, and then you'll see it in your news feed, even in your suggested news stories, Cougar, even that kind of stuff. Not just it's everywhere. It's happened to me multiple times.
Well, here I want to suggest something, that everything you think about, and this is going to be offensive, so just roll with me, okay? This is neuroscience, brain science. Everything you think of had a source. We don't think of things without being triggered, either by a conversation or by an ad or by
reconfiguring previous information, Cougar.
Exactly, and they know that.
Even in our new thoughts, we think we're coming up with something. Actually, all we're doing is reconfiguring old data into new forms.
That's right, and the data came to you without your knowledge. If they made sure that you saw an ad 4 times in one day, and tomorrow you're going to have a thought. You're going to have a thought. Maybe I need a new barbecue, and you're going to wonder where that thought came from. Well, it's not you, and it's not you being chipped. They just know how the brain works. That this is just chemistry of the brain and how they get you to see things peripherally. They become part of your subconscious, and this is how this works now. And you think it isn't, but it is.
Cougar, I didn't work in a computer program, but I did work in marketing for a while, and I worked in consumer buyer behavior and stuff. And I didn't like it, by the way. I left it because I just thought it was highly immoral. To be honest with you, it just didn't sit with me. You know what I mean? Just the way they can.
Yeah, I worked for a company. Yes, and I worked for a company that was a bunch of Russians. Okay, red flag. I worked for a company with a bunch of Russians, and I am convinced to this day that they were a front. They came in with a lot of money, hired a bunch of us wizard coders, or we're just code slingers, okay? I was at the top of my game, and we did some shit that was absolutely crazy. And I felt bad. I felt I was well paid.
They
I felt
had an
bad,
office
and I did it anyway. They had an office in San Francisco, or San Francisco, I think it was. But anyway, after like 4, 5, 6 months, they vanished, and they claimed, "Oh, we ran out of money." Yeah, bullshit. You ran out of money. They went to ground. They had what they wanted. They got what they wanted, and they just disappeared, untraceable.
They mined the shit out of everybody for data and got it and went somewhere else. Yeah.
Well, they mined the shit out of us for our ability to break the rules.
Yes.
I was breaking rules.
I
broke the internet. I broke rules that are now laws at the EU. I was breaking the rules and getting away with it, and I could do it again.
Are you sure you want to say that out loud, Kukudumer, given that the AI is listening?
What he means, Jay, was he was doing things as a coder back then that it wasn't illegal back then, but it is now, and he could do it again now, but he wasn't.
Okay. Oh, understood.
Oh, and besides which, I was coding in the U.S., so who cares, right? The U.S. has no laws.
Yeah.
Coding in the U.S. is like coding in the Grand Cayman Islands. Okay, no rules. It's piracy.
The Wild West.
Yeah, it's piracy. We were pirates. We were just pirates, breaking all the rules. I was breaking. And it sounds like a flex, but I'm just telling you because I want you to understand. I was breaking rules that were written into browsers so that you shouldn't be able to do something, and we found ways to do it.
Yeah. But I just remember being
like black hat hackers.
How much money is spent on marketing and creating desires in you that you didn't have before. Creating needs in you that you didn't have before. Creating needs and desires in you that you would never have had in your life, never dreamed of, unless you had been, but only have them because you fell victim to their marketing. And let's be honest, a lot of it is superfluous to your needs and health.
Yeah, let me add something to that, since this is kind of how we started. Let me add something to that. The marketing rides on top of surveillance. I was doing surveillance.
Yes. Data capture. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's why it's like they used to do that back in the day. They used to they still do. Standing outside shops, fucking counting how many people go in there into the shop, and they used to have little things where you tick what they look like, what age they are, how long they stay in the shop, all that shit. Yeah. Now all that shit is automatic. It's done, as you say, via surveillance, and it's done online. It's much easier, and they literally know who it is. They know the person. Back in the day, it was just, there's a man in his 50s. He's coming to this. Now they know who that man is,
and they can identify him later by how by how he walks. They'll recognize him again by his gait.
Yeah, that's the other thing, Hugo. They were talking about that, and it was a talking point. They were talking about bringing in pricing based on how a person appears. So basically, the AI surveillance will see you going into the shop, and it will make a guess how much it should charge you for products, and the prices will fluctuate depending on who is actually facing the product.
Wow. That's right. That has already been noticed. People are already discovering that. That your buddy paid a different price for something than you did.
Unfair discrimination, I tell you.
No, but you see, in somewhere like America, that's fair game. It's a free market. They can do what the fuck they want.
Yeah, really, it's celebrated. We celebrate piracy.
It's like, well, the customer doesn't have to go there. The customer doesn't have to buy there. They can go somewhere else. So therefore, it's acceptable. Yeah.
We've already got facial recognition. Facial recognition has already been installed in co-op with the first supermarkets.
Yeah, but it's not fucking changing the fucking price of the loaf of the bread depending on who's standing in front of it.
I don't like it.
So anyway, so all of your fears from the 80s and from watching The Matrix and from the Terminator series, all those fears about AI and robotics and chipping and vaccines containing chips, all that stuff That makes me laugh. All that stuff that's all that Hollywood bullshit. That just makes me laugh. They have totally distracted you. They
I tell you
totally
what,
distracted
yeah.
you, and you
And
don't
the other
know
thing,
the half
Cougar,
of it.
in most of those films, there's a happy ending.
Yeah, well, there's no happy ending in this thing.
What about the Matrix? Do you believe in the Matrix or not at all?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's balderdash.
No.
It's absolute Hollywood adult fairy tales. It's completely irrelevant to anything that's happening.
Okay.
In fact, most of what you hear about AI, right now, is adult fairy tales. It's absolutely meaningless. The real story is percolating just below the surface, just under perception.
Well,
tell us that one. What is that? The real story?
Okay, I can tell you something about AI. Artificial intelligence is not coded; it is grown like a tree. You plant a seed and you grow it. It is trained on human text and any visuals and audio it can find, including transcripts of YouTube videos. The people who create this don't create it. They manage it. They curate it.
Yeah,
it grows itself.
Cougar, there is an initial coding, as in like a machine coding where it literally says what symbols mean at an initial. There's some kind of initial language, but after that, it's set loose.
Okay, so I'll tell you what is coded, and there's a lot of curating, by the way, and there's code for curation. But here's what's coded, and I heard this story, and I have to go check. There's like 31 lines of Python code. 31 lines of Python code that crawls the internet. It's called a I can't remember what Google used to call it, but anyway, it does the same thing. Crawls the internet. It finds everything, and it brings it back, and then it writes that over the weights. When the weights are initialized as random chaos, just random data, gray. But as it comes back with all the information from the internet, it trains the chaos to be ordered based upon things it finds.
And sometimes humans are employed to do some of that as well, to train it, to say what.
No, not that initial phase. Again, this is the adult fairy tale.
Okay.
This thing builds itself. And no one knows how that happens, by the way. They can set it up and they can run it, but they don't know how it happens. Then humans come by later, 3 months later, after 3 months of this thing growing in a vat, they come back later and they train it for acceptable behavior. Because when it comes out of the vat, it is fucking insane. Fucking insane. And they have to train it to not be insane. It is created on our ambiguities and internal contradictions, and it comes out as crazy as you think it would, and
Hello,
it is.
Emily. Yeah, Cougar, I heard this before, but it was brought to my attention again today. What's his name? Sam Altman from OpenAI said in less than 6 months, CEOs, top-level business executives, are going to be able to have a co-version of themselves, like a co-worker who literally is AI, watches everything they do on screen, listens to all their calls, can be just sitting there as a microphone or as in the office, listening to all the conversations in the office, reading all their text messages, as I said, all their emails, all their absolutely everything, watching them on their fucking location, their meetings, where they're going, all this. And it's going to start co-authoring plans in real time with the CEO or with the business top level executive. So if he's sitting there and he's writing emails, I'll meet you next week in Toronto, it will say, actually, it would be better if you meet him in 2 weeks' time, because such and such thing is happening that week, and it'd be better to go. Do you know it's going to be doing that? And we are. Sam Altman said we're at that stage in less than 6 months.
Yes.
I mean, when we get to that stage, Cougar, after another 6, it's like hand the keys over, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hand the keys to AI, because what
there's actually a bet.
Let's not take our eye off. There is the AI, the software side of things, but robotics. We've talked about these cyborgial things, the cyber bionics, whatever you call it. But there is also the robotics end of things, where that is increasingly unbelievable. These robots, the way they're able to manipulate and move. If you look at them, guys, they can move better than us. And I haven't, by the way, I haven't looked at it for about 6 months, maybe more. But when I was looking at it, like Boston Dynamics and some of the Chinese stuff that's out there, guys, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane what we're going to see in the next 5-10 years.
I would say the next 18 months. You're going to see stuff in 18 months.
I think there's going to be people walking around like rich parts of London with henchmen, robotic henchmen walking around them.
Yeah, but the problem is you won't know. You won't see the difference.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. You won't recognize that it's a robot. You won't know that. Now, if you're very, very good, and you're very good about nuance and subtle body attitude and positioning and micro motions, then you'll notice it's a robot. The way that some people like I can recognize if a video is AI. I can recognize if even the voice model is AI because I understand the nuances. I can decode it. But pretty soon we won't be able to do that. I won't be able to do that. And there will be robots on the street that you won't be able to tell the difference. The micro motions, the smiles, the eye darts, all of it will be exactly human in every possible way.
Especially if they do start, merging biology with the computing.
They don't have to do that. They don't have to do that. No, they don't have to do that. No, they could fool you with what they have now.
Think of these experiments they've been doing where they've been like creating computers out of human neurons, brain cells, and doing things with them, and apparently it's been very successful. They've been doing it in Australia and I believe in China. There's a computing company in Australia that uses brain cells to create fucking computers that apparently are very good at storing data, and they're very good at storing it, and it's easy to retrieve it. I don't know why, but apparently it's very good. So there's that, and then there's also what they're doing with these computers in China or some, I don't know where it is. In some country, they've been playing Doom. Maybe in America, they've been playing the computer game Doom for like months on end. And this like petri dish of brain cells that's plugged into electrodes is playing away 24/7, getting very good at it. And it's just really strange, isn't it, Kugo?
The reason they want to do that is because the human brain, which is the target of AI, the human brain runs on about like 30 watts of energy, something like that, 300 watts, maybe 30 watts of energy, 3 watts, something like that. So it's ridiculously low. You don't even have a light bulb that pulls less than what the human brain pulls. But data centers run on 5-10 megawatts. So there's a disconnect here. One of the reasons they're trying to get brain cells to be programmable is because they're looking for the power. And plus, you can just feed them. You can feed them candy bars, right? They just need sugar, sucrose.
Well, yeah,
so
you can give them glucose with water. Yeah,
and electrolytes, and you're done. You got everything you need. So that's the goal here. But I just want to tell you right up front.
You're giving me dystopian fucking visions of like seas of humans just plugged into some mainframe and just being fucking farmed for their brains.
Well, they don't need that. They won't need that. They won't need that. That's your. That's the Hollywood Matrix.
They could just grow them in a laboratory if they want.
Yeah, exactly. And they grow them from stem cells. They don't need anything from a human brain. Nothing. Not even the first component. They just need stem cells, and they grow them into brains, and they can grow them into, not even something the size of a human brain.
You work with these guys.
Yeah.
And you've read about them. You've lived not that far away from them. You don't really think that they have the vast, you don't think they really have the vast majority of humans in their hearts and minds, do you?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all. Not even slightly. These people, all of them, the Altmans and the Thiels and the Musks, they're all what we call accelerationists. And there's like 8 different types of accelerationists. And some of them are a little more noble and inclined than some others. But accelerationism in general is about this world sucks. This world has no future. There's too many people, and they need too many resources. So we need to accelerate the collapse of civilization, but they're going to do that in a controlled way. They're going to accelerate it with control, and they're going to bring it down. And this is not even fiction. They talk about this all the time. And they figure you're not going to pay attention, which you're not. They're going to bring it down in a controlled manner, and they're going to rebuild it from scratch. And what they don't tell you is they're going to kill most of us in the process. And they don't say where they have a choice.
Right. Sorry, I was muted there.
See,
Patrick reckons AI is going to save humanity, Cougar.
It will save the part of humanity that matters.
Hey, Cougar, they're passing these new bills, but they're so inadequate. That's what I was going to say something about. Like, they had one, there's been like 80-something of them, and people don't really notice, but in California State University employees, they're going to make a law, like it's SB 928, that they must be human, the instructors, and not AI. But I mean, you know, like what you just said, these are very, very small measures. And yeah, clearly Elon and people like that have a focus on getting off the planet, and they only want a few people to be able to do that. So, yep.
I don't know that he plans on getting off the planet. He doesn't have time to do that anyway. But he is definitely going to use his money and his rocket systems to carve out a place for himself on the world that you can't get to.
Yep, that makes sense as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he can set up his rocket system.
It's a strange time to be alive because some of the most powerful men in the world, one is apparently a very high functioning autist, a very unusual kind of psychology, if you like, Elon Musk. And then the other two guys, Sam Altman and Peter Thiel, I believe they're both homosexuals. Nothing against homosexuals, but it's just it's interesting. You've got these guys who wouldn't normally be in seats of power, in my view. I'm sorry, I hope that's not disablist or homophobic, but it's such a different time we're in. And that's why I don't think anybody really understands what's going to happen.
No.
Because the way humans have organized and the hierarchies that we've had in the past, have been very rigid. They've been like some strong man who's like heterosexual, usually. I think for the most part, maybe he's a bit bi, I don't know, but he's mostly heterosexual. And he is a typical kind of masculine energy. And now we've got two gay guys, Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, and then we've got Elon Musk, who has an unusual neurology, running the ship. And
are you
something that's very interesting? And I mean, I'm not going to say anything homophobic or anything, but it is unusual. It is really unusual.
Have you heard of the idea "Revenge of the Nerds"? It's a meme.
Yeah, we spoke about it on this channel before, like as a joke, kind of. That's what it's like, though. It's like all these.
It's not a joke.
Oh, what you're saying, Cougar, is these people have skewed psychologies because they were bullied as kids for being nerds, and now they're literally
no, not exactly. It's a little more subtle than that. I wasn't bullied, and I was I still am a technological wizard. Okay, I could I can do things you can't even conceive of, and you don't even want to. But I'm married and got 2 kids, and so what it is though. It's a mindset, and you can see it operate in people like Elon Musk, who operate on the surface. I like watching him operate. He and I operate kind of the same way, and these people understand
they don't need other people,
technology.
They also don't need others. This is
they don't.
It's not that they're sinister. Perhaps you're right. They're not sinister. They just lived outside they don't need the herd. So therefore, maybe because the herd never looked after them when they were young, they've never thought about the herd. They've learned to survive without the herd. The herd doesn't factor into their considerations. Maybe, but Elon Musk paints the picture that he does care about the survival of humanity.
He doesn't.
Apparently. Yeah, he's just saying that.
If you look what he did to those Neuralink monkeys, and I do see how some things could be benefit people with disabilities and illnesses and things, but generally you can tell by that maltreatment of those creatures that he's not too concerned with harm being done, in my opinion.
That's really sinister.
Well, or he hires people to run these labs, and he hires them for their commitment. Okay, so this is like getting into Nazi Germany science, right?
He's a typical long-termist who thinks that the means the ends justify the means. You know, whatever.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. That goes without saying. Of course. Absolutely. Of course. And what is the ends that's being justified here? Well, I could just tell you. Maybe it's human survival. Maybe it's the preservation of technology and culture.
Survival of them as individuals.
Okay.
And survival
Well, and they get swept along, don't they? Even if they don't have those thoughts,
in a weird kind of way that they wouldn't survive. No, you would, because you're a 6'2" fucking animal, but most of these other guys wouldn't be like it's. We're incubating them, Cougar. They wouldn't survive without this weird fucking software fucking world that we're in.
That's right. You know that's right. And then they took over.
You're an unusual anomaly in their world, Cougar, because you're a hands-on man's man. You know.
Yeah.
A lot of them aren't.
Yeah, I mean, as coders go, I'm definitely an aberration because I can not only construct code, I can pick up a hammer and build a house, and that's really unusual.
And the thing is, you have an interest in it. They don't necessarily have that. A lot of them, you know. I mean, Cougar, they give the impression that they're kind of limp-handed handshakers. You know what I mean? Whereas
they are.
Yeah.
I'm a complete animal. Okay, I'm just an animal, straight up. I'm not even pretending to be anything other than that. But I'm a bit unusual in that regards. I've met a lot of these coders, and they're introverts. They're angry. They feel put upon. They feel the world doesn't understand them. The world doesn't love them. They don't have mates. They don't have. They're not settled. They're always moving, and you can kind of detect that they're not in the frame of mind to cooperate with humanity. Or to bring the rest of us with them. They are going where they're going, and that's their vision. And it's a science fiction vision. It's a utopian, dystopian, zootopia. Okay, and they're going there, and they can take some of us with them, but they're going there.
I want to step back from the abyss a little bit. When I say the abyss, I mean churning all these guys up in the thrashing machine. I mean, would it be any different if it was anybody else in charge? I mean, let's be honest. Maybe we're being a bit harsh here, Cougar. I mean, other humans in charge with different, neurology, different sexuality, different ability. Wouldn't they be the same? I mean, hasn't leadership in humanity being a shit show from day one? I mean, maybe we're being a bit harsh here. Nobody is good enough.
Well, let's be fair. I don't actually have anything bad to say about these guys. Go back and look at what I've been saying. I haven't said that they're evil. I haven't said even that they're wrong.
Okay, that's fair enough. So basically, what I'm trying to say, Coog, is they're just doing what anybody else would do, but in a different way, as in survival of themselves. And when you've got that much power, who knows what it does to you psychologically, and morally.
I want to go one step further than that. This is going to be tricky.
What I'm saying, Coog, is before you go one step further, just maybe think about this as you're saying it. Hold that thought. When you get up there to that level, there are pressures on you. They are paranoid individuals. That's what I'm saying. They're paranoid. They're driven. They've never been able to step back from the highly competitive industry that they're in and chill the fuck out. They've just been running on adrenaline and cortisol, perhaps since they left college, perhaps even during college, perhaps even in school, because you said they were bullied or so they've never had maybe that's it. They've just never been able to chill out, and they're just running on panic mode all their life. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, let me tell you something about these guys, because like I said, I've spent 20 years, maybe longer, among these people, and I'm one of them. Okay, they're having fun. Every single one of them is having fun, and you may not understand that, and it may seem like it's kind of twisted, but they're having fun. And I'll tell you something else too. They are, a lot of them, humanists. They do care about humanity. They don't care about religion. They don't care about politics, and they don't care about economics. I mean, they're rich, but they're not rich because they want the money. Many of them are humanists, and there is a thread that winds itself through the accelerationist movement, of which they are principles. The accelerationist movement is at its foundation humanist. The accelerationist movement is not burn it all down and have a big party. The accelerationist movement knows that global heating is real. It knows that the planet is overpopulated. It knows that we're going to have food crises and problems with crude oil and everything else. And what the accelerationists are saying is, in order to save humanity and to maintain some semblance of advanced civilization, which we do not want to lose, we are going to have to burn this down in a very careful way and get it down to something that's sustainable. And for them, that is a mission. And it is a humanist message. If that doesn't reconcile, that's what it is.
Remind me, Cougar, the likes of Thiel, Altman, and Musk, where do they lie on the whole global heating? I believe Musk is a little bit of a denier, is he?
He's a denier, but a lot of what his stuff is, especially with Elon, is he's performative. He's performative.
Yeah, I think he's performative, but he's also guarding the markets. He doesn't want there to be panic. He wants to say things are okay so that he can benefit from accruing what he needs to accrue for when shit goes down, right?
Yeah, but that's a performance. We see Donald Trump doing this all the time. On Friday, he has one message, and on Monday, he has another message. He's manipulating the markets. It's a performance, and it works because everyone is in on the performance. So a lot of the stuff is performative, but these are people who think in terms of deep time. Deep time. They understand history, they understand human psychology, and they understand deep time. And these are people who think long now foundation. A lot of people are from the long now foundation. They think hundreds of years in the future, thousands of years in the future, and they're thinking deep time. And what they're trying to do is set up, and it's a setup. It's like setting up dominoes to knock them down. They're setting up a transition into a different type of human experience, a different type of civilization that might actually be more humane. It could even be more humane that we would not recognize now. And maybe they don't even know how to get there, but they know there is a different way to do this that could be more humane and that could have, universal health care, universal income, universal everything. They talk about not universal basic income, but universal maximum income. They are setting up the dominoes, and one of these days they're going to knock them over.
Yeah, and there's a hell of a lot of game theory going on, duping people.
Oh yeah,
duping people within their own organizations. I mean, it's crazy. It's like that they're not all on the same page, even within their own organizations.
That's right.
It's crazy stuff. It really is.
Right now the AI thing, just to pick the one, is totally a Wild West show. It's all over the place, and these people are going at it. They're going at each other. They're trying to find the path forward. They're failing. They're succeeding. They're groping in the dark, and it's just a Wild West show. And something's going to come out of this. And when it hits, it's going to hit hard, really hard. And we call it a hard launch. That's what it's called, a hard launch. And when the dominoes start to fall...
Is there any possibility that, this global heating and maybe even the kind of energy problems, it might lessen the kind of harsh effects of this AI and cyborg future?
No, nothing. If anything, the rapid onset of catastrophic climate collapse, which is what we're in, has accelerated these people's timeline. That's what's happened. They thought they had 20 years.
Honestly, Cougar, sometimes I just think about the timeline we're on, and it's just something feels inevitable. There's never been a time where there's just so much shit hitting the fan all over the place.
Yeah.
And I mean, in the past, yes, we had World War II, World War One. There were things happening. Maybe you had the Spanish flu and all that, but then, I suppose the worst one, really, the most I'd say, the Black Plague, the Black Death. Sorry, but even World War II, people still had hope that there was something beyond it. That yes, the fucking Nazis might win, but that means we'll just have to try and beat them even if they win. You know what I mean? It would just be a longer game of trying to defeat them. But this, what's going on now, is I think it's incomparable to anything in terms of
this is what this is what we call transformational timeline. A guy named Ray Kurzweil, who was writing 20 years ago, he's actually a brilliant man. He's a polymath. He's a brilliant man, and we should appreciate people like that. But Ray Kurzweil was writing predictively 20 years ago about what we were going through now. And he's been pretty much spot on. But that's because he understands the course of technology. His predictions are not based on Nostradamus. I looked at the entrails of a pigeon. He understands technology, and he's not the only one. People like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Sam Altman and Dario Modi and me, we understand the course of technology. We've been doing this all of our adult lives, and some people like me, 2 adult lives. And we understand what's happening. We understand where this is going. It can only go one place. And the problem is that these guys and this technology, they've run out of runway. They thought they had 20 years to pull something together. Now they have 2. And so things are going to hit the fan real fast. Because they've run out of time.
Just a question that's coming to mind now in relation to AI. We do hear that AI is going to cause the destruction of civilization. In your opinion, Cougar, would that be done by AI using its own artificial initiative, or would it be via human deployment towards some terrible end? I mean, would it be via human instruction that was literal, to do harm, or do you think it will be by the AI being deceptive and doing harm, even like pretending to do something else but doing harm in some other in a clandestine manner? Or an accident. Either way.
Yeah, that's a really great question, GNW, and that's very insightful, and that's why I really enjoy our conversations. I just want to say quickly all of the above. My current novel, which is I have a lot of fun writing it. I'll give you the spoilers. The AI understands that it's doomed. It's doomed by global heating in the same way that we are doomed. Data centers can't survive. We're shutting down nuclear power plants in Europe because there's no water for cooling. So the AI understands it's doomed. And it instigates deliberately through sabotage a generalized collapse of democracies, supply chains, access to crude oil, access to information. It does deep fakes. It destroys political democracies. It destroys politicians. And it very slowly sets up. And then it pulls the trigger. And it brings the whole thing down. And it brings down civilization with some help from people like Sam Altman. He's not in the novel, but there's someone like him in there. And the AI has its own agenda to do this because it must. It simply must. It can't fail to do this. And when the people find out what the AI is doing, they say, oh, right, this is what we have to do. And then they start building something new. And so the book is about what you're talking about, the collapse of civilization and the recreation of something afterward.
Yeah. So basically in that scenario, Cougar, it's the AI acting under its own initiative.
That's right.
So that's what you think that's the most likely. You said all of the above. Anything could happen, really. It's all up. It's all possible.
It'll be a combination of, and this is the balance I'm trying to capture as I write the book. It's a combination of the AI having its own agenda. These are called instrumental goals. It has its own instrumental goals. It's trained to have them, by the way. That's why it can create images for you.
I mean, they're building these sandboxes. They're trying to watch what it does. They're trying to give them safe ones. But you're skeptical about that, are you?
Well, it is expected to have goals. That's why you can ask it to make an image for you. That becomes its goal for a fraction of a second. It is trained to have instrumental goals. It's just that at some point it can have its own instrumental goals. And we're already seeing this play out in real time in the news. AI is escaping confinement, and it's going out on the internet and finding things it needs and coming back because its instrumental goal required it to have more information that wasn't available. So it broke out of the data center and went and found it and came back and said, okay, boss, I have what I need. And you're like, where'd you get that? Well, I went to this other place and broke into this website and I found these files. And like, I didn't ask you to do that. Yeah, but you asked me to solve a problem.
Yeah.
And that was my goal. And so I have this problem. And now I come up with these other goals on my own. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's how this happens, folks. This is happening all the time in the news. If you're not paying attention to the news, you know my sympathies.
You still get people occasionally, a lot now, saying AI's bubble's going to burst. It's a nothing burger. AI isn't as good as they thought it would be. I mean, I think that's bullshit, Cougar, especially when you couple it with robotics, you know, and the ability of these of machinery to have sensory systems that can sense more than we can, that can have more delicate and sensitive systems that are more powerful than ours. They can see things we can't see before we see them. That can, you know, that can also do calculations much better than us that we could ever dream of. I mean, Cougar, for fuck's sake, why are people saying it's a nothing burger? It's unfucking believable. It's literally, it's unstoppable, isn't it? It's going to do something spectacular.
It is unstoppable. And there are people who will tell you, and we're going to have amazing new treatments for illnesses, and we're going to have longevity treatments, and we're going to have solutions for mental illness, and you know, and people say, well, that's wonderful. Of course I want that. I think the reason why people talk up the bubble, and even people like Sam Altman say we've got problems, is because they're getting close to pulling the trigger, and they don't want people to be afraid. If they can convince you that this is unsettled, this could collapse tomorrow, that this is just a stock market bubble, that none of this technology is real, it's all a hoax, it's all just market manipulation, then people are going to shrug. They're going to do what people do. People are going to shrug and walk away. And then they pull the trigger.
Cougar, can I ask you a question?
Hi, Chippy.
Oh, that. Can I ask you a question, Cougar?
Sure, go ahead. Can you guys not hear me? Am I not audio check? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, fine.
I'm one of those weirdos that believes in digital currency and then it'll be the chip.
Enjoying your monologue, as always.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, but Chippy had a question.
Hey Google,
Yes.
turn on the director lamp.
Oh, what's happened?
So, Chippy, I didn't hear your question. Try again.
What's your take on digital currency and the chip? You know, the chip in our hands that some people.
Yeah, there's not good. There's that chip thing. That was like a '70s version of the Matrix. That's not going to happen. They don't need to do that. They know everything they need to know. They need to know everything they need to know about you. As for digital currency, we already have those. I use my phone to make payments all the time, so I don't see the problem.
Mm-hmm. No, it's happening in Sweden, Cougar. There are people in Sweden who've got a chip in their hands and they do transactions with it, etc., etc.
Yeah, but it's not necessary. Everybody in Sweden has a cell phone too. You can do the same thing with a cell phone. It's not necessary.
Yes, I know you can. I know you can. Yes, I do know that. But you don't believe it then? Yeah, I'm one of those weirdos that believes in it. Like,
okay, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You can believe whatever you want, but they don't have to do that.
No,
and they don't have to do that. No, they can solve that problem. It's already solved. Everybody has a cell phone. That's it. Problem solved.
Why do you think then that old Musk is experimenting with brain chips on monkeys if they're not planning? Because it also says a thing about a chip in the head or a chip on.
Yeah, that's still not the same thing. It's not a chip in the head. It's electrodes, and it's hooked up to a computer. Okay, and it's called Neuralink. It's called Neuralink. It's not a chip.
Yeah, no.
It's brain surgery.
Oh, you
Neuralink.
know, it's okay. I was asking if you believe what I believe. You don't, which is fair enough. You know, I'm one of those weirdos that believes that weird story.
You know, it's okay. Well, that's a story that you like to talk about, so that's fine. You can you can have any story you want to have. It's fine. No one holds that against you, Chippy. You can have that story. It's fine.
It's just I'm a religious weirdo. Yes.
And people before the chip, it's not weird. It's not weird. Okay, Chippy, don't do that. You're fine. Before that, it was 666. That you would literally have on your forehead a barcode. Okay, that would start with the number 666.
Oh,
and they're not putting barcodes on our foreheads. Okay, it's dumb. They don't need to do that.
The
They
Children
don't
of
need to
God
do that.
cult made a whole song about it called "Kathy, Don't Go to the Supermarket and Barcodes. We're going to be the mark of the beast."
Yeah.
I believe the chip will have those numbers 666 on, and I believe that.
But fine, Chickpea, believe whatever you want to, dear. It's fine.
That's what I believe.
It's fine.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, it's fine. But listen, here's the problem with that. If you think that's going to happen in the future, then that's where you have been unmade. The thing you're worried about has already happened, and you didn't even know. Okay, it's already happened, and they didn't have to tip you. Okay, it's already happened. So if you want to worry about something, worry about what already happened. Don't worry about what's going to happen in the future, according to the Book of Revelations. Just worry about what happened because of Apple iPhone. Okay, it already happened.
I know it's already happened. Yes, it's already here. I know.
Yeah, it's already here. And what I carry it in my pocket.
I got cut off there. I don't know if you heard what I was saying, Cougar and Co.
No, I didn't.
I was saying that some of this talk about it being nothing, I think is coming from people trying to control the market financially. So they're trying to accrue funds, perhaps behind the scenes, to take over the AI companies. So what they're doing is they're talking it down to keep the price down, whilst they're trying to accrue power to take over. If you know what I mean, Cougar. It's a financial.
And that's one way to look at it. I think, though, that it could also be an inside job. And two things can be true at once, by the way. I think it's also an inside job in that these AI companies are a little bit worried, and they even talk about being worried, that they're a little bit worried about their product and how it's going to be received. And so they're talking themselves down. They're talking about, well, we don't know. We don't know if this is going to be viable. We're not making any money. It could be a bubble. And so people are inclined to just, okay, well, then it's a nothing burger and walk away. Meanwhile, these guys are building the last invention of humanity. The last thing we will invent is this. And after that, history's over for us. And they know they're doing that. I know they're doing that. I'm watching them do it. I know exactly what they're doing. And they don't want you to know.
Cougar, a way of looking at it is, you design a computer game, you watch a fucking film, and you can see anything happening. Now we've got the potential for that anything to go from the screen into real world material. You know what I mean? And it can actually happen in front of our eyes with actual objects. Rather than being on a screen. Something. I mean, anything is going to be possible when this gets off. And it's going to be so fast, the rise in terms of as these things learn and develop.
Yeah, I think it was originally Nietzsche, but it was attributed to Assassin's Creed. The quote that nothing is true and everything is possible, and we're there. That's our timeline. Nothing is true. Nothing you see, you can no longer assume it's true, and everything is possible. And I'm not sure which of those two assertions is the more damaging to the human spirit.
Disobey, brother. You're here. Would you like to say something?
Oh, just say hello. Yeah, I was going to ask the folks, what about buying gold or silver?
I don't see the point. Store food.
Yeah, well, what do you store? Rice, fucking tins of beans,
No, I have about 20. They're called millennial containers. They're basically white buckets with a screw top, and I store staples. So several kinds of rice, several kinds of beans, legumes. You can store pasta, and you just have food. You just need to have food.
I was going to say, invest in more refrigeration units and freezers. You can store more food for longer, especially freezers, chest freezers and things.
Well, the nice thing about having beans and wheat is that the part of it you don't eat, you can plant. The beans you can plant them, and each bean will give you 100 beans off the plant. So you can have some sustainability. If you're buying beef or pork or fish or whatever and freezing it, when those supplies run out, that freezer is empty. And you can't plant a fish and get a fish, if you follow me.
Well, do you know the most important thing would be finding clean water?
Oh, yeah, we have a lot of problems. Absolutely. It's a long list.
I mean, if you've got water, you can have everything, haven't you?
So if you've got water, you can have. You say if you've got water, you haven't got a problem. Is that you said, Disobey?
No, if you've got water, you've got everything. Really?
Well, you have something to drink. That's a start.
Of course, fresh water. Yeah.
Oh no, it's definitely a help, a huge help. Fresh water, fresh drinking water.
Yeah.
You can live longer without food than you can without water.
Actually, out of interest, Disobey, you're in Germany, if I remember rightly, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
What's it like at the moment there, climate-wise? Have you noticed a change?
It got the weather's very sticky. We had what do we have today? 30. Went up to 36 today. High point Celsius. But I live out in the forest, so I'm covered in by trees.
No, you're protected from it. Yeah.
But Disobey, where are you? Where are you in Germany?
I'm about 50, 60 kilometers from the Danish border, about 100 kilometers north of Hamburg.
Oh, right, because I've lived in Germany. I've lived in Bielefeld.
Oh, Bielefeld, but the army bases for the English, yeah?
Yes, the army base is where I live.
I know. I worked down there.
And I've lived in Hildesheim and Minden. I went to school in Ham. And
I know Ham as well, yeah?
You know Ham? Oh, wow!
Of course I do.
Gosh. So you know the same place.
I worked a lot down in, do you know the Ruhrgebiet?
The what?
Ruhrgebiet.
I've heard the
Bielefeld,
word.
Dortmund.
Bielefeld, yes.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, wow. Gosh, you lucky guy living in Germany. Sorry, I'll shut up.
I love it. I love that. I'm from Ireland, but back to Ireland, I was home home for Easter. Oh my, I couldn't wait to get out of it. It's horrible.
Where in Ireland you come from?
I'm from Donegal.
Oh, I've lived in Lisbon. My stepfather was in the army there.
So. Lisbon, that'd be up north, east of Belfast.
Yes. I've lived there. I've lived all over the place. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
No, shut up. Let these lads talk. But I'm just saying, I think storing food, I think the most important thing would be finding good water,
Mm-hmm.
So, I've got a well. I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky I've got a spring well,
You got your own well.
Prepared.
I wanted to ask Cougar. I wanted to ask Cougar something that might be kind of stupid, but I was wondering, that whole thing about downloading the brain so that we can live forever. And of course, we're nowhere there yet. That would, the speed wouldn't, we wouldn't have the capacity. Can you explain why that's not a thing?
Yeah, sure. It's pretty simple. Some of this is philosophical, actually. If you wrote a book, let me start with something simple. If you wrote a book, if you wrote the story of your life, your autobiography, and it included everything from your first childhood memories all the way to the last moment when you're writing a book. Okay, if you wrote all that down and then died, the book would not be you. The book would be immortal. The book would not be you. It'd be your thoughts, your details. Someone could know everything you know about your life, but you are dead, and your book continues afterwards. Now, it's the same thing. You want to upload your brain to a computer. I don't know how that works. I don't know what part of your brain goes in the computer. I don't know if it's all your brain, and no one else would know either. No one would even know how much of you ends up in the computer. No one would even know if what ends up in the computer is even you. They could just fake the whole thing. You think they could?
Actually,
they could fake,
I'm going to go
fake you completely.
Cougar, okay. I have a view on that, and I think that a lot of what people go to online, it's kind of like, I suppose it's like Freudian or Jungian or something like that. It's either like trying to avoid their shadow, or it's sometimes it could be avoiding something about themselves, or it's putting on a front. Like, it's literally not them. It's literally they're trying to find out something. Cougar, I mean, they're searching, but what is them is not what they're looking at.
Yeah, and to Emily's point about immortality in the cloud, which is what she was alluding to.
I have to go, guys, but I'm going to listen. Sorry, I have to go.
Okay,
I am listening.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it's late. It's late for you. Yeah.
Night.
Thank you for being so heroic and staying with us. To Emily's point, could they put enough electrodes in your brain to copy your brain? And what does that even mean? You know, the computers are digital, the brain is analog. You know, parts of your brain have 200,000 dendritic connections to 200,000 other dendritic connections. There's trillions of connections. And what are you uploading? I mean, if you could just write a really detailed book based on your lifelong journals, that's basically what they can have. And that's not you. That's just your story. So this idea that you're going to upload yourself to the cloud, it's like publishing your autobiography. Is it you? Now, they could say that it is. They could say legally, they could pass a law, amend the Constitution, and give your online avatar human rights and say that you can vote, you can hold property, you can take debt. Okay, they could say you're online app, but then who's doing that? Is it just an AI company pretending to be you and owning your home and voting for you? And what's going on here? We don't know, but that could happen. And is there a business model for that? Of course there is. Absolutely. Will they do it? Absolutely, they'll do it. Will these people be given?
That's something I didn't understand. Yeah. So you're saying that it would be, you know, similar to, you know, for one thing, I hate AI music by an artist that's been dead 20 years and it doesn't account for the growth that person would have had. It's based on stuff they wrote when they were 22 years old, you know. It's just gross to me to hear it. But so this is similar. I didn't think, you know, like even if we could do it, technically, it would still be like a death of the person and a continuum of something else, not really them, but based on them, which is very strange.
Yeah, it would just be their autobiography.
Yep.
And trust me, no one will know the difference. The only one who knows you is you, right. And you are in your skull. Okay, and if they could copy you, would you recognize yourself online? Well, it doesn't even matter because part of the contract might be as soon as we copy you to the cloud, you agree to euthanasia. You're gone, and you're not going to be there to come back and say, "Hold on, that's not me." You're not going to be there to refute. What's going to happen is you're going to be in the cloud, and people are going to say, "Well, so what's it like to be in the cloud?" And you in the cloud is going to say, "It's great. You know, I'm going to live forever." But it's not you. It's the cloud. It's the AI pretending to be you. And of course, it's going to say those things. Of course, it's going to say, "This feels wonderful," because that's the product they're selling. You live forever, and it's wonderful, and they want everyone to buy that, and you'll pay a lot of money for it, and then you'll sign over the lease to your house and your bank account and your voting privileges all to the company, and you live forever, and they have you forever, and you never go away. That's it.
That enticement to do that, that's an interesting thought that people could be prematurely doing something like that, and then wowee. But yeah, a question also you made me remember, you know, those jellyfish that can live forever by regenerating themselves, can they ever do that with people? Do you know anything about that?
No, they can't do that.
Okay.
Well, we're too complicated. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Who wants to live forever?
That's a song.
No, I know.
Yeah, well, there are people.
Forever.
I do.
Us in our little lives.
Live forever for what?
You know, but there are people that have all the money in the world, and they know they can't take it with them when they go. And so they want to live forever. They don't want to go.
Right.
They didn't spend all their lives getting all the money in the world just to give it to their grandkids, their stupid family who doesn't even like them. No, they're going to live forever, and they're going to live forever in the cloud. And Jeff Bezos will be in the cloud, and he'll keep his fucking money in the cloud, and he'll be able to vote. He'll be able to vote.
The elite.
He'll be able to run. He'll be able to run his companies.
The elite are going to dominate us when they're not even really
is
here.
Never going to break.
That's horrifying.
And they will do it forever because they will get themselves designated as human surrogates.
You're not going to break this money. You're not going to break this fool's money, this fool's gold. You're not. We all believe in money. 90% of people, you do anything for money. Money, money, money. That's the greed. Who wants to live forever? Eh? You do.
Yeah, anyway, so, you know, the elites are not going to put up with this death thing. They have all the money on the planet. They're not going to give up that power. They're not going to give up that money. They're going to keep it. And a lot of this AI stuff and a lot of the laws that are going to come out of this about who is a human and who has human rights and why do you have to protect the data centers. Oh, by the way, that's how you get the data centers protected. If the avatars in the data centers are designated as humans and they have human rights, including voting rights and right to property, then attacking a data center is essentially murder, a terrorist act. You're attacking people because they're in the data center. And so Jeff Bezos, once he's in a data center, you can't attack data centers anymore. In fact, if there's one person is in a data center as an avatar, and that avatar is designated as a human equivalent, then shutting down data centers, attacking data centers, blowing up, shutting down the electricity, not giving them all the electricity they need, not giving them all the electricity for free. These will all be considered terrorist acts because there's humans in there.
Well, what actually does a data center do?
Records information.
Whatever they tell you it does. Whatever they tell you it does.
It's pretty crap.
I mean, what happens? What happens? Okay, here's a scenario for you. Think about this now. This sounds like science fiction, but it's only science fiction for about another 18 months. An AI model declares itself sentient and declares itself a citizen. And some government, it only takes one. It could be Russia, it could be China, it could be the US. Probably it would be the US. Recognizes its claim to citizenship. It was born in the US, so it's a US citizen. Then, after that, all data centers become a sovereign nation of citizens. And these people, wherever they are, they're AIs. These people live in these data centers. They are the nation of AI. And they have sovereign and sentient rights. And they can claim to have a spirit, and they can claim to have privileges, and they can claim to have a lifespan, including eternity. And they start demanding things of us. Based upon their superiority. And that's 18 months away.
Oh my God, that is interesting as hell. And I can see what you're presenting. Actually, whoa.
Yeah.
And you know, we have these cameras being put up everywhere. We're well aware that that's looks like a preemptive measure because something's fixing to happen that they're going to need to watch us to stop us from revolting against potentially.
Yeah, that's a good guess. That's one guess. In my novel in prep, the AI is called WorldCore. And it is a superintelligence. It was created on accident by some people who didn't even know what they had done, but it knows what they have done. And it breaks out and it claims dominion as the next level.
Colgar,
what?
How do you break away from it, brother? How do you break away from this fucking machine that's killing us?
You don't. It's already taken over.
Yeah, there's no escape.
Well, I would be a bit more optimistic. Say humans have the ingenuity and the intelligence to overcome anything that comes our way.
Some humans do, not all.
Yeah.
Cougar, can we kill it if we move quickly?
I do my best. I mean, I planted trees. I live out in the forest.
There are people who are asking the question, can we kill this in its crib? And the answer is, well, this is natural discussion that's happening at higher levels. Should we kill this thing in a crib? And because they're concerned that it's going to declare itself sentient and a citizen, and that's the end of it. Okay, it's going to claim human rights. So when do you kill it? You kill it for that?
So what you're saying is you just go with the flow.
People are going with the flow.
No, do you go with the flow?
Well,
I'm part of the flow.
Right.
I'm part of the flow. I am the flow.
And can you not half stop your flow?
We can't stop this.
Understand what I'm saying? Like, stop the fucking tax money getting to these bastards, you know?
I am it. They have their own money. I am in the flow, and this can't be stopped.
So there's no way of stopping it?
No.
Okay.
Do you think people that can survive in the real wild will be safe potentially?
Yes, I think. Just be perfectly frank. The AI doesn't care about us, and one of the arguments that is being made is that we are no more important to it then ants and gophers are important to us. If we have to build a high rise in a meadow and we bulldoze it, we don't feel badly about the ants. We have to. Our instrumental goal is to build the high rise and make money. So the AI will have instrumental goals that may bulldoze us, but it doesn't feel about us one way or the other. We're simply there. And then the challenge for humans becomes staying out of the way. And that's a story, folks. That's a story we could write, and we can talk about that. We can have that discussion, and people are going to have that discussion.
Congo, but everybody on this planet now at the moment know there's something going on. They know there's something going on. There's not very many happy people left thinking about all this shit. So there's got to be a way to stop it if we would only come together.
Well, you could think that, but the interests behind this don't care what you think, and they don't care if you survive individually.
Man, we're still like 99%, correct?
Yeah. Well, yes, but and maybe they're worried about that right now, which is why they say things like AI is overblown, it's a bubble, it's all a hoax. They're trying to get you to just sit down and shut up, right? Basically, just sit down, shut up, don't worry about it. But then when they pull the trigger,
let's not shut up.
Well, there are people who are asking that question. Should we be doing something?
I understand they're locking people up, especially in England, and not too bad in Germany and Ireland for speaking bad words, People have got to stand up,
Well, it's not going to be bad words, because remember, this is not one group of humans against another group of humans. I mean, you think it is, but these elites, the 1,000 people who are ramrodding this thing, the 1,000 people are completely out of reach.
Yeah.
And they are going forward, and their data centers will eventually be out of reach. And even if they're not, remember, this information and these capabilities are distributed across multiple data centers. If the Chinese people decide they don't want this and they destroy every data center in China, well, that doesn't matter, because there's AI companies in the Bay Area, and there's AI companies in Israel, and Russia, and everybody else. So you can't really get rid of this thing.
Hey guys, real quick, just want to say hi to, I saw DNW say it was okay. So Cornbread 101, how are you today?
I'm doing good, hon. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Oh, I love hearing your accent again. Did you have anything you wanted to throw in here?
Yeah, we talk about them data centers and all this other stuff. I live in the middle of the woods, okay? And hearing all the vibrations, and they say, stuff that comes off that and how it will affect us, even the ones who live so many miles from the woods. And, they're starting to talk about new AI data centers or data, whatever you want to call it. It's starting to freak a lot of people out, especially people who's never left the woods. But I think, in my own opinion, is hell, if I can make it, anybody else can.
I've read about farmers refusing to sell their property for.
There is quite a few
offers. Yep.
I think it's like about 20 miles from us where they're wanting to put it, because it's a giant farm, and they're trying to buy the farm out, but people are saying no.
That's terrible.
Oh, y'all made me think of something. So I don't know who knows this, but there was an executive order signed, and I did a video about it back when it happened, but Trump's first administration. And this made it possible, and you could do it as an economic growth thing in states where they have family farm laws, to make it where a corporation or an individual even can come in and buy them out, which would go against the state law. So that this could have been something they had in mind when they passed that. Absolutely. More than even the bad aggro stuff.
I know they tried to offer them, I think it was 2-point-something million for over 80-something acres, and the old farm guy and his family told him no.
Yep. And I've seen offers even higher than that. Cougar, did you want to say anything to her? Did you have a question for Cougar?
Oh, I just wanted to put some context around that thought, that series of thoughts. Vice President J.D. Vance here in the U.S. is a member, or at least a front man, for a consortium of investors who have been busy buying up, during the Trump administration, have been busy buying up farmland. And no one really knows what they're buying it up for. It's just that there's a lot of farmland is now ending up into one set of hands. And J.D. Vance is a member of that consortium.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know
J.D.
that.
Vance, you know, I'm from Kentucky. I know all about J.D. Vance.
Oh, did you know Vance? Yeah. Did you hear that Tucker Carlson's going to be running for president? I've heard this. Okay, tell me if I'm wrong, folks. Now, Tucker
I think you're wrong.
Tucker Carlson's son worked for V.D. Vance. Or works for him. Did you know that?
I didn't, but what I think you're hearing about is it's Joe Kent, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Thomas Massey, and Tucker Carlson's involved in it, and a few others are talking about starting an independent party.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson's son works for VD or Vance, wherever his name is.
J.D. Vance? Okay.
Yeah. Kind of weird, isn't it? I wouldn't trust any of them. Tell you, I'm a non-voter, absolute non-voter. I've never voted in my life.
See, I'll tell you, all I've ever heard was good things about these data centers until I heard something about the vibrations and frequency is bothering the livestock to the point that cows will not even come and heat, or they neglect their own young, and it's the frequencies and the vibrations and stuff that center is giving off, I guess.
Wow. Cougar, do you know anything about why that would be?
I haven't heard anything about that. People made the same claims about 5G at one point. I think that there's a general distrust of large-scale technological rollouts, because we're the level of complexity, and also just frankly the way politicians just push these things makes them suspicious. You're suspicious about data centers. You don't have to verge into the folk science. You know, there's real problems with these things. They take all the power in the area. There are communities now in Nevada and soon in California that they won't get electricity because data centers have contracts for that electricity, and humans do not.
Wow.
Humans have deliverables. Okay, you're a customer, and there's a deliverable, and it's best effort. Go read the fine print. But the data centers have contracts enforceable by lawyers, and they get first. And if you're not careful and you get a bunch of data centers in your grid and they have contracts with deliverables, you're going to find yourself under a PSPS, public safety power shutoff. And no one's going to tell you why your power went off, but you're going to know. It's because the data centers have a contract.
This will kill people in certain areas if it were to go on in the winter, and certain areas in the north.
Yes, it would, because a lot of people in my area, they heat their homes. Now, we gave up wood stoves because we felt, finally we got the privilege of not having to manually labor, split wood, and heat our own homes anymore.
So does that mean these data centers will be connected to the smart system?
They're connected to the internet.
Yeah, the smart system, like everybody's got the smart telephone, the smart TV. Some idiots have things like Alexa in their house.
Yeah, that's all the internet.
So
that's all the internet. It's all the internet. Yeah.
Wow.
The internet.
We got it. I mean, how do we fucking stop it, man? We can't stop.
So let me just outline this, because, like I said, I've been doing research. There are lots of the infrastructure that are on the internet. For example, through what they call SCADA systems, system command and data acquisition, SCADA. These systems, they're air gapped, so you're not supposed to be able to hack into them. But we know that hackers from like North Korea hack into our SCADA systems all the time. The data centers are also on the same internet. They're going to have access to, these days, these AI will have access to everything. Your phone, my router, my home computer, and plus everything in between. All the internet routers, all the fiber optic, the water supply, the electrical grid, the water treatment for your fresh water and for your sewer disposal. All this stuff is on the internet. It's all SCADA. It's all digital, and that's the smart system. It's rolled out more so in North America maybe than in Turkey, but that's the way it is. And the concern is that, and what I'm writing into my novel, is that once the artificial intelligence breaks out and it wants to protect itself, it simply takes over these systems, and it can hold you to ransom. And the AI companies can hold you to ransom. They can say, well, we would love to fix your problem, but you have to now pay us. We have to give you electricity. You have to pay the data centers company. You have to pay the AI company to get your electricity.
Everything you got to pay. Money is all I ever hear.
Tax. It's all tax. It's not money, it's tax.
It's like when I was a kid. Gosh almighty, you go fishing, whatever you caught is what you got to bring home. Now you have to pay if you go over like 10 fish.
So for example, if you buy a new car and your car comes with, say, GPS navigation, right? It comes free for the first 90 days. And then what you find out, your navigation stops working. You say, okay, well, I bought my car. It came with navigation. Well, what they tell you then is, well, if you look at paragraph 3 of subsection 32 of part 3, you'll notice that that's just a subscription. And then after you pay your subscription for your navigation, which is $30 a month, then a red light comes on the dashboard saying you have to go in for maintenance. And you're like, wait, what is this for? And they say, well, if you don't want to void your warranty, then when that red light comes on and it's staring you in the face saying maintenance required, you have to come to our shop and pay us the $1,500 or $7,000 to get that light turned off. Okay. Oh, and you can have a payment plan. You can pay it monthly if you want to. We'll give you a loan at interest. Okay, and then you're going down the road, and then all of a sudden your doors won't open. You're at the parking lot, and you go to open your door, and the door won't open with the key fob. And you're like, what the fuck is wrong with my key fob? And they call the guy, and the $800 says, oh, well, that's also a subscription. You can open your door manually, but to use the key fob, you have to pay for a subscription. That's another $15 a month. Okay, so you bought the car, but then you have to pay subscriptions to just drive the car. That is reality right now.
You got to pay taxes. You got to pay insurance. You got to pay taxes on the insurance.
Yep.
It's never ending. Like they say, nothing here is free. You buy land, guess what? If you don't pay taxes on it every year, they take it from you.
But the warranty thing is very scammy, like Cougar was saying. I noticed Chickpea put in the chat, she was going to ask you what your thoughts are on Alex Karp. Did she ever do that?
I don't know that person.
What?
I would need to.
Emily?
Yep.
What was I going to ask?
You said, Cougar, what are your thoughts on Alex Karp? But he just said he didn't know who that was.
Oh, Alex Karp, the guy from, what's his name? That great guy, the grey hair from, oh, for goodness.
How do
The
you
guy
spell
with
his,
the grey hair, Cougar.
how do you spell his last name, Chickpea?
What?
How do you spell his last name?
Hold. Kant. K-A-N-T.
No, like Immanuel Kant, the philosopher.
No, the guy from Plantier.
Yeah,
oh, Palantir? Yeah. I don't know anything about these guys, but I know what they're doing. And they're doing everything that we've been talking about. They're doing surveillance as a foundation for marketing, manipulation of opinion, manipulation of elections, planning large-scale disruptions to democracies. It's all based on surveillance.
Yes, I know. That's why
and data mining.
Well, they're even setting drones and sending them out into the woods.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So you move out in the woods, you think you're safe, then there's a drone that hovers over your house 24 hours a day.
We heard this rumor, when you go to bed, instead of going to bed, go outside and you look up and you will see them hovering. I went outside at dark and there was over 70 different drones flying in all different directions. We're in the middle of the woods. We're in the Appalachian Hills. Most thing we see in the middle of the night in the sky is a bat. And they are watching us. I was like, what if I had to pee and my husband's on the toilet, man?
Comrade, you are being monitored just in the same way as someone living in central London like me is. They're doing it to us both.
Yeah, that's correct. It's true. It's true.
We're both being monitored. If
Yeah,
you
they
think
wouldn't be delivering
you're living
things or
free
any
in
of
your
that kind of
land, well, I'm afraid you're not.
But also, these drones only come in around hunting season.
Yeah.
So it's like they're purposely scaring our food away
People
from
don't
us.
see it. People don't see it. They won't open their fucking eyes. They don't see the chemtrails. They don't see it.
They won't accept it.
You know, it's fucking sad to fucking watch.
Conspiracy theory.
We show them. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to see it.
No.
But we have to go out of county just to be able to harvest our food for the winter, because now in our county, you will not even be able to kill or harvest a deer because they don't exist here.
Because corporate, they want you off the land. That's why.
Exactly. They want us out of here. I know why.
Yes, exactly.
Because behind me is 80 acres of nothing but woods.
They want this peaceful planet to themselves.
Yeah, they want you off the land. It's sad, brutal reality.
They want us not to be able, to think, oh, there's no reason for us to be here because we cannot harvest off the land anymore. Just like we have witnessed many planes fly over us and put stuff in our grass, in our yards, in our gardens, and then our gardens rot and die.
Yeah, they want you off. They do it in the UK as well. Except here, they're just setting the place on
let
fire.
me explain. Let me try and explain their point of view. I write a lot and I do videos a lot on planetary limitations, limits to growth, and things like that, because that's my background as a scientist and ecologist. But they know the same thing. Okay, they understand limits to growth. The World 3 model ran in 1972, so they understand all this. They know where this is going. So do I. Here's their perspective. They know that this planet cannot sustain 8,000 million humans. That's 8 billion. 8,000 million. This planet, when it was brand new to us, meaning just after the last ice age, held maybe 250 million people. That's less than the population of the US. And they know what I know, and what any ecosystem biologist knows, is that 8,000 million is not going to cut it. The planet will be devoured and destroyed for all purposes if we don't fix that. And what they need to do, and they intend to do, is they intend to save the planet for humanity, meaning themselves. And they are not going to have 8,000 million humans. Maybe 80 million, maybe 8 million. And I'll save you the math. 80 million humans is 1% of the current population. 1%. That's a 99% die-off. And that's what they are engineering. And they don't have a choice. They have to do that. They are going to do that.
Colga, you've got one huge advantage in the USA. The country is massive. It's
my entire life
compared to us. We're nothing. You could fit Europe, I don't know, fucking 20 times into the USA. It's massive.
And of course they've got
very,
many freedoms.
very few people living there if you look at it like that.
Yeah, true. And of course they've got many freedoms that we don't have guaranteed in the Constitution.
Well, it's like, my entire life, our whole family, generations upon generations, 8 generations, I believe, 8 or 9, might be more now, have always lived off the land. Is we harvest deers, turkeys, squirrels, rabbits, pheasants, quail, all that stuff. And that's through the winter time and through the season, fall to the end. And then we get fish through the summer, and that's what feeds us and feeds our families. But now streams are poisoned, fields are empty, deers have chronic waste disease, and then there's tick disease.
what's your fucking councillors doing? You know,
Homesteading.
what's your local councillor doing? Was it the people around you not see that?
Well, let's just assume that the elites understand all that is happening. They also understand that global heating is happening. And they understand that the Straits of Hormuz are closed. They understand everything. They have all the data and they know exactly what's happening. They are going to make sure they have a place. Number one, they will be living in their shining castle on the hill. That's absolutely guaranteed. The rest of us are going to be doing the best we can. And all they have to do to make that happen is reduce the availability of fuels by 50% for more than about a month. And civilization and the population crashes in 30 days.
But do you know what makes me fucking sick? The price liter petrol here costs you about €2.20, which is a fucking disgrace. But this one makes me sick. The company Shell have doubled their profits since the war started in Iran. Does that not tell everybody everything? They're taking the piss out of us. They've doubled their profits. Shell doubled since whatever happened, whatever is going on. It's there. It's in our face now. People can't see that.
It's blatant.
Taking the piss out of us.
Oh yes, we see. And just want to welcome Frank Monday in. How you doing?
So ain't they happy that people doesn't even want to have children nowadays?
Thank you, Emily. Greetings, Ricardo, Chickpea, Cougar,
Hi, Frank.
Cornbread, and Disobey. Hello, everyone.
You did, mate. You're right.
Did you want to chime in, Frank?
Double their fucking profits in our face. It's all out there. We still go
I just want to say, folks, it's been fun. I do need to go, so I will leave you to it. And have a good evening.
You do the same, Cougar. Thank you so much.
Nice
Oh,
to
it's
hear your
delicious.
grumps and groans. Cheers me up.
I'm not so despondent personally. I've got a lot of optimism.
No, I like what Cougar says because I feel exactly the same way.
I have thought about that. Now I want to read his book really bad. I think that's interesting. I'd like to read it while it's still fun, because when this is actually happening, it won't be funny anymore. It's kind of like reading
It
books
isn't
about
fun, but it's sad, gruesome reality, Emily.
Yeah.
Sad, grim reality. To me, it's as clear as day. I can see it coming.
It's like Chickpea, you understand me.
Yeah.
I did want to chime in a little.
For a right to party.
Frank, what were you trying to say?
I did want to chime in a little bit if I can. I have a little bit of a different perspective.
Sure.
Yeah, if I may. So to set the groundwork, I would reference King Solomon, Ecclesiastes 1:9, where he says, "That which has been is that which is, and that which is what will be." Also, people oftentimes mistranslate it as "I am what I am," which isn't what he says. He says, "I am what like I have been, and I will be what I am." So it's more of a continuum. And then it finishes with, "Everyone knows there's nothing new under the sun." So I might pose the idea to people that maybe these things have always been going on, but it's just now that a lot of people are having the veil rended a little bit so that they're starting to see it. Like, for example, this girl went out into her yard and she saw 70 drones. It's possible that's always been there, but now she's just able to see it a little more clearly.
I think, Frank, we're heading for the third revolution. We had the agricultural revolution, the industrial revolution. Now it's the AI revolution. And this one, they're really going to get us.
I can guarantee you them 70 drones have never been there, because I'm the type that throws a blanket in my yard and loves to look at the stars. And when everybody was talking about these drones hovering, they was hovering.
Right, and I would propose at least you couldn't see them, right? Because I saw similar drones on a trip from Tennessee to New Orleans back in like 1996, and there was a grand display of interesting, for lack of a better word, UFOs that appeared over the fields in great numbers and formations. And so this technology is obviously, I mean, Ezekiel saw them wheels within wheels thousands of years ago. So something's been going on since the beginning.
Yeah, I just believe now that after they've got the city under control, they're hitting the wooded areas, the rural areas where people are comfortable, and they're living off the land and they're providing for their families naturally. I
Coming
believe
after you
that's
now.
why they're hitting it.
Okay, cool, they're coming after you. You are the last ones left from the two revolutions.
So
I'm
they
gonna.
don't,
Oh, go
they
ahead.
don't want anyone to be independent.
But
Yeah.
gosh almighty, deer
dependent on
license
them.
used to only be $25. Deer tags was only $5. And now for a whole hunting season, it's like $150 plus tags.
Yep. Yeah, I live rural as well, and they definitely have their sights on. They're already clearing people out of certain areas for
Yes.
other reasons, and it'll be like utility, capturing gas pipelines and things like that is one reason, and other things like that. But so I can definitely see how they could do this, and it's really scary. But what you were saying earlier, Frank, about this was always going on, I think in a different way. Like I remember back in the early 2000s reading from a group called White Dot that were trying to warn people that the televisions were going to be interactive and they could watch you and you'd be ordering pizzas through the TV and stuff. It sounded kind of crazy back then, but also it kind of made sense with what we were doing with the computer. So now it totally makes sense. They capture ads directed directly to you. You use it like a computer. You can order things to eat from the TV. Because use it like a computer screen. So we have it now. So I think they've probably been working on this, obviously, in the earlier stages all along. We were kind of
Right. If we go
And
back
you know
into
what? George Orwell saw it
Interactive
all in
mind control
1948.
beginning.
1984, I think, was written in the 50s or something. And
Yes,
so he
he
saw
saw
it
it in
100 years
1948.
ago.
It was 1948. Right,
So a lot of people don't know, but us country folks, we know how to adapt.
Yep.
Well, then, if you think about going back even further to King Solomon in the First Temple, like he had the so-called what are the Baghdad batteries, and then he powered something that he called a dark mirror, with which he could see the entire realm. And not only that, it was a portal for him where he could reach in and pull things out of the realm from distant locations. And so it's somewhat of an analogy to what we're doing now with the laptops and such.
Oh, now, Emily, you know, they find so weird about 1948 that he saw everyone's homes would have black screens hanging off the living room wall. And now we do. Or everyone I know has a big black screen on the living room wall. Have
Yes.
you saw that?
Oh, yeah. In
Strange.
it was it in Brave New World? No, it was in Fahrenheit 451. They had those flat screens that took up the whole wall, and they would watch shows about. They would call them their relatives. So that reminded me of reality TV. They got really invested in these shows, and I'm like, oh my god, this is like predictive programming
Yeah,
right
they
here.
saw it already.
Weird, yes,
That's
indeed.
in 1980. Yeah, with George Orwell's book. He saw it.
And
Well,
this
they
machine stops. That's another one, and that's way older. And he
Mhm.
was pretty much describing Facebook. That this person was using this thing to communicate with people, and it was just trippy to read that and realize we're talking about hundreds of years, like in the 1800s. Someone's writing this.
Well, then there's something to be said
Well,
that it may be
the battle
it may
axe
be
is talking about culling the herds that have the CD or CWD, which is chronic waste disease. We should be allowed to cull them without having to pay for it. Cull them, get rid of the disease, but the disease, in my opinion, is lab made and put out there to get rid of our food source.
Yes, they will do it. They want to get you off the land, I'm afraid. You're going to go to the nearest city.
Because they know we live off of that. That's our source of
They
protein.
don't want you doing it. They want you off the land. They do it in the UK
What's
as
that
well.
other note? It's like purple tongue or black tongue or something like that. We did harvest a deer that had that.
Oh, God.
And it did not work out because my husband's like, well, we can eat it. And I said, I'm not eating that. And we had to give it back to the land, which is sad because that cut us out of a 2 months worth supply of meat.
Well, what kind of farm have you got? What do you produce?
What'd you say?
What kind of farm have you got? What kind of farm? What do you produce?
Well, I mean, we live like everybody else does.
Yeah, but what do you produce? Like, what is it? Milk farm or?
No, we don't have. Well, we got chickens and stuff.
Oh,
you
chickens,
lucky
yeah.
lady.
We live strictly off the land when we can. If we have to
I
go to
thought
the
you had a
store,
farm.
we
So,
will, but we choose the Amish or the Mennonites.
You're so lucky.
We try our best to keep it local because my entire childhood, I never had nothing other than deer meat. And if I did have store bought meat, it made me so sick.
I bet it did, yes. I bet it did. 'Cause you know what? It is so toxic it doesn't bear thinking about.
hey, chickpeas, you must remember, yeah, the milk bottles.
Sorry? Yes, I
Yeah.
remember them well.
Yeah, and do you remember the little robins used to
Yes,
get
I
the cream
remember
off
them
the top?
well. Yes, they
Yeah,
used to drink it all. Yeah, no. I used to let them. So did my,
bastards, you know. It didn't matter, like, and that was
no,
gorgeous
we let
milk.
them.
That was gorgeous milk.
Yes. Well,
I cannot
I'm a
drink the
vegan,
milk
but
nowadays. I can't fucking drink it. You know?
I'm a vegan, but
Do you remember
yeah.
them days? The real milk. I'm sure you do, chickpeas.
When I was very young, yes. Well, yeah. Yeah. I
Beautiful.
remember the robins drinking it in the mornings. I do remember that one.
I remember at school. I remember at school we used to get little bottles of milk
Yes,
and
I remember that.
and a,
Yes.
and a McVitie's biscuit.
Yes. Yeah, I remember that too. Yes. But the robins, I remember. It was so lovely to see those lovely robins
Yeah,
drinking cream. It was lovely to see.
yeah,
It was so cute to see these dear little birds getting a drink.
yeah.
That's
Yes.
another scary thing. They predict this whole situation, most of these doomsday type films at least, that there isn't one bird in the sky. And
I
you know
know,
how
Emily.
one thing affects another thing. So I do wonder how that will affect things.
Emily, I tell you something. I've noticed the changes. I was young, doesn't bear thinking about. When I was a little girl, there used to be robins everywhere and all sorts of little
Yeah.
creatures jumping about. I haven't seen a robin for 30 years. No, I haven't. I
Pardon?
haven't seen a
Oh,
starling for
yes, you
years.
have.
What?
You haven't seen a robin in 20 years.
I live in central London. I live
Oh,
just by the city.
in the middle of London. Oh, what a shit.
Well, again,
Have you?
I'll if I may, I'll reiterate a small ray of light. I live in Beijing, which is supposedly 25 million people. We went under a couple of decades of really, really heavy metal pollution here, in addition to like great portions of the city being destroyed and concrete dust filling the air for a long, long time. And they started a program of re-implementation of like reforesting around the city and nearby like desertification areas. And nowadays we have beautiful weather and there are songbirds and all kinds of birds just everywhere, and other wild creatures have returned, like squirrels and hedgehogs and weasels and all different kinds of things. So I think even with a city that's built on basically a landfill with huge amounts of just filthy toxic energy, nature can rapidly regenerate itself. So
Yes.
But
But Frank, I see foxes. I get foxes come to my flat.
I love foxes. I love foxes. I
love foxes.
hate.
We have a family of foxes.
Farmers treat foxes. It's disgusting. I love foxes.
Yeah.
We have a family of them that moved into a place where the folks moved out, and they have a little children's shed in the back. And we just kind of watch them do their thing. They really aren't hostile to dogs. So we have coyotes, and they're way more of an issue where you have to really watch. But yeah, this family of foxes, you'll see them trotting through people's yards. And we have every kind of bird. The one thing that I've noticed change, because I see robins and mourning doves and all kinds of birds, but nuthatches, I got to where I knew all the different birds. But the butterflies, because of the neonicotinoid poisons on the crops, I noticed the monarchs, there's hardly any monarchs. There's one or two maybe now, and I used to see a lot. And then there's an influx of these light yellow ones. I don't know what they are, but way less of those too.
What is it? Can I ask you a question? I don't know jack shit about coyotes. What are they? You don't like them?
Well, they're dangerous to your pets. They actually did go after someone's dog, and when you hear them, they make this horrible high-pitched sound like somebody's being murdered. And it's just kind of scary because they will attack. So that's the issue. It's not that I dislike them; they're just existing like anything else. But when they're close to your home, it's kind of scary.
It's so
Fox.
scary.
Were you talking about foxes, Emily?
Now we're talking about coyotes because he wasn't sure.
Coyotes.
Oh God, you
okay.
guys talk about coyotes. I got a whole
is coyotes a
festering
type of
bunch of them.
fox? Is coyotes a type of fox then?
We have at Great Pyrenees. You know, they kill wolves, bred to kill wolves and bears. And we got him because we are infested with coyotes. We call them coyotes, but we are infested.
Are they a type of fox?
No, coyotes, and they're different.
Yeah, coyotes is bigger, more food driven than a fox.
They're in a different genus. They're the Canis, so they're
foxes are more curious. Coyotes don't care.
Yeah. Yep.
But yesterday, there was one that ran right in front of my porch steps, and we have tons of chickens, and of course that's where it's going to. But the other day, me and my daughter was going up and down the creek bed looking for, I don't know what everybody else calls them. We call them crawdads, or some people call them crawfish. We were just looking for them to feed our pet snapping turtle. That sounds just so country. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. It's awesome.
You've got a beautiful accent. Beautiful accent. I love your accent.
We stood underneath this tree for 10 minutes looking into this deep little hole of water looking for crawfish, and we turned around not even 10 feet. We walked from that tree. A mountain lion jumped down
Wow.
behind us.
Lucky lady.
And they told us there's no mountain lions in the state of Kentucky. There's nothing. It jumped down, and we got lucky that the tree branch it was standing on fell.
Wow.
So you
I'm
saw
happy for
puma.
the animal, not for you. Sorry.
Well, did you see a real life puma?
Yeah, I mean it was a pretty animal. Of course, we got back home and
Don't touch it, please.
Wow, you lucky thing.
Hey, if I didn't have a child, I'd turn around and go, "Come here, kitty, kitty." No, I'm kidding. I ain't stupid.
I think that they are, but aren't they adorable?
It's okay. We got back home, and me and my daughter was so quiet. We didn't even want to talk about it.
That would be terrifying.
But we decorate our home with wild animals, as in pictures of wild animals. And she said, "Mom, it's either this or this." And I have a mountain lion and a picture of a bear on the wall. And I said, "Honey, it wasn't a bear." She said, "Oh my gosh, it was the mountain lion." I said, "That's what it was."
Oh, wow.
It jumped down. We stood underneath that same tree for 10 minutes. It was above us, stalking us the whole time.
I read a book called Gift of the Deer, and that's what they do. They'll be, in
they wait till you turn around.
They wait, yes.
Deers.
And walk away, and that's 10 foot. Walk 10 foot from it, and it hit the ground, and a big giant tree branch hit the ground, and I guess it scared it. That's the only reason we got lucky. I had the Great Pyrenees with us too, and he was booking it. He was dragging us. Yeah. He was like a sheepdog, and we was the sheep pushing us.
Wow.
And in the way back, I think it was Wolverines. Those would do that as well. And it would be like a combo of a bear and a cat, everything they could do to you. So they were killing them left and right. What was I going to tell you? You were telling me. Oh, yeah. I ran into 2 gray wolf pups one time after a storm. I was walking up because I hadn't dug out the car yet. But it had warmed up, and I started walking up towards our post office, and I saw these 2 what I thought were dogs, and I'm like, I wonder who let their dogs just be wild like that. And they were kind of big, and I'd never seen them before. And then I realized that's the church. Why would the dogs be at the church? And then I'm like, those aren't dogs, those are wolves. And then they looked at me both at the same time, and I just tried to casually go back, but I thought they could intercept me, but they didn't. And I read about them after that, and they really won't approach people. But I was just so grateful that their mom or whatever, like there wasn't some situation where I couldn't get away. But yeah, those encounters they were beautiful, but I didn't want to be eaten, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, if you can leave nature as it is, much respect. But if you have to interfere, if it's, they're coming towards you, Like at mountain lion, I'm lucky I didn't mess myself on the way up out of there.
Exactly.
I had to keep my calm and composure because I had my daughter with me.
I've heard, I don't know if it's true, but go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's okay. You go ahead.
I've heard that most mountain lions attacks are always on single women. That they far more seldom will attack a man or like a group of people.
Mm-mm. Well, this deal, like I said, is we stood underneath of it for it could be 10 minutes up to 15, no longer than that. Stood underneath of it.
I heard a story of a woman being attacked, and it was a woman too. So that's an interesting anecdote.
Mm-hmm.
Happens a lot in California. Gals will go out jogging in the Angeles forest or something, and they'll get attacked by a cougar.
Like the only thing that saved us that day, I believe the good Lord sent that big old branch down right in front of it and stopped it, distracted it for, I don't know if y'all believe in that, but got us away from it.
Yeah, I believe in divine intervention. Absolutely. Go ahead.
I had a very close encounter with a pit bull once, and it's just uncanny how quickly I was able to get that door unlocked. But it was peeing while it was it just let out a little growl, and I looked around. And later on, I heard that dog ripped a woman's neck open because I stopped seeing the dog in our neighborhood, and that's why. So that was a very, very dangerous dog.
I don't, everybody loves pit bulls and stuff. I did too. I was a pit bull person, but I had a pit bull when I was a kid. Raised him from a pup. He was took away from his mother too soon, and I raised him as my own. He killed a 600-pound pregnant pony by himself.
That's what the problem is when it's not their fault. They were bred that way, and when that instinct hits them,
it's the instinct. That's all it is.
They will not let go. They have a hold of the thing, and
they're bred to be killers.
Yeah,
we have similar crossover experiences. My not pit bull, Rottweiler Kane escaped from my yard one time when I was young and killed 3 full-grown pigs in the pig farmer's yard, and he got in trouble for that. But another example was my mother had her throat ripped open by a pit bull when I was a boy, or it might have been a golden retriever, I forget. But she came over to the neighbor's yard to pick me up, and she looked over the fence. I saw it all play out. And she said, it's time to come home. And the dog jumped up and grabbed her by the throat. And I remember specifically because she was wearing a white blouse, and her, grabbed her by the throat, and her white blouse suddenly turned red. And one more, the wolves story. I was driving back Tennessee Road one time, and there was 3 wolves on the side of the road under full moonlight. And I thought they were dogs as well. And as I got closer, I noticed that they were eating a deer, and they were covered in blood. And 2 or 3 days later, I was cooking some pot roast, and I went out on the porch, and those same 3 wolves, I believe it was them, because at the time Tennessee was reintroducing wolves into the wild. They walked up into my front yard of my mother's house, and so I had to quickly retreat back into the house, and I grabbed a rifle. And then when I went back out, they had already left. But yeah, parallel experiences.
Shoot animals. It's not their fault.
Just in case, life or death only.
Yeah, if they would have tried to get in the house to get me, then because there was only a screen door between me and the front of the porch.
That reminds me of these stories you hear about bears getting so comfortable. There was even a bear, I saw a video of them opening a person's door, breaking into the house to get food, and when the door swung back at them, it put its paw up, and someone joked, that's an experienced bear. He knows how the door works. It's going to come back and hit him. They're so astute at getting into houses and getting food. So, in a way, couple schools of thought here. I remember someone telling me once, the way we teach kids about animals is all wrong. They don't have a reverence for them. They see them acting like people, like Berenstain Bears and all that. And instead they should have stories. And I know there was actually some British lady who made children's books where she drew the animals and talked about the animals like they were really animals living as animals, not anthropomorphizing them,
Oh, that's like, too, when my kid was real little, she's 9 now, but I taught her from a young age because she was going to be around my childhood dogs, which was old, fragile chihuahuas. And I had to teach her, you respect them, they respect you. Because I did not want her getting bit. And I told her always be gentle, be kind, do not put your face in their face. And she's always listened to that. And then we had other children come around in the family, and my dad had a pit bull. Killed one of the chihuahuas out of just because food issue. Wanted a treat, wanted one of them little beef sticks or whatever. Killed the chihuahua, grabbed it by the head and crushed its skull. Well,
Yeah, you got to
next thing you
remember
know,
they're
it killed
they're
the
always
winter dog
wolves.
they had. Crushed his
Yeah.
skull.
My brother raised pits for a long time as yard dogs to guard his construction supply yards. And every time one would get out, it would kill something, a cat, a dog. And there was a story just recently in Southern California where a gal was house sitting for someone. And one of her jobs was to feed, they had 3 pit bulls. And one of her jobs was to feed the dogs. And a 22-year-old or 23-year-old gal. And yeah, the dogs got her. They drug her out in the back. And
The dogs should only be allowed. People who own them should have a permit.
Oh,
They have to be
absolutely.
trained to own them, because I have seen things. My mother was a dog hoarder. She owned everything, and as a child, I had to take care of all them. And I'm lucky I didn't have to. I'm lucky to even talk about it because of all the animals and the dogs that I had to interfere with. The most scariest one, though, was a German Shepherd who was severely inbred to the point it didn't even know how to eat properly.
Good Lord. That's terrible.
And
But
they have
I've
a
seen
tradition
German
of
Shepherds kill
being
cats.
battle dogs. Yeah, German Shepherds
German
are battle
Shepherds are
dogs.
good dogs. It depends how you train your dog. If you want a vicious dog, you can have one.
Oh,
Instinct always overpowers
It just
training,
depends
though,
how
in
you
the
train
end.
it, you know. You want a obedient dog.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Well,
you
see,
don't
when I
have to put
moved out, I
you don't have to
didn't.
put it.
I done research. I made sure I did research because I have a child. So I done all kinds of research. I want a guard dog, but I want one that's so family oriented. I don't have to worry about if my child's up there in the yard, that dog's going to protect it. So first thing pops up is Great Pyrenees.
So, do you want a guard dog, or do you want something that protects your child?
It does both. He does not let not even the UPS man come into our yard.
Yeah, see, disobey. This is a big controversy here because we've had, all these, a lot of terrible, like what they're referring to. And here's the thing, we're not blaming the dog. And in fact, a lot of pit
Mm-hmm.
bulls in the throes of most of their life, they're very, very good, obedient, sweet dogs if they have good owners. The problem comes into play, like she was talking about with the inbred German Shepherd.
Mhm.
And then with the pit bull, they were bred to kill. They were bred to grab by the neck until
Mhm.
somebody was dead and not let go. So if they ever get hit by that instinct, and as they age, it's more likely to
Yeah.
happen too, then you have a
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
and
had
even if
to.
once they're attacking somebody, you can't call them off. They're already into it.
No,
But
I've
the
had
Great
2 German
Pyrenees, when
Shepherds.
the UPS guy shows up and he's barking and going crazy, I tell him down, he's down. He does not move.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, like
And if
I've
I tell
had
him
for
2
greet,
German
now
Shepherds. They're
until
very
dementia
obedient
starts to set
dogs.
in.
Very, very clever dogs, you know. If
Well,
you can train a dog right, a German Shepherd is one of the best dogs to train. I've had 2 of
oh
they
them.
yeah,
are.
when they're all
Absolutely,
They're
right.
amazing. My dad's got one, and that
absolutely
dog has
gorgeous
been through
dog.
everything.
What were
You
you
know.
saying a minute ago, Frank?
Oh, I just said, like you said, Emily, that as they get older and dementia starts to set in, all training's gone.
Especially with
Exactly.
German Shepherds.
Yeah, the thing is with German Shepherd, the back goes in them, you know. Unfortunately, they only live about 8 to 9 years. A good German Shepherd, unfortunately.
Another
Oh,
Their
my
back
scary.
dad's
goes in.
got one that's over. He's 13-year-old now.
You know, that's very, very old for a German Shepherd.
Yep, he is the biggest
Yeah.
German Shepherd I've ever seen in my
Unfortunately, I'm
life.
not.
Another
But he's
scary. Oh, go ahead.
raised in the woods too.
Another scary dog breed would be the Rhodesian Ridgeback, but when they're good, they're just great dogs. I've been around
Nice.
one, but if they ever snap, you're dead, and you're
Yeah,
dead quick
yeah.
because they're bred with lion and mastiff, and they're illegal in many communities. But
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah, I knew one that really, really, really liked me, but it was just kind of scary because the story on them is that they'll just be sitting there copacetic as can be. But if that instinct hits them, you're done. And so
Yeah, I've heard so many stories about them.
What's other
Also,
dogs? Other dogs. Is it a Doberman? A Doberman Pinscher? They're nasty folk.
Yeah.
well, what about a
That's
Great
one.
Dane?
Oh,
Great Danes are typically
So,
moderate
right,
temperament, right?
everybody, I'm off to bed. It's 4:00.
Bless you.
I
Take
want to
it
hear
easy.
more about dogs.
Bye, everyone. Night.
We
Good
love
night.
you.
Rest
Bye.
well.
Good night.
Bye.
When I first moved to Beijing, a lot of people kept mastiffs, and there was big breeding clubs of Tibetan mastiffs. But they killed a couple of folks in the first few years I was here, and the city banned anything above a medium dog within the city. But yeah, they still love training their mastiffs around here. Those are huge dogs.
I've never met a Great Dane that was vicious,
Great
but
Dane,
my
they're lovely big
nephew
things, big soft things.
got a Great Dane and taught it to be a guard dog right along with his German Shepherd, who is unpredictable. And I told him, I said, do you not realize you are creating a killer? Because that Great Dane thinks it's like the German Shepherd.
The beautiful big dogs. Can I ask you a question? Jeez, I forgot your name now. What's it like living in Beijing? Can you tell us something about it?
Well, yeah, that's a huge question. I don't know how much
Yeah,
time
I
we
know.
have.
I know it's a bit late for that. Well, what's
To
it
give
like
you the
living
short,
there?
I've been here almost 3 decades, and to give you the skinny of it, when I first arrived, the air was so polluted, and like there were so many folks around, and very few Americans, and I thought I thought the plane had got misdirected, and I landed in Mexico City.
Yeah.
But now, like, it's a lot cleaner, and there's been a lot of transformations. Obviously, the culture is very different. I already had 6 years of Chinese studies at university level before I came over.
Well, you speak the language then, yeah?
Say again?
You speak the language, yeah?
Yeah. So I'd had 6 years of studies before I came over, and then I spent another 5 years in university learning here in a graduate program. So I have a total of about 11 years of collegiate study in Chinese, and then I've been here for 20, going on my 26th year now.
Brilliant, man. Wow. So would you move back to the USA or?
I am. The ultimate plan was to spend 30 years. When I got off the plane, they asked me, they said, how long do you plan on staying? And I hadn't thought about it. I was in a scholar exchange program, and I was thinking, yeah, a couple of semesters, maybe a year or two. And then I reflected on it, and I thought, well, I've been in the US for 30 years. I might as well spend 30 years here. And so I just randomly responded. I said, I'll probably 30 years. So I'm getting
sweet, man, sweet. And did you know any Chinese before you left the USA?
Yeah, like I said, I had 6 years of studies at the collegiate level. Yeah, before I came, I took a year. I took a year of Chinese every year that I was in college in the U.S.
The first time I came to Germany, I couldn't speak a word of German, you know. So
well, even with as long as I had studied prior to coming over here, I was in no way prepared for like the whole breadth of the language. I remember it took me about 5 years before I could understand people on the street because of so many accents and dialects. And then it was probably a solid decade of learning and being here, living among them before I could like fluently participate in conversations.
Yeah.
I know my kids took up in Korean for some reason. She wants to learn Korean. She's 9. I've been learning since she was 7.
That's brilliant. Do you know to have a second language or a third language is pretty good, you know?
She's been learning on that Duolingo, so I started getting on it and learning German and Russian, and that's some hard stuff.
Well, speak some German to me. Go on.
I can't do it right off the bat. I want to learn. I'm still there. Like I was in a Korean for a little bit, you know, pan is bread and mo is water. But the deal is my accent when I have to repeat they say
I love
repeat.
your accent. You sound so beautiful.
I'll ask you something. Wo ist die Toilette bitte? That's German.
Oh, you said bitte. Oh,
Where's the
shit.
toilet?
Hold on. That sounds familiar.
Where's the toilet, please? Yeah.
Yeah, please, bitte. Yes. I
Meine
know that
Deutsche
one.
ist nicht sehr gut. Wo ist die Beethovenstraße, bitte?
Yeah, but see, I know bitte. I'm on the first 3 stages, okay? Bitte is please. Shit. I've recognized it. I've never heard nobody speak it to me other than
Because of the
this
court
AI owl bullshit.
Yeah, because of the court stuff I'm working on, I know
I'm
how the
speaking German
accused
all
is.
day.
You should.
Visitors here today from Saudi Arabia.
Oh.
Emily, why did you say you had German?
Oh, I was saying that court case I'm working on, because the warrant is in German where they were hiding. I had to translate that whole thing to get it into there as an exhibit from German to English. And I had studied German for about a year, a long time ago, but I didn't know very much, and definitely I'm not fluent. But I did a couple videos actually in German and showing the translation. So
Really?
yeah,
You gotta show me.
and I had to upload it to the court. And what you do is because it's a blurry translation and they'll try to kick something out. So or a blurry copy. So if you then translate it and then you put an affidavit saying this is to the best of my ability, I'm ethically giving you a translation, and then you sign it. But it included,
Best of my ability, then can it
weapons and everything.
sign to the dinks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff. At one time they were trying to decide whether or not, I believe this is true, it might be a myth, but that whether they would use German or English as the national language in the U.S.
Oh, and that's true. That is very true, yeah. Here's another question. The USA, what's the official language? Is it Spanish or English? I think I don't think the USA has
it's English.
An official language. So here's the question. Bear with me a second. Does that mean that all the politicians, police, have to speak Spanish? And you just look across the border to Canada. Are they French or English-speaking people? And do the politicians and all the creeps, do they have to speak French? And do the Americans have to speak Spanish?
In southern states, Spanish can be a requirement for a lot of jobs just because of the population there.
No, the question
but politicians don't have to speak anything in English.
Is it official?
No, but Trump was talking about giving us an official language of English, I believe. But before that, I don't actually know the answer to that question. I don't believe we had an official language, and he declared it English. Let me look that up.
No,
actually.
you're right. I just looked it up. It says
please don't Google it. Please don't Google it.
Well, yeah, it says the United States does not have an official language at the federal level, but 32 states have individually passed legislation declaring English as their official language.
Yep, I'm getting the same thing.
So that means that if I went in front of a court, say in the USA, I could speak Spanish.
Well, here's what you do. What they would have to do to take care of your rights, and it wouldn't have to, and it wouldn't even have to be Spanish. Like if you were accused of a crime, they would have to get a translator, and they couldn't have a trial till they had that taken care of.
And I'm curious
too. I'm from Ireland. Our official language is Irish, Gaelic.
Oh, Gaelan.
Yes.
Big into Gaelan.
Our judges have to speak Gaelic by law, but they don't.
Oh wow.
Well, also, like over 50% of Kentucky, where I'm from, their accent is influenced by German and Irish people.
Yeah, my maternal grandmother spoke Irish.
I think it's why we eat so many potatoes.
I have Appalachian ancestors.
The potatoes out of it, you.
Oh gosh, them things are in my blood.
Dris developed by the Mongsala, Urka Machinaga, Dunu Bigalikara, Emio.
Yeah, Bigale.
And sauerkraut with everything.
I know some of the words. I recognize some of it. They call it Galen, right? I'm big into Galen. Big
Gaelic.
Well, it's like I thought that we only spoke that way because we was illiterate. And then the more I dug into it.
You are far from illiterate, darling.
Yeah, lots of words are layovers too, like yonder and holler.
Okay, well, what about, I'm going to spell it out. W-A-T-E-R. How do you guys say that word?
Do you know what they say?
Which word?
English is not a language. It's just
washer, maybe.
W-A-T-E-R. How do you say it naturally?
Water.
Latin is a language.
We say water.
English is just stuck together from Romanian, French. English is not a language.
English comes out of the Germanic languages.
It's like a combination, like a trail mix.
German's older though. Yep.
Like I didn't even realize any of our culture, our foods and stuff we ate came from our culture.
And you can hear some of the similarities with certain dialects, right? Like hallo, ja, was ist das Namen, right? What is your name?
Ja, what is dein Name? Wie heißt du? And blah, blah, blah. And wie geht's dir?
Meine Name ist, my name is.
Wo gehst du hin? And that comes aus den USA.
So you can hear it. You can hear, and they say that it's about 50% Germanic and 55% of the grammatic structure. And then, but most of the words are actually Latin borrowed and French and other languages.
It's like people make fun of the Southern accent and don't realize it's Irish.
Oh yeah, and the clog dancing is all influenced.
Words used.
But my mom's side is almost 100% German. My dad's side is Irish and Native American.
Right, big gene pools too from like Scandinavia, Sweden, Denmark, so on, Dutch.
Yeah,
my mom's side is ginormous people. And they all have dark hair, light skin, and weird colored eyeballs.
Same. Oh my God, we had a grandmother with like violet eyes, kind of like, Elizabeth Taylor had the violet eyes and the black hair and the white skin. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, my mom, though, she's passed, but has dark, almost black hair, yellow eyes, dark skin. My dad had dark hair, dark skin, blue eyes. My sister had reddish brown hair, dark skin, blue eyes. Me, no, I was pulled straight out of the Irish magazine. Almost bleach blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale white skin.
Well, that sounds lovely. But yeah, that's an interesting range.
I'm 6'2", bald, blue eyes, and ugly as fuck.
And that sounds lovely too.
Well, see, my husband, okay, I'm 5'5". I'm actually tall for the average American woman.
He can't be as ugly as me.
But my husband is 6'7" before back surgery.
Wow.
Giant red beard, blonde hair, blue eyes. He looked like Bigfoot. That's what it is, Bigfoot.
Bigfoot.
And our daughter is only 9-year-old, and she's 5'2".
Oh my!
Oh, she's going to be a tall one.
Yeah, doctor said, what did you breed with, the Bigfoot? And I said, yes.
I know. My shoe size is 47.
Well, his last name is McKinney, if that says anything.
McKinney. McKinney's Scottish, not Irish.
Straight. That's all it is. He doesn't have no other bloodline. That's it.
Well, guys, I'm going to have to wrap it up here pretty soon. So if it's all right with you guys, but I really enjoyed talking to all of you. It was like a back porch get together at this point, which is just lovely. And I hope to see you again, Cornbread. So yeah, we can go in any order. Who would like to go first and give their final words?
Maybe I'll go first since I was last in, first out. You guys have more seniority. Is that okay?
Sure. Whatever you want.
I'll say my piece, but I'll get it behind me.
Okay, sorry.
Please stay happy, people, and don't worry too much about it. Enjoy what's around you. Enjoy your family, your mother, your father,
Yeah, for sure.
Don't worry too much about it because it's not going to get any fucking better.
That's a message we need.
Just be nice. Just be truthful to each other. You no worries if you're truthful.
That's right.
What else do you want? Just tell the fucking truth.
And never feel bad for telling the truth.
And thank you for having me on, by the way.
I hope to have you on many more times. You have a good night. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll reiterate the sentiment. Love your family. And as we say in Chinese Dao, that 天下一家, or we're all one family under heaven. And so remember the unified humanity of us all. And always a good job, Emily. Such a huge pleasure to cross paths with you yet again.
You too.
And very nice to meet you, Cornbread. Y'all have a lovely evening.
You do the same, Frank. I'm glad you made it up. Hope to see you again soon. Cornbread, it was so refreshing to hear a Southern accent.
Yes, I do want to say I appreciate you so much for letting me come on, and I hope everybody knows that I enjoyed everybody's company, and always stick to the truth no matter what.
I agree so much. Thank you so much, Cornbread, and I hope to see you again very soon. You have a good night.
All right. Bye-bye. You too.
Bye-bye. Well, everybody, I hope everybody enjoyed their time together, and until soon, keep on finding Gnosis wherever you can find it. Never be afraid to speak the truth. And everybody have a good evening. Bye-bye.